Chapter 53. There hadn't been many opportunities for Futian to cultivate in peace. So naturally, he did not want to bother with the thought of the challenge. He did not know who Jingyang was, and it did not matter if he was a prodigy. None of this had anything to do with Futian. Defeating Jingyang would only draw more attention to himself and would have no benefit for him. It might even bring about more problems. There hadn't been many opportunities for Futian to cultivate in peace. So naturally, he did not want to bother with the thought of the challenge. He did not know who Jingyang was, and it did not matter if he was a prodigy. None of this had anything to do with Futian. Defeating Jingyang would only draw more attention to himself and would have no benefit for him. It might even bring about more problems. The students of the School of the Flirting Star continued to throw insults at Futian, but he paid them no attention. He was not listening to any of their comments. Unbeknownst to him, Futian broke through another plane while he cultivated silently. He was now a 3-starred glory plane in both martial and divination arts. During his silent cultivation, he was also able to learn a large number of new spells. Futian was attempting a battle tactic, which was a combination of martial and divination arts in his dorm. He specialized in the sorcery of different elements, so if he was able to incorporate his powerful martial arts abilities into his sorcery, his combat would be able to reach new levels. Yu Sheng watched him from the side. He said to Futian, "Of the 7 elements, you have cultivated in all of them with corresponding spells, all except for the element of water." Although Futian could perceive all elements, he did not have a water elemental life spirit, so his gift in this element was on the weaker side. For the time being, he did not have the ability to cultivate the element of water. Other than that, he was at the highest level of cultivation in all of the other elements. His natal spirit was the world tree, which was wood elemental. He had already begun to cultivate in this element, even though he knew that there was a chance that the natal spirit would never be released in front of others. These are all spells chosen by me. There's no harm in learning more. Futian smiled and said, "I have to step out and take care of some things, so I might not make it back tonight. Work hard on cultivating and quickly make it to the 4-starred glory plane." "Okay, I should be getting there," nodded Yu Sheng. His journey in cultivation was no easier than that of Futian. Futian mounted the Black Wind Eagle and was out of Donghai Academy. The Luo Palace was a palace in the city of Donghai. It was rumored that the master of the palace, Lord Luo, was a distant relative of the king of the Nandu nation. Other rumors had it that he was in the good graces of the imperial family and was therefore named a lord. Regardless of the reason, he was the only person in all of the city of Donghai to be given such a title. Naturally, his status was everything but that of the ordinary. The Luo Palace was extremely dignified and was a true family of power. There was a young man standing in front of the Luo Palace. It was Futian. Outside the doors of the palace, people were busily scurrying around. The building was well decorated, and there was a festive atmosphere in the air. Futian knew that the master of the palace was having a birthday celebration. However, none of that mattered to Futian. The only thing he cared about was Lord Luo. He was the only Arcana Plane healing sorcerer of the spirit element in all of Donghai City. He was the person that Tang Lan had refused to tell him about. Investigating this was the only thing Futian did outside of cultivation. He was always thinking about Hua Fenglio's injuries. Futian did not understand why Tang Lan had been so sure Lord Luo would refuse to help. He was not completely confident that he could get Lord Luo to agree to help heal Hua Fenglu, but he knew that he couldn't just sit around and do nothing. He found out that Lord Luo lived an isolated life and cared a lot about his reputation. Every year on his birthday, he would hold an extravagant celebration. Futian wanted to find out exactly what kind of person he was and see if there was a chance to persuade him to help Hua Fenglu. Futian owed this to Hua Fenglu. This was also what he had promised Hua Jieyu. It did not matter if he succeeded. He had to give it all he had. The steward noticed Futian. A handsome young man, he thought. With a smile, he asked, "Is there something I can help you with, young master? May I ask if there will be dancing and music entertainment at Lord Luo's birthday celebration? I specialize in performing the guqin. If possible, I would like to play for Lord Luo at his birthday celebration," said Futian. The steward smiled and replied, "The palace does not lack a guqin player. I am sure that I am more capable than your present personnel, Yi Futian continued. If it's really not possible, then are you guys lacking in the errand boy department? The steward looked at Yi Futian confused. The young man had an aura of elegance and was obviously not an errand boy. Young master, why are you so adamant on entering the palace? Asked the steward. His eyes squinted with suspicion. The steward was a clever man. I just want to witness the extravagance for myself, Yi Futian said calmly, keeping his composure. The palace has no shortage of Guqin players or errand boys, the steward said, rejecting Yi Futian. Although one teenager couldn't do much harm, he could not simply grant him access to the palace. Hey! At that moment, someone from behind them called out in surprise. Yi Futian turned around and was met with two beautiful girls. The girl walking in front was especially beautiful. Yi Futian had met both of these girls aboard the ship on his way to the city of Donghai. It's you? The girl in front asked in surprise. She had thought that they were passing strangers, never to meet again. She would never have expected to run into him again, much less at a place like this. Young Miss Lin Xia, is he a friend of yours? Asked the steward. Could the young man have come for the young miss? It couldn't be. She arrived only yesterday as a guest of the palace. Yes, Lin Xia nodded. She smiled at Yi Futian. What are you doing here? The young master says he is a Guqin player and wants to perform during Lord Luo's celebration, said the steward. Since he was a friend of Lin Xia, there was no way he could say that Yi Futian came to be an errand boy. Yeah, Yi Futian agreed. Why don't we give him a chance? Lin Xia asked the steward. The steward smiled helplessly but nodded anyway. Since young miss has spoken, then I guess we can give him a chance. Young master, this way please. The group walked into the palace. Lin Xia and Xiao He were on either side of Yi Futian. Lin Xia asked, didn't you say you were coming to Donghai City to attend school? Why do you want to be a Guqin player at the palace? That's right. I'm attending Donghai Academy now. I just wanted to come explore the palace and see what it's like, replied Yi Futian with a smile. You're lying. Xiao He snickered. When you arrived in Donghai City, the spring quarter exams were already over. How could you have gotten into the academy already? Are you making things up to attract Lin Xia's attention? Stop with the nonsense, Xiao He, said Lin Xia while trying to suppress a smile. While this was going on, they failed to notice Yi Futian shrugging his shoulders in defeat. He felt helpless. Every time he told the truth, nobody was willing to believe him. Oh right, what are you doing here? Do you live in the Luo Palace? Yi Futian asked curiously. Lin Xia shook her head. The elders of my family know Lord Luo, so the younger generation of the family is also familiar with him. I came this time to visit him. I can introduce some people to you. I see, Yi Futian nodded slightly. It looked like Lin Xia was the young miss of a noble family. It was no wonder that her every gesture and way of speech flowed with such elegance. What kind of person is Lord Luo? Yi Futian asked her in a low voice. Tang Lan had said that it was impossible for Lord Luo to agree to help. If it was simply because of his proud and aloof personality, then it was not a problem. But if it was because Lord Luo and Hua Fenglu had some sort of rivalry going on, then maybe it really was impossible to persuade him to help. Stern, but kind. It really depends on the situation, smiled Lin Xia. The group arrived in the garden area. There was a person playing on the Guqin, as well as dancers. They seemed to be rehearsing for tonight's performance. It was obvious that they would not want to make any mistakes at Lord Luo's birthday celebration. It was best to prepare beforehand. The steward went to whisper to the Guqin player, then turned to Yi Futian. Would you like to give it a go? Sure, nodded Yi Futian. The Guqin player got up and gave his seat to Yi Futian. When Yi Futian's fingers finally met with the chords of the Guqin, the aura around him shifted. It was now quiet and peaceful. A touch of elegance added on to his already outstanding looks. His long fingers flew over the chords, strumming them as he moved. The sound of the Guqin played, and the original Guqin player's expression darkened. The music played softly, and everyone was being drawn in. That's enough. I admit defeat. The Guqin player smiled bitterly and shook his head. Being able to create a certain mood was an important part of playing the instrument. Even though Yi Futian was young, he was able to play as if he had years of experience. Yi Futian played at a level that he could not reach. However, the Guqin player had no idea that Yi Futian was a musical sorcerer and was able to surpass ordinary Guqin players like himself even without musical spells. If it's like this, then young master, you should stay here today and learn the pieces you need to play tomorrow. How does that sound? Asked the steward. All right. Thank you. Yi Futian smiled. Lin Xia, what are you doing here? At that moment, a group of youths approached from afar. We were just looking for you. What brings you here to observe the rehearsal? Asked one of the youths in the group. The group Yi Futian was standing and all turned their heads towards the voices. All of them had a magnificent aura around them. They must all either be from prominent families or the Luo Palace. My friend is playing the Guqin here, so I came to check it out, explained Lin Xia. Your friend? One of them looked at Yi Futian. Yeah, he's a Guqin player. He wants to play at tomorrow's birthday celebration, nodded Lin Xia. Oh, I see. One of the youths lost interest as soon as he heard Guqin player. He continued, Lin Xia, let's go. Someone is coming. Okay, nodded Lin Xia. She turned to give Yi Futian a quick wave goodbye. Yi Futian returned the gesture with a smile. Who is it? Lin Xia asked the group of youths as they walked away from Yi Futian. Zhoumu, replied one of them. Lin Xia's eyes lit up. She heard that Zhoumu was already a 5-starred glory plane conjurer. He was highly gifted, just as his master had been years ago. Oh right, Lin Xia. How did you end up making friends with a Guqin player? Asked a young woman in the group. We met once by chance, she answered. Is it because of his good looks? Teased the young woman. Lin Xia smiled but did not reply. Yi Futian was handsome, even more so when he was playing his instrument, but it was unfortunate that he was a mere Guqin player. In addition, he seemed to be boastful and a liar, but Lin Xia thought that it might be because he was too prideful. Lin Xia did not invite Yi Futian to join the group, nor did she introduce him to them. Yi Futian knew that a Guqin player, like himself, did not belong in a group with the nobles. However, they had only been strangers to begin with, so Yi Futian really did not mind. Besides, he had not entered the palace to get to know that group of youths anyway. Chapter 54. All the music and dances for the birthday banquet of Lord Luo had been settled, and the musician left after he had taught Yi Futian the songs he was assigned to play. The steward also repeatedly told him some do's and don'ts for the next day. All the music and dances for the birthday banquet of Lord Luo had been settled, and the musician left after he had taught Yi Futian the songs he was assigned to play. The steward also repeatedly told him some do's and don'ts for the next day. Yi Futian was left in the palace to rehearse with a group of girls. Their figures and facial features were all top-notch, especially the leader. She was about 18 years old, extraordinarily sexy, but with a face full of the youthfulness of a younger girl. When she was dancing in that dress made of chiffon, it was possible for any man to fall in love with her. Yi Futian kept his head low while playing the song. A sweet and charming voice suddenly spoke. Why don't you raise your head? A gorgeous face soon appeared in front of him. He smiled and replied, You are so charming that once I see you, I feel distracted. You do know how to compliment girls, she chuckled. Her skirt swung onto the Guqin. Just come and join us. She started dancing again and seemed to be luring him intentionally. Most of the musicians were just old men, so she was surprised that the assigned musician this time was such a young and pretty boy. Sorry, miss, I have a girlfriend, Yi Futian smiled at her. The girl was dumbfounded for a moment, then started chuckling again along with the girls around her. What are you talking about? Remember, my name is Yunro, and in the future, I will marry a very powerful cultivator. You are too young to pique my interest. Yunro made fun of him. Nice to meet you. I'm Yi Futian, he replied, and then the rehearsal continued. They told Yi Futian that tomorrow, at the birthday banquet of Lord Luo, there would be many influential people of the city of Donghai attending. However, these girls didn't have any further information. In this continent, the talents of cultivation determined everything. Even a gorgeous girl who was born to a mundane family could not gain much advantage from her beauty. She might marry a powerful cultivator, but most likely, she'd end up a concubine rather than a wife. Even worse, since powerful cultivators tended to look for younger women, affairs would become an inevitable fate on the man's side of the marriage as time went by. The next day, the Luo Palace became boisterous in the morning. A lot of servants were busy preparing for the banquet and hosting the visitors. The rehearsals kept going. After lunch, there started to be more and more visitors crowding into the banquet room. Futian and the girls were already in place. The banquet was opulent. The center spot was reserved for Lord Luo, the guest of honor, as he was the one being celebrated. Then, there were seats arranged in rows on both sides of Lord Luo's spot. Apparently, the people who were seated closer to Lord Luo were of higher status in this city. There was a broad space between these two rows, and behind the seats, there was a stage with a golden carpet. That was where Futian and the girls were to perform. It was designed to liven up the banquet without distracting the guests. Before the guests were seated, the show had already started. The whole room was filled with laughter. Lin Xie and Xiaohe were among the first group of people entering the room. While they were getting ushered into their seats, Lin Xie noticed Futian and smiled at him. Such a pity that you're rarely attracted to a boy, and the one you pick is only a musician, Xiaohe joked. Lin Xie gave her a stare. Stop that. A pretty handsome boy came to them and asked with a smile, What are you talking about? Nothing, Mr. Luo. Lin Xie shook her head. Xie, people told me that you brought that musician to this place. Is he your friend? The boy asked. We've met twice. He told me that he wanted to come here and broaden his horizons, so I did him a favor. You're fine with that, aren't you? Lin Xie answered. It's okay. In fact, if he wants to, he can stay here as long as he wants. The boy was still laughing. Okay, I'll ask him after the banquet is over, Lin Xie said. Sure. See you later. The boy left. Xiaohe whispered to Xie, Young Lord Luo seemed to be attracted to you, girl. I already told you to stop. Lin Xie felt awkward. I'm serious. I know he doesn't look as cute as Futian, but what about his status? Xiaohe didn't want to stop. Lin Xie gave up. She knew that this girl liked to joke. Young girls had all kinds of fantasies. Apparently, Futian did not understand what they were thinking at all. Suddenly, someone entered the room, walking with majestic steps. He was apparently of high status in this place. People stopped chatting and greeted him. Happy birthday, Lord Luo. Futian also raised his head and looked at Lord Luo. He had an absolutely commanding and dignified appearance. Long time no see, Lord Luo. You actually look younger than the last time we met. Someone walked up to him and said, Lord Luo, happy birthday from the Lin family. People started to queue up to send birthday congratulations. Lord Luo, happy birthday from the Xia family. A bright and clear voice sounded. I appreciate it, Lord Xia, Lord Luo replied with a smile. The title of Lord Luo was merely conferred without substantial authority. In fact, Xia Feng, the head of the Xia family, was the most powerful man in this city. Still, there were some other people almost equally dignified in this city, such as the head of the Nandu family, the supervisors of schools at Donghai Academy, and a few others. Behind Xia Feng, there was a young man who bowed slightly to Lord Luo. Greetings, Lord Luo. I'm Xia Fan. Mr. Xia Fan, you have grown up? Lord Luo complimented. Don't praise him, Lord Luo. He's been dawdling all the time. With your compliment, I'm afraid it's going to be worse, Xia Feng joked. Coincidentally, Futian raised his head at this moment and soon noticed Xia Fan. The moment he saw Xia Fan, he gave him an icy glare. After Xia Feng and Xia Fan were seated, Xia Fan started enjoying the show. When he saw Yunro, he felt very attracted to this beautiful girl. However, soon he noticed that Futian was sitting behind her, playing. He frowned and felt very confused. How could Futian be here? How had he survived after jumping into the canyon? Had the ferocious snow ape just let him go? Futian was also looking at Xia Fan. They stared at each other, and Futian perceived the contempt in Xia Fan's eyes. Xia Fan had believed Futian was just a nobody, someone that Xia Fan did not care was alive or dead. Xia Fan was the young lord of Donghai province. He could entirely ignore Futian due to their vast gap in status. He knew that Hua Fenglu, the only patron of Futian, was now crippled. The only thing he felt frustrated about was that his uncle had died at the hands of the snow ape in that fight. Who are you looking at? Xia Feng asked. Nothing. I just saw someone interesting, Xia Fan responded. It was extremely interesting that the disciple of the Guqin devil was now serving in this room as a musician. Yi Futian became peaceful and kept playing. He wasn't worried about running into Xia Fan at this place. He was already a student of Donghai Academy, so no one would be allowed to try to kill him this time, no matter how powerful they were. Happy birthday from the Nandu family. Another congratulation came. Lord Luo looked at the person approaching and started laughing. Long time no see, Mr. Nandu. There were two men from the Nandu family. One was middle-aged, and one was young. They were Nandu Wanshan and his son, Nandu Kai. They had come here on behalf of the Nandu family. Since they were the leaders of the Nandu family, attending this banquet represented the respect they held for Lord Luo. Long time no see, Lord Luo, Nandu Wanshan replied. Lord Luo ushered these two into the seats closest to himself. So, Wanshan, you do come here, another voice said, and Nandu Wanshan stood up from his seat to greet the new group of people that had just entered the room. Why did you come here together? Nandu Wanshan laughed. We met each other on the way here. One of them had a complexion as clear as jade. He was casually dressed for this banquet, but it was obvious that he was not someone common. The other one was an old man, but still in good shape. He laughed at Lord Luo and greeted him. I am here on behalf of Donghai Academy. Thanks so much, Lord Luo replied with his body slightly bowed down. He then ushered these two men into their seats, also the ones closest to him. This group of people was now having a conversation. They were among the most influential people in the city. Mr. Art Saint has been friends with Lord Luo for a long time. He's attended his birthday banquet every year. It's said that Mr. Art Saint has reached a higher plane than he was in last year. The person who is with him actually runs the School of the Emperor's Star at Donghai Academy. I believe the young man behind him must be Zhou Mu. He is already a 5-star glory plane invoker, a true genius. People say that Art Saint is trying to form a political marriage between Zhou Mu and the daughter of the Nandu family. I think Art Saint is trying to make up for his mistakes of the past. I'm afraid that this job is not going to be easy. The princess of the Nandu family is supremely gorgeous, talented, and so treasured by the Nandu family that they don't want to trade her for political interest. People were whispering to each other. They lowered their voices to avoid being heard, but Yi Futian still learned a lot of information from all the talk. He looked at the middle-aged man with the bright complexion and realized that this man was Art Saint, who had destroyed Hua Fenglio's natal spirit. He soon understood why Tang Lan had told him it would be impossible to ask for help from Lord Luo. Lord Luo was longtime friends with Hua Fenglio's nemesis. He felt upset, as it seemed that his attempt to get help was all in vain. However, he had obtained a lot of information about the political situation in the city of Donghai. He was still curious about the relationship between Hua Jieyu and the representative of the Nandu family. Chapter 55. Upon the arrival of the guests, the celebration began. Drinks were exchanged, and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. The older partygoers formed their own small circle while the younger partygoers did the same. Other than presenting their gifts and exchanging words of common courtesy, everyone was discussing interesting new happenings within the city of Donghai. Somewhere along the line, someone brought up the topic of Qingzhou City. Upon the arrival of the guests, the celebration began. Drinks were exchanged, and the sound of laughter and conversation filled the air. The older partygoers formed their own small circle while the younger partygoers did the same. Other than presenting their gifts and exchanging words of common courtesy, everyone was discussing interesting new happenings within the city of Donghai. Somewhere along the line, someone brought up the topic of Qingzhou City. I heard that the historical remains of that person were discovered in the city of Qingzhou, and that you even went to investigate personally. Is that true, Xia Fan? Someone asked with their sight set on Xia Fan. By that person, they obviously meant Emperor Yi Qing, but because he was a taboo character in the divine prefectures of the East Sea, it would be inappropriate to use his name in a public place such as this. It is true indeed. However, a demon king, or perhaps even higher-leveled snow ape demon stood guard there, and we were unable to enter. My younger brother even lost his life at the hands of that monster, said Xiafeng. What Chief Xiafeng said is true. I wanted to take part in it like every else and traveled to Qingzhou City. Indeed, no one was able to get close to the historical site. I heard that the path was blocked by demons and monsters, said Lin Xia's father. Many people nodded in agreement. Many powerful individuals have sent their people to Qingzhou, but they all returned with no results. If really was a demon of higher level than a demon king, then forget about us. Probably even the Nandu nation wouldn't be able to do anything about it, someone sighed. Hearing their words, Yi Futian felt a twinge of sadness. If the snow ape had not refused to leave the mountains, then Yi Futian would not have to beware of his every move in Donghai City. He would have been able to do whatever he pleased, even in the Nandu nation. Yi Futian debated whether or not he should find time to head back to Mount Tianyao to persuade the snow ape to leave with him. Brother Lin, your daughter, Lin Xie should be about 16 years old now, right? She's getting more beautiful by the day, said Lord Luo. His eyes drifted to Lin Xie and the crowd. Her beautiful eyes contained a hint of timidness. Thank you for your compliment, Lord Luo, said Lin Xie's father. Has she been betrothed? Asked Lord Luo. Not yet, but she is still young. She is still focusing all her attention on cultivation. There's no hurry, answered her father. That is true, but looking around this venue, there are many worthy young men. It couldn't hurt to meet them, chuckled Lord Luo. Speaking of worthy young men, I heard that the art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu, is already in the 5-starred glory plane, Lin Xie's father said. He looked over at Zhou Mu, who stood behind the art saint. It's all thanks to Master's guidance. Zhou Mu smiled lightly in response. Nandu Kai beside Nandu Wanshan does not pale in comparison to Zhou Mu, the art saint said modestly as he looked at Nandu Wanshan. Nandu Kai is slightly older and his gift is not half bad, but in comparison with Zhou Mu, he is still lacking. He will need to work harder, said Nandu Wanshan. How is she doing? The art saint asked suddenly. Nandu Wanshan was stunned, but then shook his head with a bitter smile and said, My younger sister is still the same. I heard that her daughter is back and is an exceptional person. Zhou Mu keeps pestering me to let them meet. The art saint continued to speak. Everyone exchanged a look. Indeed, the art saint was trying to set up his disciple with the young miss of the Nandu family. Shockingly, he did not seem to care that she was the Guqin devil's daughter. It was probably a love someone and love everything about them type of situation. After all, the art saint had always been madly in love with that person. It is true, Hua Jieyu is exceptional. She is now practicing cultivation at the School of the Emperor's Star within Donghai Academy. Nandu Wanshan smiled. Upon hearing this exchange, his heart was no longer calm. The art saint wanted to set up his disciple with Hua Jieyu. In addition, it seemed that Nandu Wanshan was the older brother of Master's wife, which would make him Hua Jieyu's uncle. Hua Jieyu's gifts are top-notch within the Emperor's Star School. It would be hard to find a person who could compare with her in all of Donghai Academy, said an elder of the School of the Emperor's Star. Since Hua Jieyu was a student of his school, he knew quite a bit about her. You guys are all complimenting her. It makes me want to meet the young miss of the Nandu family. Lord Luo laughed. Hua Jieyu. Xia Fan's lips twitched into a wicked smile. His eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was playing the Guqin. In the city of Qingzhou, he had seen Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian together by the lake. The relationship between the two did not seem like that of ordinary friends. Xia Fan wondered, what would happen if the Nandu family found out the ambiguous relationship between Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian? Just the thought of this brought a smile to Xia Fan's face. Of course, there were other ways to crush Yi Futian. He did not have to do it this way. If he were to expose their relationship in a setting like this, he might offend the Nandu family. After all, they were a big, powerful family and cared a lot about their reputation. Hua Jieyu was also the apple of their eyes. They would not permit anyone to try to drag her through the mud. Yi Futian felt that something was amiss and lifted his head to look at Xia Fan. Right now, everyone was talking about Hua Jieyu, so Yi Futian knew immediately what Xia Fan might have been thinking. He could not help but raise his eyebrows at Xia Fan. As a person, Xia Fan was sinister and treacherous, a truly despicable person. Yi Futian had gotten a taste of this back in the city of Qingzhou. When the chance comes, I shall have Hua Jieyu come to pay respect to you, Lord Luo. Nandu Wanshan smiled at Lord Luo's words. You should stop talking about Hua Jieyu now. Since we have so many talented young people gathered here today, and since Lord Luo is in such a good mood, why don't we have the youngster perform? That's right. This would be the perfect opportunity to catch a glimpse at all the young talent in the city of Donghai, someone chimed in. This piqued Lord Luo's interest as well. Thus, he went on to say, then, let's have any youngsters willing to perform show off their skills in front of us elders. There shall be hefty rewards for the best performances. Lin Xia, how about you go first? Lord Luo set his sight on Lin Xia. She blinked a couple times, then nodded with a smile. With light steps, she carried herself to the middle of the crowd. Lord Luo, I hope you will enjoy my lacking performance. After she spoke, water spiritual qi began to gather around her. Her hands danced in the air, carrying the spiritual qi with her every movement. Slowly, the character for longevity formed in midair and floated towards Lord Luo. It only disappeared once it had reached him. Lin Xia, you're already a 3-starred glory plane sorcerer. How fast? That was very interesting, complimented Lord Luo. Thank you for your compliments, said Lin Xia. She bowed to him and retreated into the crowd. A young man stepped up. I will perform a sword dance for you, Lord Luo. He drew out the sword he carried on his person, and it began to dance through the air. With every slash of the sword, a stroke was left in the air. When the young man finished his performance, 5 words were left in midair. May you achieve boundless eternity.
Nice.
Many people applauded him. Following that, other youths continued to put on their performances to present their blessings and best wishes to Lord Luo. At the same time, they were able to put their talents on display. Their performances brightened up the atmosphere of the party venue. Brother Hua, does your disciple not wish to perform? Someone asked the art saint. The art saint's surname was Hua, a different Hua from Hua Fenglu. Go, commanded the art saint. Yes, master, answered Zhou. Stepping up, he held a pencil in his hand. Then, he laid out a large piece of paper on the bright golden yellow carpet. Zhou bent down and began to draw. It's rare to see Zhou in action. We are all so lucky to be able to witness the art saint's disciple in action, said one of the youths in the crowd. All the youngsters at the venue admired Zhou. I've never seen a conjurer in action before, so I don't know what it's like, said a young girl. Her eyes glowed in interest as she observed Zhou. Zhou drew with great speed. His movements were natural and graceful. Lord Luo complimented, Brother Hua, your disciple has such a grand aura for a person of his age. That's true, everyone else agreed. Even Yun Ro and her group of dancers tried to look on as they danced. Futian was also aware of all the happenings, despite playing with his head down. He was thinking to himself, Hua Fenglu and the art saint were old rivals, not only in power, but also in love. To be able to take mistress away from someone like the art saint, Futian could only imagine how charming Hua Fenglu must have been in the past. If Hua Fenglu did not have his powers disabled, then he probably could have been admired and respected like the art saint. To have ended up in his situation, Futian felt really bad for Hua Fenglu. Zhou drew as Futian played the guqin. One was the disciple of the art saint, one was the disciple of the guqin devil. However, everyone's focus was on Zhou. Finally, Zhou's work was complete. A fire phoenix escaped from the artwork and circled the skies above. Covered in the flames, it let out a screech. Then, it landed by Lord Luo's side and began to dance for him. Bravo! Wonderful! The phoenix is a symbol of success. What a wonderful omen. We wouldn't have expected anything less of the young art saint. Everyone was full of praise for Zhou. Even Lord Luo gave him a look and smile of approval. He said, You shall be rewarded. Thank you, my lord. Zhou bowed and then returned to his spot by his master. Watching Zhou, I was reminded of a person. A couple days ago, Nandu Ku paid a visit to the Guqin Gardens and saw Hua Fenglu, said Nandu Wanshan. In a split second, he had captured everyone's attention. The Guqin devil was back in the city of Donghai. However, he's handicapped now and is being protected by Tang Lan. He even took in a disciple, Nandu Wanshan elaborated. Handicapped? Everyone was shocked. Even the art saint was surprised. What a shame. Why is it a shame? Even if he weren't handicapped, he wouldn't dare show his face in front of you, art saint. Someone laughed. That's right. In the past, Hua Fenglu had no understanding of his own capabilities and brought the humiliation onto himself. Who would have thought he would still have the nerve to come back after becoming disabled? Would he even be able to groom the disciple he took in? If his disciple met with Zhou Mu, he would probably have to walk in the other direction. Another person mocked Hua Fenglu. He can only live under someone else's protection now. Why is he even thinking about anything else? People began to speak up against Hua Fenglu. All their words were meant to suck up to the art saint. Xia Fan watched Yi Futian. He could not wait to see how long it would take for Yi Futian to explode in anger. Just as everyone was enjoying their time making fun of Hua Fenglu, they were interrupted by the sounds of the guqin. The style has shifted. The once soft notes were getting louder and faster as well. Slowly, Unravel and the other dancers became influenced by the music. The women began to dance their hearts away. Their long dresses flowed with their movements. They all looked like goddesses. Under the influence of the music, the youngsters got more excited and the elders were in an even better mood now. The atmosphere of the entire party venue was pushed to the highest point. "What piece is this?" asked the art saint. His eyes drifted toward Yi Futian. Not only him, but the other high authority figures as well felt something amiss. Their emotions were being controlled by the music. The youths at the party were getting agitated, and the dancers on stage looked like they were unable to pull themselves away from the music. Behind the stage, a young man was playing his instrument silently. He seemed to be in a world of his own. His looks could be said to be one of the best amongst the younger partygoers. When he played, he released a mystical force that was incorporated into his music. The melody of the white feathers garment. "Who are you?" The art saint's gaze sharpened, and his utterance interrupted the music. Many people began to wake up from their previous trance. They all stared at the young guqin player in shock. They watched as the young man lifted his head slowly. His eyes were clear and clean with no sense of lowliness. Looking towards Lord Luo, he spoke. "I am the guqin devil's disciple, Yi Futian. I am here to convey blessings in place of my master with a single piece. The melody of the white feathers garment." Chapter 56. Chapter 56. Please bring it on. Chapter 56. Please bring it on. The boy was not talking loudly, but his voice was still rather firm. Suddenly, the banquet was silenced. Yi Futian, disciple of the Qin devil, hereby delivers happy birthday to Lord Luo with white feather garments, on behalf of my master. People were surprised that this young musician was the disciple of the Qin devil. The white feather garments had totally taken over their mind, which indicated that there was strong mental power contained in that music spell. The power was especially demonstrated by the young men and women who started dancing along. If not for the interruption from the art saint, they would still be possessed by the mental power in that song. Yunro now looked at Yi Futian with absolute surprise. This seemingly careless boy was actually quite powerful. The song he just played, the melody of white feather garments, was one of the most renowned royal waltzes. It was said that if this song was played by a powerful sorcerer that specialized in music spells, people listening to it would soon be trapped into a world of illusion. Lin Xie and Xiao He were also looking at him. They felt shocked that this ordinary young musician was in fact the disciple of the famous Qin devil. So, was he a musical sorcerer? Yi Futian, where did I hear this name before? Some students of Donghai Academy were mumbling, because this name rang a bell for them. Soon, they realized who he was, and wondered if this boy was the same person who recently became famous in Donghai Academy. Art Saint and Lord Luo were both staring at Yi Futian, feeling confused. They never anticipated that the disciple of the Qin devil would show up in this banquet as the musician. If Nandu Wanshan had not mentioned the Qin devil, or people had not satirized him, this boy would still be playing peacefully. Nandu Wanshan heard from Nandu Ku that the Qin devil had high expectations for this disciple. He realized the reason. According to the vibe of this boy, he was almost the younger version of Qin devil. Now, silence haunted the place. It was just too dramatic for the disciple of the Qin devil to show up in this situation. Xia Fan was sneering at Yi Futian. He did not believe that Yi Futian actually dared to announce his identity under these circumstances. Meanwhile, Yi Futian stood up and bowed slightly to the person running the school of Emperor Star in Donghai Academy. "Greetings, Professor, from Yi Futian, the School of Finance Star." You are a student of that school? The supervisor was surprised about the fact that the disciple of the Qin Devil was currently studying at the School of Finance Star. Obviously, he did not pay much attention to this boy, who had recently become rather famous in Donghai Academy. I was admitted recently. Yi Futian took out the name tag from his pocket. The supervisor from the School of Emperor Star nodded slightly, without saying anything. At that moment, Xia Fan's face turned very pale. He could not believe that Yi Futian had been admitted to Donghai Academy. With his identity as a Donghai Academy student, and that this was a public birthday banquet, it would be difficult to do anything to him. Even though the supervisor from the School of Emperor Star seemed not to like Yi Futian, as long as he was a student in Donghai Academy, people could hardly be harsh to him. Lin Xie was looking at Yi Futian, totally distracted. She remembered that Yi Futian used to tell her that he was studying at Donghai Academy. At that time, she believed that he was bragging, but it seemed that he was actually telling the truth. In fact, she should not be blamed. She met Yi Futian on a ship to this city, and at that time, the spring term entry test had ended. That was why she and Xiaohe both believed Yi Futian was bragging. So, there remained only one possibility for Yi Futian to enter Donghai Academy. Yi Futian was well appreciated by someone running the School of Finance Star, so a rare exception was made for him. She totally realized what it meant. Yi Futian was possibly much more talented than other students in Donghai Academy. Other people were also confused about this admission. Donghai Academy was the best school in this province, and Yi Futian was given an exception soon after he arrived. Zhou Mu, the disciple of Art Saint, was well known for his extraordinary talents. However, now, the disciple of the Qin Devil stepped out and shocked the whole audience with white feather garments, which indicated that he was also unusual. Things were getting interesting. That's a good song. How's your master doing? Lord Luo asked him, his voice monotone. Yi Futian played that song as a birthday gift, so he must not lose his politeness in this situation. My professor was set up by a villain and has been crippled for a while. Now he is peacefully living in his own garden, unbothered by the mess happening outside. Yi Futian sounded peaceful. However, Xia Fan felt mad. He had just been referred to as a villain. People looked at him. This youth said only what was necessary. He told them that Qin Devil was now living on his own, crippled, and did not care about what was going on outside. This speech successfully prevented further trouble for his professor. Today, I was going to play the song peacefully to entertain the guests here, and did not intend to interrupt the fun going on. However, so many people started to insult Mr. Hua Fenglu. He glanced at the audience and kept talking. I am not a great student, but still, I have dignity, so does my professor. I cannot act like nothing is going on when people are insulting my professor. I know there are a lot of talented young men in this place who have some negative impressions of him. I will accept any challenge if you believe I am not being appropriate. He paused for a second, then stared at those who insulted Hua Fenglu. Please, bring it on. He was only 16 years old, and now there were so many big chiefs of this city sitting in the room. However, the way he talked was neither humble nor pushy. Every word from his mouth was firm and solid. The talented young men were showing off their achievements and complimenting each other. However, suddenly, someone who had been silent announced that he would challenge any one of them. How dramatic was this? The Qin Devil definitely deserved a disciple with such guts. People did not know what to say. The girls who used to talk with him felt that, in the past, they did not know him at all. The true self he hid was so different. Those who insulted the Qin Devil now looked embarrassed. This boy was acting polite, yet had a firm will. They were totally overshadowed by his personality, not to mention being challenged. What plane are you on, boy? Lord Luo asked to err on the side of caution. If he was too powerful, it would be better for the people challenged to just ignore him rather than having their ass kicked. 3-star glory plane it is, Yi Futian replied peacefully. Lord Luo did not say anything, but started looking at the young men in this room. 3-star glory plane was impressive for a boy his age, but not too rare for other young men attending the banquet. I accept your challenge. Someone stood up from his seat. It was the swordsman who responded. He was in the same plane as Yi Futian, a 3-star glory plane swordsman. Okay, just show us your best. You don't have to worry about damaging this place at all, Lord Luo told them. There were so many powerful people in this place that the audience would be well protected from the fight. Understood. The swordsman unsheathed his weapon and stepped toward Futian. Futian went back to his guqin and slowly sat down. The girls already evacuated the place for him. Since someone was insulting the Qin devil, he should absolutely defeat those people with the techniques he inherited from Hua Fenglu, which were the music spells. He started playing, and suddenly the room was full of a feeling of desolation. Some of the people soon felt as if they were brought to a state of illusion, where they were left alone in a deep woods in a mountain. That is a music spell. Some powerful people soon recognized what it was. The rainbow and feather garments he played were not injected with much mental power, so the effect was not truly strong. But since Futian was being serious this time, the song was played with immense power of mental control. The swordsman also initiated his attack. He charged as fast as thunder toward Futian. However, there was a continuous sound. It pierced through his eardrum with a magical power, and he was also drawn into the illusion. Now, he saw himself charging toward Futian, but in the background was a cliff. He realized he had been mentally attacked. He soon ignited his blade with the fire element power he possessed. He jumped off into the air and came down with authority. His hands were holding the sword firmly, and the blade was pointed exactly at Futian's forehead. Futian suddenly sped up his fingers. His fingers were now insanely fast, and there was a dragon vaguely roaring in the song. Soon, he swung his hand towards his opponent, and the swordsman saw a dragon flying right at him. The dragon was not hurt by the blade at all, and totally engulfed his body in a second. In reality, people saw the swordsman suddenly stop his attack. He looked painful and desperate, and soon after, he fell onto the ground, severely injured. Futian finished the last note of his song, and said peacefully, "You all insult my professor, but can only train disciples at this level." Chapter 57. Chapter 57. The Battle of the Disciples. Chapter 57. The Battle of the Disciples. Futian's words acted as a slap to the face. The people who had previously insulted Hua Fenglu were now fuming, their expressions dark. It was a palace celebration and the art saint was present. They had simply wanted to get on his good side by badmouthing his rival. They had never expected for the Qin devil's exceptionally gifted disciple to appear with a challenge. The young man sitting behind the Qin had clean, carefree eyes. Unravel and the other dancers stared at his back with infatuation. It turned out that the young Qin player was capable of shining so bright. Lin Xia and Xiao He could also feel Futian's excellence. They were acquainted with the young man he had just defeated. The young man's skills were not lacking at all, but he was still defeated instantly by Futian's musical spells. It was easy to see just how powerful Futian was. Lin Xia thought, if it had been her up against him, the results would probably be the same. The venue fell into silence once again. Even though it was a simple challenge and did not seem to symbolize anything, the other youth knew better than to step up on a whim. Musical spells attacked the spirit and were extremely forceful. The young swordsman Futian had just defeated was also a 3-starred glory plane sorcerer, so his spirit was pretty strong. But he was injured by Futian's musical spell even though he had yet to put in full force. This meant that any martial or divination art cultivators below the 3-starred glory plane should not even think about going up against Futian. If your spirit was not strong enough, you would be immediately defeated by his musical spells. It seems like the Qin devil has a successor. Who else is willing to give it a go? Asked Lord Luo. His tone was still calm, but in his heart, he was very unhappy. Today was his birthday celebration, but his spotlight had been stolen by the Qin devil's disciple. If Futian had been the disciple of a friend, it would have been better, but he was the disciple of the Qin devil. Since Lord Luo was good friends with the art saint, it was only natural that he did not like Hua Fenglu very much. Plus, what Futian said before had offended many people, and all of these people were his guests. However, Futian had been frank about his intentions from the beginning, which made it hard to pick any problems with him. After all, the group of elders could not blatantly pick on a youngster. Therefore, the best solution was to have Futian be defeated by one of the young people present. "I'll go," someone uttered. From the crowd, an excited young man dressed in extravagant golden clothing came forth. His aura was remarkable. That's Su Qing. He's a thunder and fire bi-elemental sorcerer in the 4-starred glory plane, said someone in the crowd. Everyone looked at him with anticipation, especially the youngsters from the Luo Palace. The spirit of 4-starred glory plane cultivators was slightly stronger and should be able to withstand Yi Futian's musical attacks. As long as the musical spells had no effect, Yi Futian was defeated. Su Qing, 4-starred glory plane sorcerer. Su Qing introduced himself to Yi Futian. Please, answered Yi Futian, not losing his patience. As he invited Su Qing onto the makeshift battlefield, Yi Futian lowered his head and his fingers began to stroke the chords once again, blocking out everyone else in his surroundings. The people frowned as they listened to him play. This time around, his music lacked the feeling from before. The notes seemed to be random, unable to form into a distinguishable piece. The demon flurry, a look of recognition was on the art saint's face. He was old rivals with Hua Fenglu, and was therefore familiar with his attack pieces. The piece that Yi Futian played before was the Tsongshan Dragon Chant, and this was the Demon Flurry. What seemed to be a disorganized piece was actually very powerful to deal with. Thunder and fire, elemental spiritual qi erupted from Su Qing, and it flowed around him as it harmonized with his spirit. The notes of Yi Futian's qin continued to enter his ears. Su Qing grew increasingly agitated. He was unable to focus his spirit, and he felt himself lose control of the spiritual qi as he attempted to gather it for a spell. In sorcery, it was essential for one's spirit to accurately and efficiently gather spiritual qi, or else the spells would never succeed. The crowd began to take notice of the strange scene. Su Qing continued to gather large amounts of spiritual qi, but had yet to be able to form a spell. The spiritual qi continued to revolve around Su Qing in a violent manner. What's happening? The people were curious. Yi Futian's musical spell seemed to only be affecting one person. The invisible sound waves were all focused in Su Qing's direction. The onlookers could only hear random chords being played, but Su Qing was able to hear the spirit-attacking piece of the Demon Flurry clearly. Su Qing remained in one spot. He looked terrible as the sweat ran down his face. Something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. The Demon Flurry did not attack directly, as the Tsongshan Dragon Chant did. Instead, it obstructed the release of the subject's sorcery. This piece was a sorcerer's kryptonite. As Yi Futian continued to play, it became increasingly difficult for Su Qing to focus his spirit. His will was weakening. This battle took such a large toll on him, like nothing he had ever experienced before, but at the same time, this was his first time going against a musical sorcerer. The results are clear. That's enough, said the art saint. His calm voice managed to carry great force, interrupting the music once again. Yi Futian took his hands off the qin, looking as calm as ever. It was as if he had just played any old piece. On the other hand, Su Qing, who was still standing, looked as pale as a ghost. His body was shaking lightly, and he glared at Yi Futian with burning rage. Su Qing had never been so humiliated before. Was that really a battle? From beginning to end, Su Qing did not get a single opportunity to make his move. He was trapped by the music. If they had continued, his spirit would have been depleted. The art saint looked at Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu did not come back to Donghai City with his disciple as retirement plan. Step down, ordered Lord Luo when he saw that Su Qing had no intention of moving from his position. Su Qing was unwilling, but because Lord Luo said so, he backed down. His legs shook weakly beneath him as he walked away. He began to wonder, what would have happened if he gave up on gathering spiritual qi for a spell and chose to attack at close range instead? Su Qing regretted not trying. Yi Futian remained seated and only stood when no one else came forward. To Lord Luo he said, "My deepest apologies for interrupting your birthday celebration. I only wish to punish these people for their disrespectful words towards my master. I will excuse myself now. You already started your tantrum. Do you think you can just leave like this?" Someone voiced coldly. Everyone turned their attention to the young man beside the art saint. Zhoumu was shooting daggers at Yi Futian with his eyes. The art saint disabled the Qin devil years ago. Now, were their disciples going to recreate history? The youngsters in the crowd were excited. Only Zhoumu could avenge them now. Yi Futian's musical sorcery was able to restrain both martial and divination art cultivators. You want a duel? Asked Yi Futian. Zhoumu, 5-starred glory plane. I'm on a higher level than you and initially had no plans of challenging you, but seeing how arrogant you are, I can only step up to the plate. Don't say that I'm bullying you, warned Zhoumu. Then he stepped up and stood opposite of Yi Futian. Everyone had their eyes glued on the two young men. They sneered at Yi Futian. If they had simply let him go, not only the people who badmouthed Hua Fenglu, but all the youngsters present as well, would have felt utterly humiliated. Now that Zhoumu was going to make his move, the results were set. Lin Xie was also looking at the two young men. Yi Futian's performance was very surprising, but his opponent this time was Zhoumu. She really hoped that he would reject the challenge. Zhoumu was at a higher level than Yi Futian, and so it would not be embarrassing for him to reject. Then, let's fight. Just as Lin Xie was thinking, Yi Futian had already spoken. He returned to his seat once more. Hua Fenglu had his powers disabled by the art saint all those years ago, but Yi Futian was still not powerful enough to get revenge. However, fighting the art saint's disciple was something he could manage. Yi Futian sat down and the music started again. Zhoumu bent down on the ground and drew with his hands. Spiritual qi gathered at his fingertips and was released to form a picture. It was a lifelike goshawk. He heard the notes that Yi Futian played but remained unaffected because he was a powerful 5-starred glory plane cultivator. His spirit was strong and therefore unaffected. Su Qing continued to draw. Not long after, he completed the goshawk and it soared through the sky and headed to attack Yi Futian. Bystanders were shocked. Su Qing's skills as a conjurer were too powerful. The pace at which Yi Futian played sped up. His fingers flew rapidly across the instruments. Every note attacked the goshawk. This caused the goshawk's body to break down piece by piece, but because it felt no pain, the goshawk did not halt its attacks on Yi Futian. After a while, only half of the goshawk's body was left, but it still descended with talons ready to attack Yi Futian. Yi Futian continued to stroke at the cords and finally, the goshawk's body broke apart completely. Simultaneously, Yi Futian's chin broke apart as well. A gust of wind swept past. Yi Futian's clothes and hair danced in the wind. Vulnerable. The people were stunned by what happened and began commenting on Yi Futian's defeat. Zhoumu was powerful indeed. Yi Futian was defeated as soon as he stepped in. Yi Futian was a musical sorcerer. How was he going to battle without a qin? Lin Xie sighed. Yi Futian was strong, but his opponent was the art saint's genius disciple. However, Yi Futian was unfazed. He had a silent epiphany. He finally understood why Hua Fenglu lost to the art saint. The creature created by Zhoumu was unaffected by the sounds of the qin. After receiving multiple blows to its body, it continued to attack. It was all because it was lifeless, only controlled by the conjurer. Musical spells were able to restrain ordinary martial and divination art cultivators, but were restrained by conjurers. It was also because of this that one blow from Zhoumu, who was 2 levels higher than himself, destroyed his qin. Is this all you've got? Zhoumu was throwing Yi Futian's words back at him. Zhoumu stood in place with great pride. Although I have master's guidance, I lack the gift and am still unable to learn the main points of musical sorcery, said Yi Futian. And that's why musical sorcery is only my weakest link. Chapter 58. As soon as Yi Futian stopped talking, the people in the banquet room stopped smiling. Moments before, Zhoumu, the disciple of the art saint, had accepted the Yi Futian challenge and even broke his guqin. People were about to latch on this chance and chastise Yi Futian in order to retrieve their dignity. However, even before they began, Yi Futian shocked them again with his overbearing statement. As soon as Yi Futian stopped talking, the people in the banquet room stopped smiling. Moments before, Zhoumu, the disciple of the art saint, had accepted the Yi Futian challenge and even broke his guqin. People were about to latch on this chance and chastise Yi Futian in order to retrieve their dignity. However, even before they began, Yi Futian shocked them again with his overbearing statement. Musical sorcery was his worst talent? They had seen many people who were reluctant to admit defeat, but they now considered Yi Futian even worse, almost shameless. Yi Futian defeated 2 young geniuses with music spells and successfully intimidated a lot of others. However, Now he claimed that musical sorcery was his weakest skill. He was intentionally humiliating the young men at the banquet, suggesting that they were too lame to even compete with his worst skill. It almost seemed that he forgot the fact that his guqin had been broken within a second. The big chiefs in the room did not believe him either. He acted like his defeat had not happened. This was intolerable. Your instrument has been broken. How dare you keep talking like this? Show me what you got without your guqin now. Su Qing was still mad that he did not get to beat up Futian. He was a 4-star glory plane mage with double element talent, but he did not even get the chance to fight. This was something he felt very angry about. You are not good enough for me, Futian said peacefully while walking toward Zhoumu. Su Qing ignored his rejection. He stood up from his seat, and the spirit and qi around his body started to gather in a frenzy. Futian stopped walking and gave Su Qing a glance. He noticed that thunderbolts clashed around Su Qing, and rage was burning in his eyes. Su Qing believed his previous defeat only happened because his spell channeling had been interfered with by the music spell. Otherwise, Futian would have been doomed. Thunder spell, the thunder vortex. All the thunderbolts converged over his body, and Su Qing almost looked like Thor's incarnate. Piercing lights were centered in his palm, and its power would be tremendous. However, Futian started smiling. He also reached out his hands, and suddenly, there were also thunderbolts converging into his palm. Soon, there was a whirl of thunder that formed a sphere in his right hand. I can do that too. Futian sounded peaceful. People were so shocked that two boys were channeling the same spell. Even though Futian was in the lower plane, the thunderbolts in his palm were actually more converged than those Su Qing's palm. It actually indicated that Futian possessed a higher level of control over this spell than Su Qing did. Su Qing was extremely embarrassed. It was considered an utter humiliation to counter the attack of one's opponent with the same spell. Charge! Qing cast his vortex toward Futian. The thunderbolts were so fast that they would pierce through Futian's body in a second. Su Qing did not stop there. He started converging the fire element to initiate the following spell. As a double element mage, he was good at spell combos. However, Futian easily dodged the thunder vortex. He started charging towards Su Qing, carrying his own thunder vortex in his palm. This spell was supposed to be a ranged attack, but Futian transformed it into melee range. Futian almost teleported across the space between them, and he appeared right in front of Su Qing without leaving him any time to react. Su Qing's body was frozen. Futian was looking at Su Qing directly in the eye. His palm was so close to his body that Su Qing was just several centimeters away from death. He realized that Futian was showering him with mercy. Are we done? Futian dispelled his attack, then turned around and kept walking to Zhoumu, leaving Su Qing behind him, dumbfounded. He walked and talked in such a peaceful manner that people even somehow started to respect him. He defeated Su Qing, a powerful mage, with the exact same spell. How incredible was that? Was it true that musical sorcery was his weakest ability? As a disciple of the Qin devil, was he still hiding more unknown power from everybody? Futian stopped in front of Zhoumu. He laughed and challenged Zhoumu. Futian, 3-star glory plane. Please show me your ways. People knew he was doing this intentionally. They already knew his plane. He made this introduction only to agitate Zhoumu. Zhoumu ignored this provocation. The spirit and qi started converging in his body. He drew something in the air with his hand, and people noticed it was a sharp sword. The sword was made of gold element qi in the universe. Zhoumu is serious. The audience was curious about how Futian would finally be defeated by a real genius. Zhoumu suddenly launched his attack. The sword aimed right at Futian's throat, and it was flying really fast. Futian also made a quick reaction. He leaned to his left, and the sword missed him by such a narrow margin that it actually cut off several of his hairs. What? Futian sensed danger coming from behind. After missing the first strike, the sword turned around and flew back at him. However, meanwhile, another sword was approaching from the opposite direction. With a single stroke, swords were created endlessly. Controlling the swords with mental power? Futian was shocked at this ability. Invoker and musical sorcerer had the similar abilities in mental control. Futian summoned a terrifying gold element storm around his body to protect himself. The barrier was a dark gold, almost like a solid armor. When the swords connected with the barrier, rather than breaking through, they were absorbed by the armor. Since Zhou was summoning hundreds of swords, each individual sword did not contain power strong enough to break through the barrier. But the quantity was just so immense. The swords Zhou summoned were arranged into rows. Hundreds of swords hung all around the barrier Futian summoned, not attacking. Zhou was obviously looking for a weak spot to concentrate his attack. Meanwhile, he kept summoning more and more swords into the fight. Futian believed he must act now to grab the upper hand. He suddenly came out of the barrier and appeared before Zhou with wind element power. He realized that as the disciple of the art saint, Zhou was a perfect invoker. However, he seemed to be really weak at martial arts. Melee ranged attack might provide a good opportunity for Futian. Countless swords suddenly started moving and chasing after him again. Several of them were deployed around Zhou body as defense mechanism. They were forming an array to intercept Futian. However, Futian slid through the defense and kept approaching Zhou. Zhou also knew melee range was his weak spot. He initiated a wind element spell to drive his body away from Futian. The array of swords moved with him. As Futian approached, the swords kept attacking him continuously. Zhou was trying to block every possible route for Futian. Futian finally became impatient. He stopped dodging and formed the golden armor around his body again. With the swords continuously crushing the armor, cracks started to show, and the armor finally shattered into pieces. However, a pair of wings appeared on his back. The golden wings covered his body from the swords, and he almost reached the melee range of Zhou. Meanwhile, Zhou had also finished his final summoning. He summoned a demon lion with wings on its back. In fact, people had never seen a demon lion like this. This monster was only made real because Zhou was such a powerful invoker that he was able to inject his creation into form without being limited by reality. The demon lion pounced on Futian. People were shocked at how Zhou kept summoning different forms of monsters by drawing. His incomparable mental power made it possible for a sorcerer to block a warrior outside his melee range. When the demon lion almost reached his body, Futian finally released his natal spirit, the divine rock. He decided not to hide this ability anymore because he had already released the rock in Donghai Academy. A mandate sorcerer. People were surprised and awed. The divine rock was made of wind and gold element powers. However, Futian was also a musical sorcerer. People were curious where that power of mental control came from. It obviously did not belong to the divine rock. A gold and gray storm consisting of both gold and wind elements converged around his body. Soon, he jumped into the air, and the speed he showed obviously came from the wind element spell. Futian became the incarnate of divine rock himself. The divine rock crashed with the demon lion in the air, and it generated a strong shock wave, knocking over many desks. While people opened their eyes again after the shock wave, they noticed that the demon lion failed. The momentum of divine rock tore the lion into pieces of spirit and chi, which soon disappeared in the space. The audience lost any previous estimation of how powerful Futian was supposed to be. He was a musical sorcerer, a multi-element, a mandate sorcerer, and a warrior. He even had such a powerful natal spirit. It seemed as if he had no weak spots at all. No wonder he said musical sorcery was his weak link. He had not been lying. Lin Xie was astonished. She never imagined that the pretty boy she met would soon unveil his disguise and show how powerful he was. Nandu Wanshan felt a little bit frustrated. Now it was apparent that the disciple of the Qin Devil was more talented than the disciple of the art saint. The only reason Zhou did not lose the fight in an embarrassing way was because he was still in the higher plane. That's all you got? You are in the higher plane than I am. Futian laughed at Zhou. Zhou was seriously pissed off and decided to release his own natal spirit. The natal spirit was a shadow with the eyes of Satan. Evil mental power was permeating around Zhou. Futian recognized this natal spirit. It was a mind-controlling natal spirit, and Futian believed there was quite a lot of similarities between this one and the Eyes of Storm he possessed. Futian was about to turn to the audience and announce that the fight was over. However, he suddenly perceived Zhou Mu's natal spirit. But it was too late. The mental power pierced into his mind and somehow started warning him. Chapter 59. Futian froze, conscious of the force of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was an invisible force. If a powerful cultivator in the arcana plane made a move with the energy, it was definitely possible for it to go unnoticed by others. Futian froze, conscious of the force of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was an invisible force. If a powerful cultivator in the arcana plane made a move with the energy, it was definitely possible for it to go unnoticed by others. That's enough. Go home. A low voice resonated in his mind. It was hard to tell who the voice belonged to, but it did not seem to mean any harm. The voice only wanted to persuade him to stop here. In reality, Futian had already announced his leave after defeating Su Qing, but Zhou Mu stepped up, so he could only continue to fight. Hua Fenglu once lost to the art saint and even had his life spirit disabled. Then today, people insulted him. The art saint's disciple made the first move and went as far as destroying the guqin that Futian played. He could not just walk away after defeat. How would that reflect on Hua Fenglu? That was the reason for his attacks on Zhou Mu. Just as Futian was deep in thought, Zhou Mu had completed yet another drawing. This time, it was a large golden dragon, ferocious and arrogant. The golden dragon revolved around Zhou Mu's being. The energy from his life spirit rushed out in a crazed manner and descended on the dragon. It was as if a real dragon was present. Those that were shocked by Futian were now in awe because of Zhou Mu. He was even more intimidating since he was going all in. Futian showed no expression. A wild force of spiritual qi gathered in his body and formed a golden rock. He flew into the sky and shined brighter than anything else. At this point, Futian's only option was to fight until the end. However, he still appreciated the voice for warning him. Zhou Mu and Futian moved at the same time. The golden dragon and the golden rock were about to collide. The spiritual qi in the atmosphere went wild and the skies began to change color. High-level cultivators at the venue joined hands to create a force field to block out the powerful energy given off by Futian and Zhou Mu's attacks. Just then, Futian felt another force of spiritual energy invade his mind. This time, there were no warnings, but a direct attack. Futian felt a stabbing pain, then his nerves began to grow numb, almost like he was about to lose all his senses. Just as he was approaching Zhou Mu, Futian lost control of the flow of spiritual qi. Boom! A loud crash. Futian had no idea where the attack came from, but after he was attacked, his own attack on Zhou Mu was weakened by a significant amount. The golden dragon imploded. Zhou Mu and Futian retreated at the same time. All of these events happened in the span of minutes. When Futian landed on the ground, he felt no anger, but smiled instead. There were a lot of important people present at today's celebration. It was only natural that they could not put down their pride to intrude in a battle between two youngsters, but if they couldn't do it blatantly, they could do it in secret. Looks like the first voice that warned him knew that this would happen. Who was it that warned him? And who was it that attacked him? Obviously, Futian was not dumb enough to reveal that he had been attacked. His attacker was most likely looking for an excuse to put him in his place. If he were to come out and accuse of the high authority figures, then they would have a legitimate reason to get rid of Futian. Thank you for this experience. Futian smiled. However, he was not looking at Zhou Mu when he said this, but to the group of VIPs. His attacker would understand what he meant. I have unwillingly disturbed your celebration, Lord Luo. I am grateful for your understanding. If you'll excuse me, I shall be on my way now. Futian smiled as he bowed and turned to leave. He did not want to fight any longer. His attack had already resorted to this method. If Futian did not stop the battle, he would only be at a disadvantage. The battle isn't over. Are you really leaving? Zhou Mu shouted at Futian's back. He seemed to have gained quite a bit of confidence. Zhou Mu, that's enough, said the art saint. Zhou Mu was stunned, but when he recovered, he spoke again. If the opportunity ever comes again, we shall finish where we left off. At that time, I will be sure to give it my all. Sure. Today is Lord Luo's celebration, so I didn't want to cause too much of a ruckus. Therefore, I only used about 50% of my power. When we battle again, you'll see what I'm talking about, said Futian as he continued on his way out of the palace. His words piqued Zhou Mu's interest. Futian was able to drive him to a breaking point, but now he said that he was only using half of his powers? Shameless. Maniac. Everyone began voicing their opinions of Futian. Somebody tried to brown-nose the art saint once again. The art saint was nice enough to let him go without making him look bad after being defeated by Zhou Mu. How dare he say such ridiculous things? Absolutely preposterous. That shameless bastard. The insults continued around the venue. Zhou Mu's performance was fascinating. He is definitely fitting as your disciple, Brother Hua, complimented Lord Luo. Many people agreed with him, but the high-powered people present knew even though Zhou Mu was able to fend off Futian's attack towards the end, there was no telling how things would have ended had they continued their battle. Plus, Zhou Mu was 2 levels above Futian. His victory in this battle was nothing to brag about. Xia Fan did not look too good. He realized that he never got to truly get to know Futian. His extraordinary gifts would explain why Hua Fenglu was willing to take him in as a disciple and even went crazy to try to save him. Futian had to be rid of as soon as possible. He could not be allowed to keep growing stronger. At the party venue, besides the rivalry between the art saint and Futian's master, the Guqin devil, nobody had anything against Futian himself. Even if they had been humiliated by him today, it could not be considered a bloody feud. Therefore, they had no need to be wary of Futian. However, it was different for Xia Yan. If he allowed Futian to keep getting stronger, Futian would definitely try to kill him. I never expected Futian to be able to withstand a battle with Zhou Mu. He is pretty gifted. No wonder the Guqin devil took him as a disciple. When I was in the city of Qingzhou, I even saw him flirting with Hua Jieyu. The two of them seem to have an extraordinary relationship. I'm afraid she has fallen victim to his lies. Futian harbors bad intentions, said Xia Fan. His words drew everyone's attention. It was obvious that Xia Fan had something against Futian. Hua Jieyu is the little princess of the Nandu family, and from what everyone said, has an excellent gift. Brother Nandu, you should keep an eye out, said Lord Luo. Nandu Wanshan looked at Lord Luo and said, thank you for your advice. But Hua Jieyu was in Qingzhou City cultivating under her father's guidance, and Futian is his disciple. It's only natural that they will be in good relations with one another. However, I will still remember to have a talk with her. I'm sure that you will come to your own conclusions, nodded Lord Luo. Beside him, the art saint was in deep thought. After a while, he spoke up. Futian did not come to convey his blessings. If my predictions are correct, he came because Lord Luo could heal Hua Fengluo's injury. Lord Luo was stunned. You're saying that he originally wanted to come and ask me to heal his master? That's right, nodded the art saint. He thought back at home. Futian stood up to the people who insulted Hua Fenglu and could not help but say, Hua Fenglu choose a good disciple. The art saint personally complimented Futian. Nobody knew what to say to that. Zhou Mu, head to Donghai Academy's School of the Emperor's Star tomorrow, the art saint said suddenly. His voice was calm, as if he knew that just one word could get Zhou Mu into the school without testing. In addition, none of the high-powered authorities thought that this was strange. On the contrary, it seemed like such a normal thing. Even the elder from the Emperor's Star School did not seem to have a problem with this. Futian would have never seen this coming. Okay, Zhou Mu nodded. Hua Jieyu of the Nanu family was also in the Emperor's Star School. Also, Futian attended Donghai Academy as well. A big congratulations to the School of the Emperor's Star for gaining yet another spectacular student. Lord Luo smiled at the elder. Lin Xia observed everything in silence. Futian's handsome figure appeared in her mind. That reckless fellow had no idea of the relationship between the Emperor's Star School, the art saint, and Lord Luo. It was a good thing that he was clever. Although he was reckless, he was also careful. He did not do or say anything that could be used to threaten him in the future. Although a public setting such as this could not be considered dangerous, it seemed like Futian had already made some enemies. The celebration continued, but could not return to the atmosphere at the beginning of the event. Lord Luo was supposed to be the only star of the night. However, his spotlight was stolen by Futian. At this moment, Futian was headed back to Donghai Academy mounted on the Black Wind Eagle. The wind blowing on him cleared his mind as well. He knew clearly that his actions today were reckless, but he could not bear to watch as the art saint received everyone's respect, and his disciple flooded with compliments, while Hua Fenglu was disabled and insulted to make the art saint look better. "I'm afraid I've offended some people today," Futian muttered. He must be careful from now on, especially around Xiafan. Futian knew that after the battle, Xiafan was definitely going to try to kill him. As for the others, they may worry about their reputation and therefore not be able to take care of Futian personally, but that did not mean they wouldn't try to operate in the shadows. This point was evident when he was attacked during the battle against Zhou Mu. "The person who attacked me is either the art saint or Lord Luo," Futian thought to himself. They were both sorcerers of the spirit element. And the person who gave me that warning was most likely the elder from the school of the Emperor's Star, Futian analyzed. When Futian got back to Donghai Academy, many people stared at him. He was becoming more and more well-known around campus. However, Futian paid them no attention and continued on his way. It was then that several people came up and blocked his path. "Futian," said the leader of the pack. "Yes?" Futian had never seen this person before. "Jingyang of the School of the Flirting Star wishes to challenge you. Why do you keep avoiding it?" asked the person. Futian looked at the person in front of him and thought of how stupid this was. He did not want to acknowledge them, and so he chose to escape from the side. "When you said you didn't have time, it was just a poor excuse, wasn't it? You only got accepted into the School of the Finance Star because you defeated students from our school. Are you scared now that you got into the academy? Is this who you really are? Don't you think you're disgracing your school?" The person continued to pester Futian. There were many onlookers at this point. Futian stopped in place. With his back still facing the students of the Flirting Star School, he said, "I'm not in a good mood right now, so you better shut up and stop trying to pick a fight with me, or else you'll regret it." Finishing what he had to say, Futian was ready to walk away again, but the person would not take no for an answer. He laughed and said, "You're really opening my eyes to something new. I've never met a person who can be so thick-skinned after being too chicken to battle." The foot that Futian picked up to leave was placed on the ground once again. Everyone watched as he turned around with a bright big smile and said, "Tell Jingyang, I will be waiting for him here." Chapter 60. The news that Futian finally accepted Jingyang's challenge soon spread around all the academy, causing a great sensation. People were now swarming toward the dorm where Futian lived. The news that Futian finally accepted Jingyang's challenge soon spread around all the academy, causing a great sensation. People were now swarming toward the dorm where Futian lived. Several weeks before, when Futian was first accepted to the School of Finance Star, Jingyan issued him a letter formally challenging him, and Futian rejected it with the excuse that he did not have time, which made people confused. Jingyang commented arrogantly on the response from Futian, saying he was just SOSO. The whole story was rather dramatic. One of them was the genius who just got admitted, and the other one was the top student from the School of Flirting Star. This challenge was really important to students in the School of Flirting Star because they hungered for the revenge. Futian's attitude truly made them upset. Now, Futian was agitated and agreed to fight. There was already a large audience watching Futian. He stood peacefully, with his hands in his pockets. He acted almost like a master in this school. Tang Wan was looking at him and believed he was using this manner as a bluff. Most students in the School of Flirting Star gradually arrived. They were all staring at Futian with hatred. They believed Jingyang would definitely win this fight because he was the private disciple of someone powerful who ran this school. There were also many students from the School of Finance Star. Some of them did not like Futian much, but still, they hoped that Futian would win. At least Futian was attending the same school, so this fight was obviously about dignity. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi also came. They had been badly anticipating the fight because there was finally someone able to get revenge for them. Since Jingyang was not studying in the same place with others, he arrived a little bit late. When he arrived, he was surrounded by students from the School of Flirting Star. They were loud and imposing. The audience moved and formed a path for Jingyang. The group with him also stopped, and let him enter the field where Futian was waiting. Finally, you agree to fight, coward? Jingyang sneered at him. In fact, it was unexpected that Futian accepted the challenge. Stop spouting nonsense. You have wasted so much of my time, so just shut up and prepare to get your ass kicked. Futian looked at Jingyang for the very first time. Jingyang was confused about his attitude and wondered how crazy this boy was to say something like that. The audience was also shocked. They could not understand this contempt from Futian at all. Jingyang was the superstar in the school of Flirting Star, the private disciple of someone truly powerful who ran the school. However, Futian acted so arrogantly, as if it was a waste of his time to wait for Jingyang. People soon remembered his "no time for this" comment about challenge and became speechless about this boy. They realized he had never taken this fight seriously from the beginning. People from the school of Flirting Star looked extremely embarrassed. Never had there been a student who disrespected their school in such a way. Jingyang sneered at Futian. You are the first guy. Futian did not let him finish. He initiated his attack, shooting his body at Jingyang like a thunder. Jingyang swallowed the second half of his sentence. He started driving the spirit and qi in the universe to react. Silk imprisonment. Jingyang cast his spell. The gold element power formed countless silk threads that flew towards Futian. They were blocking the space around him, confining his movement. He is a genius, is he not? People were awed by Jingyang. There are different levels of difficulty for spells, and silk imprisonment was definitely among the top level of all spells. It required extremely strong mental control to run thousands of silk threads at the same time. This spell was really mighty because it could confine the freedom of opponent or directly kill him, depending on the will of the spellcaster. A pair of golden wings made of spirit and qi appeared on Futian's back, and the wings were so sharp that they slashed the countless silk threads into pieces. The attack from Jingyang was not effective at all facing the absolute power of Futian. Jingyang was caught by surprise for a moment. He did not anticipate that Futian could survive his previous attack. He changed his spell a little, and suddenly, all the silk threads straightened and rained down as needles. Futian wrapped his wings around his body to protect himself from the needles and charged at lightning speed at Jingyang, leaving only his shadow behind. The next moment, Jingyang saw a fist coming at him. Instead of fancy techniques, it was just a simple punch. Without any time for a reaction, Jingyang's body fell to the ground, blood covering his face. He was the same plane as Futian, and the latter didn't want to waste his time. However, he was finally forced to accept because so many students in the academy started considering him a coward. He had to fight for his own reputation. This punch made the audience feel as if their hearts were shaking. It was truly nasty and rough. Soon, all they witnessed as Futian endlessly punched Jingyang with his bare fists. Bang, bang, bang. With every sound of the solid punches, the audience was becoming more shocked by this fight. Satisfied? Futian said coldly. People were totally speechless. Futian asked Jingyang if he was ready to get his ass kicked before the fight, and now he was restating his point. What an arrogant attitude. People were confused by how quickly and easily Jingyang had been defeated. He was the private disciple of the school of the Flirting Star's supervisor, and had said that Futian was SOSO before the fight. However, he had been totally humiliated by this fight. Just SOSO? That was Jingyang, not Futian. Stop! Students from the school of Flirting Star felt angry and yelled at Futian. Futian stood up and looked at those students. He laughed and said, "Is this what you were asking for?" He let go of Jingyang and left. People even forgot to check on Jingyang after he left. Futian could feel hundreds of eyes following him. This feeling of being the center of attention gave him a weird feeling of pride. It's not my fault. They asked for it. It seemed that as long as Futian was still a student of Donghai Academy, this humiliation of the school of Flirting Star would never be erased. Futian's mind was eased slightly after he let out his rage on Jingyang. Staying in the Lord Palace was a good life for him, but somehow he felt depressed, especially now that it was impossible to find some help for Hua Fenglu. When he returned to the room, he noticed that there was one more person. Yushang had lived with him for a long time. However, There was someone standing next to Yusheng in their room. Yi Futian was surprised when he clearly saw the person. He kept blinking to make sure it was true. It was a girl, about 16 years old, standing next to Yusheng. She was petite and cute, with a gorgeous face. Yi Futian confirmed with a quick glance that this girl was definitely a sweetheart. Yusheng and the girl noticed that Yi Futian was back. The girl looked at Yi Futian and started smiling. Yusheng opened his mouth, as if he was trying to explain. "Keep going. Just ignore me." Yi Futian turned around. "Wait," a soft voice said. Yi Futian stopped and saw the girl smiling at him. When she was smiling, the beauty from her unique youthfulness was even more attractive. "It's not what it looks like," Yusheng tried to explain. Yi Futian laughed and asked, "What does it look like?" Yusheng was silent, not sure what to say. He had always been awkward compared to Yi Futian. "Qingxian came here for us," Yusheng said. "Wow, you're using just her first name already. Sounds like there's been great progress between you guys, right?" Yi Futian was still making fun of him. Yusheng did not know how to respond at all. "I told him to call me by my first name." The girl smiled and said, "I'm Yi Qingxian, so just call me Qingxian." Yi Futian. He also introduced himself. "I know you." Yi Qingxian nodded. "I was there watching your first fight with the School of Flirting Star. I saw every bit of the fight. You were so good." "Yusheng is better." Yi Futian was still laughing. It was almost like he was trying to make Yusheng more embarrassed. "You are both really good." She kept smiling. "He's not only good. You know what? He's single and available too." Yusheng wanted to run out the room. Yi Qingxian fluttered her beautiful lashes and smiled. "You guys are interesting. I guess I will see you next time." She soon stood up and left. As she passed by Yi Futian, he whispered to her, "What do you think about my buddy? Like him?" Yi Qingxian blushed and answered in lowered voice, "He's nice." Then she just ran out of the room. Yi Futian started to laugh even harder. He looked at Yusheng with a wicked smile and asked, "Tell me, Yusheng, how far did you go with her when I was not here?" Yusheng said, "She came to ask whether we would be willing to get tested and go to the upper level of cultivation in the School of Finance Star. She was sent here by the supervisor?" Yi Futian was curious. "I guess so. I did not ask," Yusheng said. "She must be someone special in this school. Not to mention, she is so beautiful and sweet. I think she's good for you. What do you think?" Yi Futian asked Yusheng. "I have no idea what you are talking about." Yusheng was numb. "Boy, she blushed when I asked her about you. I guess she's got a crush on you. Do you have the same feeling?" Yi Futian kept nagging him. "My father told me to stay away from girls. You know that. He told me my lifelong task is to help you build your kingdom." Yusheng was serious. Yi Futian had to stop joking when he realized Yusheng meant what he said. Then he started talking again. "Yusheng, I know my godfather has really high expectations for me, but I believe the future is still far away for us. Life is so long that neither you nor I knows where we will end up. I know he believes I was born to be the king, but there's a long journey ahead of us. So, I hope we can enjoy this journey together. We are brothers, not master and servant. The future belongs to both of us. It's his will that I should live for you." "It's meant to be this way," Yusheng insisted. "I told you, he's not here, so forget about what he said. My word is the law now." Yi Futian had suddenly started to yell. Yusheng was shocked seeing him angry. He lowered his head, but still looked stubborn. The guilty look on Yusheng's face made Yi Futian somewhat regret yelling at him. He lowered his voice and said, "Yusheng, forget the shackles he has put on you. You should have your own life, a really happy one. If you do, I will also feel happy for you even you leave me alone someday." Yusheng looked at Yi Futian and found that he was smiling again. He almost cried and swore to himself that he would never leave Yi Futian alone, ever. Chapter 61. Yi Futian of the School of the Finance Star had brutally defeated Jing Yang from the School of the Flirting Star. This news spread like wildfire through the academy the following day. Everyone gossiped amongst themselves after hearing the details. Yi Futian of the School of the Finance Star had brutally defeated Jing Yang from the School of the Flirting Star. This news spread like wildfire through the academy the following day. Everyone gossiped amongst themselves after hearing the details. Jingyang had wanted to salvage his school's reputation, but had been ruthlessly defeated by Futian. He did not even get a chance to defend himself. All of these details made Jingyang the laughingstock of the school. He had previously called out Futian for being gutless and running away from his challenge. This time around, it was impossible to recover from the humiliation, not only for Jingyang, but for the school of the Flirting Star as well. The students of the Flirting Star School felt judged by their fellow schoolmates as they walked around the campus. They were so humiliated. It was because they had been humiliated that they wanted to retaliate against Futian, but by the looks of things now, it was mission impossible. Futian was a freak. It was not only the students of the Flirting Star School who thought this way. Everyone in Donghai Academy felt this way. Futian was the devil in disguise. Within the school of the Emperor Star, Hua Jieyu was sitting in her dorm. Shu Yuyin was also with her. They were in the middle talking about Futian's battle with Jingyang. Hua Jieyu smiled as she asked, "So you mean they serve themselves up on a silver platter?" "Yeah. I heard that Futian was not interested in their challenge, but they were being shameless. They blocked his way and threw insults at him. Only then did Futian give in and waited for Jingyang. His first words when Jingyang arrived were, 'Are you ready for a good beating?' 'Isn't he wild?' laughed Shu Yuyin. Hua Jiyu smiled and replied, 'Yeah, he's awful.' Shu Yuyin was a little suspicious of Hua Jiyu. She never used to be interested in such gossip, but after the first time Shu Yuyin mentioned Futian, Hua Jiyu began to show interest. Now, she listened to every story with ears wide open. "Last time you said that the person you liked was an awful guy. Now you're showing so much interest in Futian. You haven't had a change in heart, have you?" Shu Yuyin asked Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu was dumbfounded. She went on to say, "What are you talking about? I just think that punk is interesting." "That's good. I really thought you had a change of heart. I would have felt so bad for the guy you liked," Shu Yuyin said. "Oh, that's right. I heard teachers say that the art saint's disciple, Zhou Mu, will be coming to cultivate at the Emperor Star School. He doesn't even have to be tested. Rumors say that he is genius conjurer." "Okay," Hua Jiyu replied nonchalantly. From her expression, Shu Yuyin knew that she was uninterested. Smiling, Shu Yuyin said, "Looks like you don't have a single ounce of interest in the art saint's disciple. This makes me curious about what kind of person the guy you like is. How bad could he be?" "You'll find out in the future," Hua Jiyu gave her a sweet smile. Shu Yuyin was dazed by her smile. It seemed like Hua Jiyu was already in too deep. At the school of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was back at Futian and Yu Sheng's shared dormitory. When Futian saw that she was present, he smiled. "Should I excuse myself? What are you talking about?" Yi Qingxian looked a bit embarrassed. She shyly took a peek at Yu Sheng before asking Futian, "You hit Jingyang yesterday? He deserved it." Futian shrugged. The other students from the Flirting Star School had forced him to, so he had no choice but to oblige. Jingyang studies in the main building of the Flirting Star School, and the news that you brutally beat him up has already spread around the entire academy. "You've made an enemy of their school," she told him weakly. Futian was a little upset by this. He previously chose to ignore Jingyang's challenge because 1. He was not interested in humiliating Jingyang, and 2. He did not want any trouble. However, right now all the blame had fallen on Futian, despite the fact that it was the school of the Flirting Star who initiated everything. It would have been fine if Donghai Academy was not separated into 7 different schools, but Futian already knew that the relationships between the schools were complicated. Each school existed as an individual entity. Now that he did what he did to the Flirting Star School, there was no way they would forgive him. Seeing how upset Futian looked, Yi Qingxian gave him a weak smile and asked, "Do you want me to bring you guys up there?" Futian blinked a couple of times, then pointed at the large main building of the School of the Finance Star located on large stairway above. "There?" "Yeah, but we might have to test your abilities first. Do you guys mind?" asked Yi Qingxian after she nodded. "Not at all." Futian gave her a big smile. He patted Yu Sheng on the shoulder and said, "We're getting this opportunity thanks to you, man. What does this have to do with me? Wasn't it you who hit someone?" Yu Sheng looked confused. "You don't get it," Futian said earnestly. "You guys head out first. I'll follow. Yi Futian smiled and pushed Yusheng forward. Yusheng gave him a look of confusion and walked off. Yi Qingxian caught up to Yusheng and whispered, "How are you guys so good? How do you cultivate?" "I don't know either." Yusheng shook his head. "When I saw you battle last time, you used powers from metal spiritual qi, which means that you probably have the gifts of a sorcerer, but you did not use any sorcery. You fought purely with martial art tactics. I don't even know where you get all that strength from," Yi Qingxian complimented him. "Isn't he the coolest?" Yi Futian butted in abruptly. Yi Qingxian turned to glare at Yi Futian. He shuddered and then gave her a smile. "You guys continue. I promise not to eavesdrop anymore," he said. Yi Qingxian turned her head and continued her conversation with Yusheng. As promised, Yi Futian walked behind them, not bothering the two. Yusheng was dominating and handsome while Yi Qingxian was gentle and beautiful. They made a good match. The main building of the School of the Finance Star was a magnificent piece of architecture. The feeling it gave Yi Futian was not that of a school, but a sacred site. Many people greeted Yi Qingxian with respect as they walked in. This made Yusheng and Yi Futian extremely curious. Also, she was able to bring the two of them into the main building. Who was she? Yi Futian observed his friends. He noticed looks of jealousy from a couple of the male students when they saw Yi Qingxian chatting with Yusheng. To Yi Futian, it seemed like Yusheng had some love rivals. In the end, Yi Qingxian led Yi Futian and Yusheng to a large hall. There were already people present. 2 elders stood at the front while 8 younger individuals stood by them. Yi Qingxian left Yusheng's side to stand beside the 2 elders. Yi Futian looked at her and wondered about her identity again. From the setup, it was evident these people were prepared for their arrival. Yi Qingxian told me that the 2 of you are extremely powerful. A while ago, there were rumors floating around that you 2 have been accepted into our school. But now we want to see your powers with our own eyes. These people here are all gifted students of the Finance Star School. They are all 4-starred glory plane cultivators. You guys can take your pick of opponents, and we shall see if your powers are truly as strong as Yi Qingxian told us, said one of the elders. Yi Futian finally understood. Their acceptance into the School of the Finance Star was thanks to Yi Qingxian. This made much more sense. Even though their first battle had caused a ruckus at Donghai Academy, the higher-ups of each school usually did not pay attention to the happenings in the academy. Thus, it made sense for them to be accepted under recommendation. 4-starred glory plane? Yi Futian chuckled. We can save the trouble then. Let's have them all go at once. No offense. He knew that this was not a time to be modest. If he did not bring out his full potential, there was no way he was going to be valued by the higher-ups of the Finance Star School. You are just as arrogant as they say, chucked one of the 8 students. I heard you defeated Jing Yang yesterday with a single punch. I'm curious, just how good are you? Don't let us down, said a young lady dressed in tight clothing, carrying a sword on her back. You'll find out soon. Yi Futian smiled and made formal introductions. Yi Futian. Yusheng. Nice to meet you all. We will have everyone go at once then, said the elder. The 8 students got into formation, surrounding Yi Futian and Yusheng. The 4 of them faced forward, and the other 4 stayed in their original positions. In a split second, the spiritual qi in the room was off the charts. Vines shot out at the 2 of them. It was a wood elemental spell. The spiritual qi around Yi Futian erupted. Golden wings appeared, shaking violently, breaking the vines headed in his direction into pieces. Yusheng, on the other hand, stayed still where he stood, allowing the vines to wrap around his body. Whoosh! Flames erupted, setting the vines ablaze. Yusheng's body seemed to be burning, but on the outside, golden armor protected his body. He continued to stand in place. On Yi Futian's body, a golden armor plate appeared. 2 students charged towards Yusheng and 2 towards Yi Futian. Boom! The vines wrapped around Yusheng's body burst open. He took 1 step forward and the ground began to shake. 2 fists came towards Yusheng from different directions. With a loud collision, the 2 students landed their fists on Yusheng's body, one in the chest and one on his back. However, they were the ones who felt the pain. A second later, Yusheng reached out his arms to catch the 2 students by their forearms and flung them into the air. They landed quite a distance away. At the same moment, the young lady began her attack on Yi Futian with a sword. Another student moved like a ghost and revolved around Yi Futian in a blur. Yi Futian stood still, but suddenly began to move his wings. He threw a punch, and the ghost-like blur was propelled into the air. Without skipping a beat, Yi Futian avoided the young lady's sword at the speed of lightning. His wings flapped in a crazed manner, throwing the young lady into the air as well. Eventually, she landed on the ground, face first. The battle had just started, and 4 of the students had already been defeated, laying on the ground. The other 4 students were dumbfounded. Were these 2 even human? Do you still want to continue? Yi Futian asked with a smile. That's enough. The 2 elders could not continue to watch their students like this. They had always thought that their students had a spectacular gift, but the students were defeated before they could even display their full potential. Let's go. The 2 elders turned to leave, obviously upset. Watching the 2 elders leave, the students felt embarrassed. The 2 students thrown out by Yusheng came running back, injured from head to toe. They took one look at Yusheng and turned to leave as well. Amongst themselves, they whispered, "This guy is a complete lunatic." "Such bullies," said another student, also upset. He never would have thought that his first experience soaring through the skies would be like this. The girl with the sword crawled up off the floor and stood in front of Yi Futian with a face dirted from being on the ground. She glared at him and said, "You're not a man." She then left, feeling wronged. She was a beautiful, blossoming young lady, and she was gifted. In previous battles, even if she could not win, her opponents always went easy on her and would not attack her too ruthlessly. How could Yi Futian do this to her? Yi Futian stood there looking innocent of any wrongdoing. At the front of the hall, Yi Qingxian laughed. These 2 were too much. Chapter 62. Yusheng, meet your master. Chapter 62. Yusheng, meet your master. Is that even my fault? Yi Futian noticed Yi Qingxian was laughing at him and felt upset that he had been made fun of by a woman. Sure, it's not your fault. Yi Qingxian kept laughing, looking even cuter. Someone came out of the hall. He looked powerful and soon fixed his eyes on Yusheng. Dad, I didn't lie, right? Yi Qingxian was smiling at the man who just came out. He did not respond but kept looking at Yusheng. Yusheng was somehow confused. You were born to be a martial arts cultivator. Would you like to be my disciple? Yi Qingshuan's father asked Yusheng. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled. This girl seemed to have a powerful background in this school. Those 2 old men who tested them must also be powerful in this school. But they were only doing the pre-test for Yi Qingshuan's father, who was in fact the decision-maker. Yusheng looked at Yi Futian, seemingly indecisive. I'm sorry, but you are. Yi Futian asked politely. Yusheng needed to know his identity before becoming his disciple. I am the director of this school, the middle-aged man answered him. Yi Futian was surprised for a moment, then started smiling. He gave Yi Qingxian a glance. Surprisingly, the reason why they were admitted into the School of Finance Star was actually because the daughter of director had witnessed their fight. Now, she introduced him and Yusheng to her father again. My dad has been looking for a genius in martial arts to inherit his power, but none could be found. That's why I told him about you guys right after the fight, Yi Qingxian told them. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He said, Yusheng, hurry and bow down to your master. This man was the director in School of Finance Star, which was one of the 7 schools in this academy. Yi Futian believed that he was most likely one of the most powerful people in this school as well. Yusheng nodded and bowed reverently to the director. Greetings, Professor, from Yusheng. Okay. The director stopped looking so serious. He smiled at Yusheng and said, You will be cultivating with me from now on. Then he looked at Yi Futian again and asked, What is your major? Sorcery or martial arts? Both, Yi Futian answered. I am looking for a disciple to inherit my martial arts techniques. Are you willing to also acknowledge me as your master? He asked. I already have a master. Mr. Director, do you know the Qin Devil? Yi Futian asked. The director's eyes sparkled with surprise. Then he asked Yi Futian, You are the disciple of Hua Fenglu? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. It sounded like the Qin Devil used to be so famous that even the director in this place knew him. How is he doing? Where is he living now? The director asked. He has been severely injured. Now he is living in the Qing garden to recuperate, Futian answered. So, you have also been to the Qing garden? How is Ms. Tang Lan doing? The director had so many questions. Futian was quite confused. Why did there seem to be something between him and Tang Lan? She's doing well. In fact, she is the one taking care of my professor, Futian responded. I know it. She will never let it go. I used to try to persuade her many times that she should stay away from that guy. Hua Fenglu was no good at all, but a lone wolf who had no guilt about cheating. I just cannot understand why she likes him so badly. The director suddenly became mad. Futian was shocked. It seemed that a strong hatred existed between the director and Futian's professor. Mr. Director, so, it sounds like you have a history with my professor and Ms. Tang? Futian asked in a lowered voice. History? Tang Lan used to be my disciple, and she just broke away from this school because of Hua Fenglu. Futian did not know how to respond. He stood there, vividly embarrassed about asking this question. Whatever. It happened so many years ago. I just cannot believe how stubborn she is. She really did forget me, her first master. Next time you see her, just tell her that the past is the past. So if she finds some spare time, she's welcome to come visit, the director told him. Futian nodded and said, Mr. Director, I can tell that Ms. Tang cares heavily about relations. Since you are her first master, I believe she definitely has not forgotten you. I guess she does not visit maybe because she feels guilty about what happened. I know. Otherwise, why would she take care of Hua Fenglu now? The director sighed, then looked at Futian. You are well-spoken and have good looks. I know Hua Fenglu accepted you as his disciple for a reason. Futian was thinking, Mr. Hua, why does everyone think of you as a playboy and just project it onto me? Qing Xian, stay away from this boy. Stay with Yusheng, the director told his daughter. This demand tickled Futian. He laughed and told the director, I guess you were right. Okay, come with me. The director turned around and started walking. Qing Xian, Yusheng, and Futian followed him. Qing Xian looked back at the boys and winked, as if she was being complacent. The director's name was Xiang. He brought Futian and Yusheng to a garden. The garden was pretty spacious, but there was only a pavilion and a giant tree inside, giving the garden a sense of isolation. How much do you know about Donghai Academy? Xiang sat down under the tree. So did the young people. There are 7 schools here, and in fact, each school is an individual clan. The supervisors of these schools run Donghai Academy collaboratively, Futian answered. You are right. The 7 schools grew out of the top-level clans in Donghai City. 300 years ago, when Emperor Yi Qing and Donghuang the Great unified this world, they advocated cultivation, demanding that the local governors found academies for this purpose. With this as its background, Donghai Academy became the official site for cultivation in this city. Therefore, to be officially endorsed, neither of the top clans in Donghai City at the time gave up control over this academy. Because this academy was initially run by 7 clans, the 7 schools were finally formed. Xiang started to tell them the history of Donghai Academy. Now, each school of Donghai Academy has its own style, which has actually been determined by those clans in the olden times. For example, in the school of Emperor Star, all the elites are mental control sorcerers. In fact, the Art Saint and your master, the Qin Devil, went to that school. It is now considered the most powerful school among the 7. The school of Treasury Star is considered second. How about this school? Futian was curious. Martial arts are not valued in this world. Xiang looked at Futian and told him, in this world, most people believe that sorcerers are more powerful than martial arts practitioners, so cultivators accept sorcery more than our techniques. Even for those who are talented in both, they would major in sorcery. However, in fact, as the cultivators reach certain planes, the power of martial arts will definitely be the same as sorcery, or even stronger. Unfortunately, this is not common knowledge, so this school has been declining for a while. It is really hard for me to find someone with extraordinary martial arts talent in this place. I'm glad Yusheng is here. I believe he will make people understand my point in the future. I've always believed these 2 classes are equal, Futian said. His godfather had told him long ago that hard work differentiated the cultivators, not the class. Good. Yi Xiang nodded. However, Yu Sheng, don't stop improving your mental power. Otherwise, when you are put against those mental control sorcerers from the school of Emperor Star, it will be impossible for you to unleash your power. I understand, Yu Sheng said. He knew that a pure martial arts cultivator could be countered by powerful mental control sorcerers. Yu Sheng, your strength and burst are in the top level, but you lack in speed. This garden is where I used to cultivate. You see the rooms over there? That's the bedroom and book collection room. This is where you will live from now on, Yi Xiang told them. Roger that. The boys nodded. Look around, and make yourselves feel at home. We need to go, Qingxian. Yi Xiang then left with his daughter. Before the girl left, she showed her fists to the guys as if to say, come on, you can make it. After they left, Yi Futian patted Yu Sheng's shoulder and said, Yu Sheng, you are just one step away from becoming his son-in-law. Do you know that? Empirically speaking, huh? Yu Sheng tried to joke. Yi Futian did not know what to say. Soon, he said, at least this was a successful experience. Then, Yi Futian walked toward one room in the garden. However, moments later, he flew from the room pathetically. He yelled, what the heck is this place? It was a major news that Yu Sheng had been accepted by the director in the School of Finance Star as a private disciple. People heard that the director had stopped accepting private disciples for many years, so this exception for Yu Sheng indicated the director believed Yu Sheng was very talented. Yi Futian would also go there for cultivation. These two troublemakers who had just entered Donghai Academy a short while ago had finally become superstars in the academy. There was also more major news about Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint. He was admitted into Donghai Academy and accepted by someone running the school of Emperor Star. Students in Donghai Academy now started to discuss and compare the boys a lot. They believed that even though Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were talented, their background was not as strong as Zhou Mu's. He used to be the disciple of the art saint. Soon, it was said that Yi Futian was the disciple of the Qin devil, the nemesis of art saint whose natal spirit had been destroyed. The news also spoke of Yi Futian making a scene in the Luo Palace during the Lord Luo's birthday banquet. He defeated some geniuses from the academy there, but finally got his ass kicked by Zhou Mu. Chapter 63. Driving a wedge between them. Chapter 63. Driving a wedge between them. The news of Yi Futian being defeated by Zhou Mu spread throughout Donghai Academy. Many students of the Finance Star School were not happy about this. Now that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were cultivating under the headmaster, and Zhou Mu had entered the school of the Emperor Star, it seemed like the Finance Star School was lacking in comparison to the Emperor Star School. However, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had no knowledge of any of this. For the past few days, they had been cultivating in the courtyard. At this time, a loud noise sounded. Yi Futian was thrown out of the training room. The wings on his back fluttered, and even though it looked awkward, it allowed him to land safely on his feet rather than on his butt. You're able to withstand it for a longer period of time now, said someone from behind. Yi Futian turned his head and saw Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian chatting under the ancient tree. Do you guys even care about how I feel? Asked Yi Futian. Yu Sheng took one look at him and shook his head. No, this is payback, isn't it? Yi Futian glared at Yu Sheng. He walked towards the ancient tree and asked, Yi Qingxian, who created that matrix in the room? My movements have improved a lot over the past couple of days, but the attack from the matrix is still too fast and too strong for me. I'm not sure either, Yi Qingxian shook her head. The purpose of the matrix is to refine your martial arts abilities. The stronger you are, the more spiritual chi you can utilize and the stronger the matrix gets. As long as you are able to withstand being in the matrix for a longer period of time every time, it means you're improving. I'm faster than Yu Sheng, so how come he can withstand it longer than I can? Yi Futian asked, a little upset. Because he is physically stronger. You rely on the movement of your body more, so the gravity within the matrix has a stronger effect on you, explained Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian nodded and said, after Yu Sheng cultivates in the matrix for a while, he'll be able to swiftly avoid attacks while overcoming the gravity problem. Then, he'll be ever more fearsome than he is now. These past days, Yi Futian had been working on refining his movements. In actuality, Yi Futian was not lacking in strength at all. The body refinement methods that Emperor Yi Qing passed on to him enabled Yi Futian to refine his body to a monster's level, and this place was very suitable for him to do so. Furthermore, there was a library containing many books on battle tactics. He could take a look at those and cultivate accordingly. According to Emperor Yi Qing's body refinement methods, the dragon refined the body, the ape refined strength, and the rock refined speed. These were his personal findings from when he trained demons and monsters. His attack tactics were also learned from the demons and monsters he controlled. Based on Emperor Yi Qing's abilities, he must have been able to exert combat powers on par with a real dragon or a real golden rock. However, Yi Futian had not reached that level yet, and there was a limit to what he could comprehend. All he could do was to speed up the process by cultivating more powerful combat tactics. That reminds me, there are some rumors spreading about you at the academy, Yi Qingxian said to Yi Futian. What kind of rumors? He asked. Zhoumu has been accepted into the school of the Emperor's Star. After that, rumors started spreading at Donghai Academy that said we were really arrogant at the Luo Palace, but were eventually defeated by Zhoumu. Yi Qingxian spoke carefully. She seemed worried for Yi Futian. If the rumors were true, would they hurt his pride? Yi Futian was shocked. Did Zhoumu say this personally? I think the rumors came from a couple of students at Donghai Academy, Yi Qingxian said gently. Yi Futian shrugged and smiled. Looks like someone doesn't really like me. So, the rumors aren't true? Her eyes lit up. Zhoumu was a 5-starred glory plane cultivator. Even though Yi Futian was really good, he was still at a lower level than Zhoumu. Therefore, when Yi Qingxian heard the rumors, she was not completely sure they were false. It couldn't have been Zhoumu, said Yi Futian. It did not seem like he had heard a single word Yi Qingxian said. Are people using this as an opening to bring up the battle between the art saint and my master? Yi Futian asked her. He already seemed to know the answer to that question. Yi Qingxian saw how confident he was and smiled. Yeah, there were some people talking about that. I'm thinking it's the people from the Flirting Star School who are spreading the topic around, just to piss you off. There are also people who were questioning my father's choice of choosing Yu Sheng as his disciple. Should we try to clear up these misunderstandings? We should let the people of Donghai Academy know that those are all rumors, so they will stop misunderstanding you. If the people are willing to believe that the rumors are true, do you really think they'll change your mind just because you say otherwise? Yi Futian laughed and continued, You can never stop the mouths of others. Just let them be. One day, they'll know to shut their own mouths. You seem so nonchalant about this, but if you're so confident, then we'll wait to see all these people eat their words when you defeat Zhoumu, said Yi Qingxian with a smile. Rather than paying attention to these things, I'm more interested in the progress of your relationship with Yu Sheng, said Yi Futian. He gave Yi Qingxian a look and watched as her face grew red. She glared at him and said, I don't know what nonsense you're spouting. I'm leaving. Afterwards, she took a peek at Yu Sheng before jogging off. Oh, Yu Sheng, you have to take initiative, laughed Yi Futian. I'm going to cultivate now. Yu Sheng walked away, headed for the training room. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng immersed themselves in cultivation. Yi Qingxian would come to visit them often. Once in a while, Yi Cheng would stop by to give Yu Sheng pointers. As for Yi Futian, he was ignored. There was an obvious difference in the way the two were being treated, just like how Hua Fenglu treated Yi Futian and Yu Sheng differently back then. Yi Futian was hurt. One day, Yi Qingxian came to visit again. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng. My father wants me to bring you guys to him, she said. Okay. Is something wrong? Asked Yi Futian. There are people visiting from the schools of the Emperor's Star and the Treasury Star. They said they wanted to congratulate my father on taking on a new disciple. Yi Qingxue continued, It's proper etiquette to have you guys go greet them. The two young men nodded and followed wherever Yi Qingxian led them to. The trio arrived at the guest hall of the School of the Finance Star. Seated in front of Yi Xiang were two people. They exuded such grace. These two people were from the schools of the Emperor's Star and the Treasury Star. Behind each person stood two more people, presumably their students. Yi Futian had met the person from the school of the Emperor's Star before. It was the elder he met at the Luo Palace. Greetings from student Yi Futian. Yi Futian paid his respects to the two elders with a bow. We meet again, the elder said. I never expected for you to come cultivate under Headmaster Yi Xiong after the events at the Luo Palace. Indeed, you are young and promising. Thank you, senior, said Yi Futian. All those years ago, your master cultivated at the Emperor Star School. How could you go to the Finance Star School? Should I try to demand Headmaster Yi Xiong to pass you on to me? The elder laughed. You're too funny, senior. Yi Futian smiled weakly. The elder laughed aloud and said, Hua Jiyu cultivates at our school. Since you two know each other, you should come visit her when you get a chance. Yi Futian was shocked. Since the elder already knew that Yi Futian was the Guqin Devil's disciple, then there was no hiding the fact that he knew Hua Jiyu. If things had come to this, then all he could do was admit it. I've been wanting to go visit her, but since she studies up at the main building of the Emperor Star School, I did not want to intrude. But since Senior has extended the offer, I will gladly visit her when I get the chance. I hope it will not be of an inconvenience to you, Senior. Very good. The elder gave Yi Futian a meaningful look. All right now, you youngsters go talk amongst yourselves. I have some things to discuss with Headmaster Yi Xiong. The elder smiled. The students standing left the hall along with Yi Futian's little trio. Shu Yuyan was watching Yi Futian the whole time. When the elder told them to leave, she quickly ran to catch up with Yi Futian. Wait up, she shouted. Is there something I can help you with? Yi Futian smiled at Shu Yuyan. My name is Shu Yuyan. I am Hua Jieyu's best friend, she told him. She felt as if she had just uncovered a secret. In the past, Hua Jiyu mentioned that she had someone she liked, but that was before Yi Futian came to Donghai Academy. Hua Jiyu probably had no idea that Yi Futian was going to show up a few days after what she had told Shu Yuyan. After that, Hua Jiyu showed special interest in all things regarding Yi Futian. Shu Yuyan had never cared about the details. It was only when Zhoumu entered the school of the Emperor Star that she found Hua Jiyu was the daughter of the Guqin Devil, Hua Fenglu. Then, she found out that Yi Futian was the Guqin Devil's disciple. It was obvious that Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu were previously acquainted. When all these findings were added up, Shu Yuyan was able to easily take a guess as to what was going on between the two. She eyed the handsome young man in front of her. This guy who stirred up trouble right after being admitted should be the guy in Hua Jieyu's heart. My name is Yi Futian. He smiled and continued, Is Hua Jiyu doing well? Yeah, Shu Yuyan nodded. She was very curious about Yi Futian. What type of person was this guy who Hua Jiyu was so crazy about? There were so many things she wanted to say right now, but there were others around. Shu Yuyan could tell that Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu wanted to keep their relationship under wraps. So, this was not a good setting to talk about it. Are junior brother Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu close? Asked a smiling young man behind Shu Yuyan. Hua Jiyu is the beloved daughter of my master. Of course we're close. Yi Futian took a look at the young man. He was maybe about 18. His sharp eyes made him look extremely menacing. Is that so? Laughed the young man. I cultivate with Hua Jiyu at school and talk to her often, but I've never heard her speak about you. In the future, when you get a chance to visit our school, be sure to come look for me, the young man said to Yi Futian. From senior brother Mu Yunshuan's tone, it sounds like he's about to get the girl, chuckled another student from the Treasury Star School. A girl like Hua Jiyu won't be so easy to get. I still need time, but... Mu Yunxian laughed. Forget it, forget it. Yi Futian frowned, and Yu Shang gave Mu Yunxian a once-over. Oh, junior brother Yi Futian. I heard that you had some conflict with junior brother Zhou Mu at the Luo Palace, and now the whole academy knows. You shouldn't care too much, though. It's just a silly fight. It's not that big of a deal. You'll be able to get over it if you guys get a chance to talk it out, continued Mu Yunxian. All right. I'll definitely talk it out with Zhou Mu when I get a chance. Yi Futian smiled. Now then, we don't want to keep you for too long. Junior brother, you guys should head out first. We'll wait here for our teachers, said Mu Yunxian. All right. Yi Futian felt no need to be courteous and walked right out with Yu Shang and Yi Qingxian. Mu Yunxian watched as Yi Futian and his friends walked away. The smile gradually disappeared from his face. Senior brother Mu Yunxian, what was your purpose for saying all that? Shu Yuyan asked him. Naturally, she knew he was lying about his relationship with Hua Jiyu. It would not have mattered if Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu did not have any special relationship, but if they did, Then Mu Yunxuan's words were meant to drive a wedge between them. Shu Yuyan, what was your purpose of catching up with Yi Futian? Has Hua Jieyu mentioned him to you? Mu Yunxian asked. I just wanted to say hello since he is an acquaintance of Hua Jieyu. I had no other intentions, she said. Really now? Mu Yunxian smiled and picked up his feet to walk away. Chapter 64. Yi Futian and the two others walked back to where he lived. All along the way, his eyebrows were knitted. Yi Futian and the two others walked back to where he lived. All along the way, his eyebrows were knitted. Who is he, Qing Xian? Yi Futian asked. Mu Yunxian, someone now cultivating separately with the supervisor in the school of Emperor Star, a true genius, currently in 8-star glory plane. And he is a great mental control sorcerer, Yi Qingxian told him. She felt awkward that Mu Yunxian spoke to Yi Futian like that. Mu Yunxian. Yi Futian repeated and remembered this name. Yu Sheng noticed Yi Futian was upset. He looked at Yi Qingxian, then tried to comfort Yi Futian. I believe my sister-in-law is not that kind of girl. Of course I know my fox is not like that. Yi Futian nodded. But don't you think Mu Yunxian is weird? Why did he tell me that intentionally? Yeah, it is truly weird, Yu Sheng agreed. It almost feels like he was testing me. He must know something. Yi Futian was still mumbling. Sister-in-law? Fox? Yi Qingxuan's eyes twinkled with a little bit confusion. She could sense that they were talking about Hua Jieyu. Qingxian, remember, this is a secret. Do not tell anyone, Yu Sheng told her. They had known each other for a long time. So obviously Yu Sheng considered this girl as one of his best friends, which was why he was discussing these personal issues in her presence. Hua Jieyu is my girlfriend, Yi Futian explained to Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian was surprised, then asked doubtfully, Really? Why don't you believe me? Yi Futian was upset about Yi Qingxuan's reaction. I am such a talented and handsome boy, so why can't my girlfriend be the most gorgeous girl in this academy? Yi Qingxian was speechless. After a short silence, she asked Yu Sheng, Has he always been such a narcissist? Yeah, Yu Sheng answered. Damn. Yi Futian heard they were talking about him. Come on, brothers before H**es. Why would you give me up for a girl? The other two were speechless again. I do not care if it's a test or not. I'll remember this guy, Mu Yunxian. Thinking of Yunxuan's words, Yi Futian smiled. The smile indicated something, and Yu Sheng knew that some serious revenge on that name was on its way. After they went back to the garden, Yi Xiang was already waiting for them. He looked at Yi Futian and told him, Come see me. Yi Futian did not know what happened. He nodded and followed Yi Xiang into the room. You caused some trouble at Luo Palace, didn't you? Yi Xiang asked. That was even before I came here. In fact, I met Qingxian right after I came back from Luo Palace, Yi Futian explained. And I was not there to make trouble. You were going to ask Lord Luo to cure your professor? Yi Xiang asked. Yi Futian nodded. That was really unwise. Do you have any idea what you did? Yi Xiang sounded cold. You should feel lucky that you are someone insignificant, so that people in that place did not kill you since they had to save their reputation. Otherwise, you would have been dead by now. Do you know the relationship between the art saint, Lord Luo, and the school of Emperor Star? Yi Futian was shocked and confused. He said, I only knew the art saint also used to attend the school of Emperor Star after meeting you, Mr. Yi. No wonder you are the disciple of Hua Fenglu. You just share the exact same self-righteousness. Yi Xiang seemed angry. Do you know why your professor's natal spirit was destroyed and why he was banished? I only know that Mr. Hua was defeated by the art saint and was evicted from Donghai City by the art saint and the Nandu family, Yi Futian said. What if he beat the art saint? Would it have been any better? No. His tragedy was destined since the moment he decided to pursue the princess of Nandu family, Yi Xiang told him. Both the school of Emperor Star and the Nandu family tactically planned the political marriage between the art saint and the daughter of the Nandu family. All the powerful people in these clans would benefit from this marriage. Your professor just cut in and ruined everything for them. What was he thinking? That a pretty face was everything? The director stared at Yi Futian as he spoke. Yi Futian felt somewhat awkward. He believed that no matter how badly the director did not like his professor, It was not Futian's fault that he was handsome. He even knocked up that girl, and they had a child. He was lucky to get out of this city alive. Yi Futian believed Yi Xiang was still lingering on this. He did not understand why the hatred was so serious. Was it because of Ms. Tang? Is there anything else between the art saint and the school of Emperor Star? Yi Futian kept asking. There is something that people rarely know, and I know only some details about it. The art saint might have some relation to Prime Minister Hua, Yi Xiang answered. He is one of the 2 prime ministers in the nation of Nandu in charge of military force. Now, he is definitely the most powerful person in this nation. He had graduated from the school of Emperor Star and is now considered a strong backer of this school now. So, the parties that would benefit from this political marriage were the Nandu family and Prime Minister Hua? Yi Futian gradually understood. I'm afraid Hua Fenglu did not know the seriousness involved in this marriage, nor did he have any idea the school of Emperor Star had a role in this play. So, do you understand now that your professor brought this upon himself? Yi Xiang kept saying, as for you, you went to the Luo Palace alone. You know what? Almost all the people there wanted to kill you at that time. Yi Futian's mind was running fast, and he started to think about many things. Soon, he asked, then, why is Hua Jiu cultivating in the school of Emperor Star? Because Prime Minister Hua is so powerful now, I guess the Nandu family is trying to rebuild their relationship with the school of Emperor Star, so they sent Hua Jiu to this school. As for why she agreed to come, I believe, besides the Nandu family's intentions, the other reason would be your grandmaster. She is now cultivating with your grandmaster. He is a respected old man, however. Yi Xiang sighed. My grandmaster? Yi Futian was surprised. She is a true beauty, and I guess she's your girlfriend. Am I right? You sly boy. Yi Xiang saw through him. Yi Futian did not know how he could guess so accurately. You are doing the exact same thing your professor did in the past. So, just to be kind, mind your manners with others, especially when you are outside the academy. I don't want you to be the next Hua Fenglu, and do not jeopardize the future of my disciple. Yi Xiang left after he finished. Yi Futian finally realized that he told him all that just to protect Yu Sheng. He turned around, then looked at Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian. Somehow, he suddenly felt sad. However, Yi Xiang's eyebrows knitted, as if he was really preoccupied. The visit from the school of Emperor Star and the school of Treasury Star made him feel like something unusual was going to happen. Since Prime Minister Hua gained power, the school of Emperor Star was becoming more and more greedy over the controlling position of Donghai Academy. The peace of this academy would be broken soon. Several days later, students in the school of Emperor Star were spreading the word that Hua Jiu became Mu Yunxuan's girlfriend. The news was a serious sensation. As the #1 beauty of this academy, Hua Jiu naturally attracted the attention of many boys there. They could not believe that she was someone else's girlfriend. Even though it was Mu Yunxian, the genius of the school of Emperor Star, the boys still felt hurt. Yi Futian also heard the word and became even more confused. What was Mu Yunxian trying to do, and why was the school of Emperor Star trying so hard to circulate this rumor? Even though he did not take the news seriously, as time went by, the rumors spread further, and he started to feel so upset that even Yu Sheng and Yi Qingxian could clearly feel it. Hua Jiu also heard. When Shu Yuyin went back that day, she told Hua Jiu exactly how Mu Yunxian tried to agitate Yi Futian. To avoid any possible controversy about her relationship with Yi Futian, she did not say a word to stop the rumor. She was worried that after the Nandu family found out they were together, Yi Futian would be in trouble. However, as the rumors became worse, she finally decided to do something. She wanted to find Mu Yunxian, but this boy had disappeared from campus. She tried to leave the school of Emperor Star to find Yi Futian and explain, but she found herself being stalked when she was not in the room. She felt as if someone was plotting against her. In her dorm, Hua Jiu was standing in front of the window, overlooking the entire campus. She asked, Yu Yin, will he misunderstand me? If he really knows you, he will not, Shu Yin said. Rumors can kill, especially when so many people are spreading them. It almost sounds like the truth. Even if he believes me, as far as I know, his personality will make him seriously depressed. Plus, I cannot go to him and explain. Hua Jiu sighed. I truly don't want him to get hurt. The school of Emperor Star is obviously spreading the rumor intentionally. I think they are already suspicious about your relationship, so we cannot explain anything now. Otherwise, you would admit that something is going on between you two, Shu Yuyan told her. That is why I'm conflicted, Hua Jieyu mumbled. Shu Yuyan stood next to her silently. She could clearly feel Hua Jieyu's agony. Meanwhile, in another place, two men were talking. They were the old man from the school of Emperor Star that Yi Futian met in the banquet and Nandu Ku. Nandu family promised that Hua Jieyu would not be used for any political marriage. However, with the rumors going on, I'm afraid what Xiafan said should be true, the old man told Nandu Ku. We have not confirmed anything yet. That boy is the disciple of the Qin devil, so it is natural that he and Hua Jieyu have a good relationship, Nandu Ku said. Details tell more than words. I think this princess of your family is going to replay history, especially since the boy in this story is the disciple of the Qin devil. How ironic, the old man jeered. I will inform my family to take care of this. Besides, Jieyu is still young. Even if there is really something going on between those two, they will forget about it shortly, Nandu Ku said. Then tell your family to mind their own business, and do not let history repeat itself. Yi Futian is now cultivating with Yi Xiang. Even though only few people know the truth of that fight, Yi Xiang might be one of them. He knows so many secrets about the school of Emperor Star. It would be intolerable if the geniuses from Donghai Academy actually go against our school in the future. You better take care of it. He left right after he finished talking, looking obviously pissed off. Nandu Ku, however, felt nervous. What was happening now truly resembled the past so much. Previously, Nandu family had noticed that something was going on, but had been hesitant to take action. They finally made a huge mistake, which they could never compensate for. Chapter 65. Recently, Yi Futian had been in a consistently bad mood. He cultivated his martial arts skills like crazy, and was now able to withstand the matrix in the training room for longer periods of time, thus breaking past the 4-starred glory plane in martial arts. However, he had yet to break through for sorcery. To cultivate spiritual energy, a sorcerer needs a tranquil mind. However, his mind was anything but tranquil at that time. Recently, Yi Futian had been in a consistently bad mood. He cultivated his martial arts skills like crazy, and was now able to withstand the matrix in the training room for longer periods of time, thus breaking past the 4-starred glory plane in martial arts. However, he had yet to break through for sorcery. To cultivate spiritual energy, a sorcerer needs a tranquil mind. However, his mind was anything but tranquil at that time. Rumors were still flooding Donghai Academy as usual. On this day, a group of people mounted on different creatures stepped into the academy. This caused a large ruckus on campus. The leader of the group was actually a young woman, dressed in a long red dress, the color of fire. She stood on a majestic creature, the same color as her dress. She was a blooming beauty, unparalleled by anybody else. Just standing there, she looked elegant, her eyes bright and piercing. I heard Donghai Academy is the best place for cultivation in all of the East Sea Prefecture. There should be a lot of students here on the same level as me, so I came to check it out, said the young woman. Her tone was menacing as she looked around at the students of Donghai Academy. After that, her group continued to travel deeper into the academy. More and more people gathered and wondered who these people might be. How come the authorities of the academy hadn't come out to stop them? In a flash, the young woman hopped off the creature she was riding on. As she stood in the crowd, she asked in a cold demeanor, "Is there no one at Donghai Academy?" "What level are you at?" asked a student. 5-starred glory plane, replied the young woman. "I'll oblige," said a young man about 17. He looked at the young woman and introduced himself, Li Yin, 5-starred glory plane sorcerer. "Please enlighten me." As he finished speaking, a large force of metal spiritual chi was released. A bright, big, golden bird took shape and came for the girl like a flash of lightning. Around the girl, fire spiritual chi gathered crazily. It also formed a big bird, but this was a mystical phoenix. It carried an outrageous burst of flame and collided with the big golden bird, causing the golden bird to disappear into the flames. The phoenix did not stop there. The look on Li Yan's face changed as he stepped back. He saw the phoenix head straight for him. He shut his eyes tight and felt the heat of the flames radiate onto his body. But then, the phoenix stopped. It stood right in front of Li Yan, and the fire's spiritual chi which had formed the phoenix disappeared. "Too weak," said the young woman. "Is this what the best of the East Sea Prefecture has got?" The students of Donghai Academy felt humiliated. Another person stepped up, but the results were about the same. One attack from her and her opponent was defeated. Students continued to step forward, but it always ended in the same way. Mu Yunqing, 5-starred glory plane, mandate sorcerer. Mu Yunqing of the School of the Flirting Star stepped out. He released his natal spirit, a golden eagle. He leveled up planes a short while ago and was now more powerful. Observing the young woman's beautiful face and her outstanding gifts, Mu Yunqing could not help but fantasize. The wind enveloped him, and Mu Yunqing turned into a creature. With extreme speed, he charged at the young woman. When his sorcery kicked in, a bright golden light was emitted from his body and dissolved the wild flames. He chuckled to himself with newfound confidence. However, the young woman moved her body and also became enveloped in a gust of wind. Her movements were elegant, but also extremely fast, faster than Mu Yunqing. In a split second, the distance between the two drew closer. Bystanders could only see a fire-red blur flash by. A loud noise sounded, and Mu Yunqing flew through the air and landed on the floor. The young woman's feet met the ground once again. The already astounding young woman seemed so carefree. She had a pair of fire-red wings on her back. Even her fists were the color of fire. After touching ground, the tinge of red disappeared. "What a weak mandate sorcerer," said the young woman. Mu Yunqing looked pale as he crawled up off the ground. He realized the young woman did not even bother to spare him a glance. His heart cooled. After Futian entered Donghai Academy, this was already his third consecutive loss. When word spread that there was a battle going on, more and more people arrived to watch. While wondering about her identity, people were also shocked at her power. Students of the 7 schools were also participating in the battle now, but they were all cultivators of the 5-starred glory plane. They did not want to bully the beautiful girl as they were cultivators of higher levels, but slowly they realized that people on the same level as the young woman were all losing. It seemed like no one was able to even bring out her full potential. That was until a very well-known young man from the School of the Ruinous Star made his move. This time, the young woman took it seriously. A shield of flames surrounded her, and a flame phoenix appeared. It was her life spirit. At this moment, the young woman seemed even more impressive. Mandate sorcerer with a flame phoenix spirit. A wind and fire bi-elemental cultivator in both martial arts and sorcery. She's so beautiful. Someone couldn't help but stare in awe. The only girl that would be able to compete with her was Hua Jieyu of the School of the Emperor's Star. Hua Jieyu was also extremely gifted, but she was introverted and kept a low profile. She might not be willing to fight. Plus, there were a lot of rumors revolving around her. She seemed to be in love. The young cultivator of the Ruinous Star School was also defeated. After that, more people took up the young woman's challenge, but none of them were victorious. Regardless of natural talent, sorcery, or battle tactics, she was very strong. A flame phoenix spirit. I wonder who is stronger, the flame phoenix spirit or Futian's rock spirit, someone whispered in the crowd. The phoenix and the rock were both mystical birds. The former was wind and fire bi-elemental, the latter was wing and metal bi-elemental. Something sparked in the young woman's eyes. She found the person whispering in the crowd and asked, "There's someone at Donghai Academy who possesses a rock spirit?" That person was shocked. The young woman's ears were so sharp that she had overheard them whisper. "Yeah, a genius from the School of the Finance Star, Futian." "How are his abilities?" the young woman continued questioning. "A while ago, he was in the 3-starred glory plane. I don't know about now, but his combat abilities are very strong. He can even defeat a 5-starred glory plane cultivator," the person explained. Since Futian was able to battle with Zhou Mu, he had to be very capable. "He level is too low, but I want to see the rock spirit. Go get him from the School of the Finance Star." She ordered her people. The people behind her nodded and immediately set off to do her bidding. This scene surprised a lot of people. She was so bossy and arrogant. She was just going to send her people to the finance star school and grab Futian? What they did not know was that they really managed to find Futian at the school, and what's more, the person who found him was Headmaster Xiang. Someone wants to challenge me? Futian was in a foul mood to begin with. After a sigh, he said, "Not interested." Xiang glared at him. "Even if you're not interested, you must go. Do you really think that I would come to you personally if any ordinary person challenged you?" Futian froze, then asked, "Who challenged me?" "Go see for yourself," said Xiang. With no way out, Futian answered, "Fine." Futian, Shang, and Qingxian followed Xiang as he walked to the place where the young woman was waiting. When they arrived, the area was already packed with people. Futian, Shang, and Qingxian pushed through the crowd and were finally able to see the young woman in red. She was currently fighting someone. The flame phoenix behind her was very eye-catching. Very quickly, she defeated her opponent, Futian. When the people noticed Futian, they began whispering amongst themselves. The young woman turned her attention to him. "Your life spirit is a rock?" she asked him. Futian looked at her strangely and simply said, "A woman?" The young woman frowned and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I don't want to hit a woman," Futian said, and turned to leave. What happened last time with the sword-wielding young lady had traumatized him. "Hold it," she yelled. "Did I say you could leave?" Futian stood frozen in place. This young woman seemed very arrogant, and it was Xiang who told him to come. What was this young woman's identity? He turned to speak with her again. "Anything is fair game in combat. You have such a pretty face, I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you. Let's not fight." The crowd was dripping in cold sweat by now. Futian would always be Futian, arrogant. "Nonsense." The young woman laughed. "Hurt me? Can you even manage?" Futian was speechless. Did all females talk like this? He could not take it anymore. "You Shang," shouted Futian. After a short while, he realized that no one was answering to him. When he turned around, he saw Yu Sheng chatting with Qingxian. Futian had no words. "Best friends," he muttered under his breath. He could only count on himself now. He walked forward and saw the young woman smiling at him in a cold demeanor. "Release your life spirit, or else you won't get a chance to later on," she said arrogantly. Futian let out a sigh and released the bright rock spirit. She also released her flame phoenix spirit. The bright light emitted from both of the life spirits was blinding. Would Futian be able to win against this insanely gifted young woman? Boom! A force of fire sorcery gathered and formed a fire phoenix, charging at Futian. A golden light surrounded Futian. An endless amount of metal spiritual qi gathered on his wings. His wings joined together and created a shield in front of Futian's body, allowing the fire phoenix to attack as it pleased. Whoosh! His wings opened abruptly, and the wild flames dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Futian was gone, leaving a flash of lightning behind. The young woman could see a blurred figure rushing towards her. The flame phoenix and the golden rock kept getting closer to one another. Both Futian and the young woman were lifted into the sky and brought closer together. The young woman threw a fiery punch accompanied by what sounded like the cry of a phoenix. Futian also reached out his palm, accompanied by a dragon's roar. In the next moment, the people watched as the two of them battled in the sky. Cries and roars filled the skies. The fire and metal spiritual qi flowed wildly. Boom! Boom! Two loud noises sounded. Then the people saw the young woman fall from the sky and land harshly on the ground. Her guards ran to her side. A lean and handsome middle-aged man also descended from the sky. After this person's appearance, many of the authoritative figures of Donghai Academy stepped forward. Even Xiang was there. All of them bowed to this man. "Greetings, Minister Zhua." All of them greeted the man. The students of Donghai Academy looked confused. "Minister Zhua?" At this moment, the young woman got up from the ground with a hand on her chest. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. All they saw was the young woman looking up at the sky where Futian was floating and screamed, "You shameless jerk!" Futian was completely speechless. How did things turn out like this again? Chapter 66. Futian was hurt. Last time he beat a girl, He was insulted for not being a man. Now, he was being a shameless jerk? Why couldn't they just challenge normally? Futian was hurt. Last time he beat a girl, he was insulted for not being a man. Now, he was being a shameless jerk? Why couldn't they just challenge normally? Beside Yusheng, Qingxian thought of what happened last time and snorted. Glancing at where the girl's hand was and then looking at Futian, she said, "You've crossed the line. I said anything is fair in combat and didn't want to fight, but you insisted," Futian explained logically. The girl glared at him. Obviously, it was useless to talk about logic with women. "Professor, I want him," the girl said to the scholarly middle-aged man. Huh? Futian was confused. He looked at the girl strangely and said, "I have a girlfriend?" The girl was confused as well. Then, understanding what Futian meant, her expression changed drastically. "You are so shameless." Minister Zhua, referred to as Professor by the girl, cleared his throat. "You used the wrong words." The girl froze. Thinking back to how she said, "I want him," she realized it really was easy to misunderstand, but she didn't care. She whined, "Professor, you know what I mean." Stubborn. Minister Zhua gave her a look, then turned back to Futian. "What's your name?" "Minister, I am Futian," he bowed and said. "Minister, your disciple challenged me." "I know." Minister Zhua nodded. "Very good. Your spells and strength are both extremely strong. You didn't even use battle techniques. She isn't at your level." "How can you say that?" The girl looked at her professor, wounded. "It's the truth," Minister Zhua said. "He's in a lower plane than you. Now you know there are many talented people out there. This is just one school in East Sea Prefecture. Don't be so arrogant in the future." At this time, Xiafan walked out of the crowd to Minister Zhua's side. He looked at Futian coldly and murmured something into the minister's ears. Minister Zhua was taken aback and glanced at Futian in shock. Futian was suspicious. Xiafan's eyes were cold, and he was probably plotting against him. "Futian, come here," Minister Zhua said. The boy nodded and walked over. "I came this time about Qingzhou City's relics," Minister Zhua said to him. "I heard from Xiafan that someone in Donghai Academy had come out of it alive, so I wanted to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you. Are you willing to come with me? Don't worry, I will do everything to protect your safety." Futian's eyes flashed. It was about Emperor Yi Qing's relics again. Qingzhou City was subordinate to the East Sea Prefecture. Since the appearance of Emperor Yi Qing's relics was such big news, the East Sea Prefecture obviously had to report to the Nandu nation. It was natural for them to send someone over too. However, if Xiafan did this voluntarily, he probably wanted to kill Futian. After all, he knew what Mount Tianyao had. But Xiafan's plan would most likely fail. How would the snow ape treat him in Mount Tianyao? "Minister, a demon lord protects Emperor Yi Qing's statue on Mount Tianyao. It is really powerful. Even if you were skilled, it would still be dangerous." "It's pure luck that I survived," Futian warned. "I understand, but the emperor commanded this. I have to go take a look." Minister Zhua nodded. "I've already sent someone to scope out the path. When he returns, we will leave. I will have you stay with me." Futian pretended to be uncomfortable. Then he very unwillingly nodded. "If there's any danger, please remember to retreat." "Don't worry." Minister Zhua patted Futian's shoulder. Futian sighed inwardly. He didn't expect to return to Qingzhou City so soon. He could only go ask the snow ape if she would come out or not. "What are you talking about?" the girl came up and asked. "I was convincing him to accept your request." "He accepted now," Minister Zhua said. The girl smirked and looked at Futian proudly. "Good, you know your place. You're mine now." Futian was upset. Looking at her, he said, "You're pretty, but I really do have a girlfriend, and she's prettier than you." "Jerk." The girl was pissed. The minister said, "Okay, princess, we should go." Then he said to the people of Donghai Academy, "Thank you for your time." "You're welcome, minister. Won't you stay a few more days?" The big chiefs tried to keep him longer. "No, I'm living in the Xia house." Minister Zhua shook his head. He was the minister of Nandu Nation and the East Sea Prefecture was under him. He naturally lived at the Xia house. "I will come get you when we leave," he said to Futian. Then he led the people away. While leaving, The girl glared at Futian. The boy shrugged helplessly. Was she trying to scare him? Well, the tides would turn at Mount Tianyao. After ministers were left, many people of Donghai Academy glanced at Futian. This guy was such a pervert. Multiple disciples had failed against the girl, but he squashed her so quickly and was praised by the minister. The big chiefs stared at Futian deeply. Would he be favored by ministers? The crowd scattered gradually. Qingxian walked over and smiled at him. You're doomed. People will remember you now. It's hard to have such good looks, Futian sighed. Qingxian glared at him and said, You clearly hit somewhere you shouldn't have. You crossed the line. It's a battle. How would I know? Futian said innocently. Who knows if you did that on purpose or not? Qingxian teased with a smile. You know too much, Yu Sheng said from the side. Futian stared at them and sighed. Yu Sheng, you've changed. Learned from you, Yu Sheng said. Futian could only heave a sigh. Let's go, Xiang called. Futian ran up and said, Headmaster, I remember you mentioned before that Minister Hua and ministers were rivals. Is it this minister's Hua? Yes, Xiang nodded. Now you know why I couldn't reject him. Aren't you unethical to sell me out like this? Futian was frustrated. What if something happens to me? You aren't my disciple. You have nothing to do with me. Xiang glanced at Futian. Futian blinked, speechless. You said that you have a girlfriend. Is it Hua Jieyu? Xiang asked. How did you know? Futian looked at him. Huh. You think you're the only smart one? The school of Emperor Star aren't idiots either. Mu Yunxian and Hua Jieyu's rumors were to test you too. They probably guessed your relationship already, Xiang said. So what? Futian said nonchalantly. He had been annoyed these days, and he was thinking about when to announce this news. The rumors pissed him off. You seem easy and free. Where do you get the confidence? Xiang asked. I have you, Futian looked up and said. Xiang glanced at him. He could not refute it. Minister Zhua has power, and His Majesty trusts him greatly. If you can become acquainted with him, the Nandu family might consider you. Futian was frustrated. Emperor Yiqing and his godfather both said that he would become an emperor, but now he needed Nandu to consider him? What a tragedy. I'll take you to the school of the Emperor's Star as compensation, Xiang suddenly said. Futian was shocked. He quickly smiled. You're the best. Get out. Xiang rolled his eyes. I'm taking you to see the senior of the school, your grandmaster, not your girlfriend. I know. Futian's expression was understanding. Xiang did not want to talk to him anymore. The next day, Xiang took Futian to meet a senior of the school of the Emperor's Star. Xiang was the headmaster of the school of the Finance Star. He was equal status to the headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star, so he could not be stopped. Xiang and Futian entered and walked toward a pavilion. Inside the school, Hua Jieyu heard from Shu Yuyan about what happened yesterday. She looked wronged and said, He really agreed, that jerk. He probably agreed because of Minister Zhua. He couldn't reject him, Shu Yuyan said softly. Is she pretty? Hua Jieyu asked. Yes. Shu Yuyan nodded. But not as pretty as you. That guy likes pretty girls. He must have done it on purpose. Hearing that the girl was pretty, Hua Jieyu felt even worse. She said quietly, There are so many rumors about me, but I didn't go see him. Did he get angry and fall for someone else? Stop thinking nonsense. Shu Yuyan looked at Hua Jieyu and sighed inwardly. Even goddesses could panic like this. She was in too deep. You don't know him. If he promised to leave with that girl, she definitely likes him. He's so lustful that he won't be able to resist her charms. Hua Jieyu was worried. Is he that charismatic? Shu Yuyan was speechless, but Hua Jieyu nodded seriously. Is Elder Qin here? A voice traveled over. Hua Jieyu and Shu Yuyan looked up and saw two figures standing outside the yard. The speaker was Xiang. Hua Jieyu's eyes landed on the handsome youth behind Xiang. Her eyes focused there and saw the boy blink at her. Greeting, Headmaster Yi. Grandmaster is here, Hua Jieyu said. Shu Yuyan also bowed. She smiled at Hua Jieyu and left. I am here to see Elder Qin, Xiang said. Hua Jieyu nodded and led the way. Futian followed. Stop pretending. Go say what you want to say, and then come find me, Yixiang said. He then walked away. Yi Futian looked at his back, realizing the man was pretty loving. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu with a smile. He saw that her eyes were slightly red. Jieyu dragged Yi Futian into a room. Closing the door, Hua Jieyu studied him. You went to the Luo Palace? Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. Don't believe the rumors. I have nothing to do with Mu Yunxian, Hua Jieyu said, feeling wronged. I know. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. Hua Jieyu stepped forward. She extended her slim arms and lightly hugged Yi Futian. She raised her head. Yi Futian looked at the shocking beauty before him. Those eyes were filled with emotions. He could faintly see a teardrop in the glittering eyes. She was so beautiful he lost his breath. Kiss me, a dreamy voice said, almost melting Yi Futian's heart. Chapter 67. Yi Futian looked down at Hua Jieyu's delicate features, especially her luscious red lips. His heart was beating like crazy. To reciprocate her gesture, he reached out his arms around her waist. Then, he lowered his lips until they met hers. They were both a little awkward at this. Sometime later, they separated. Yi Futian looked down at Hua Jieyu's delicate features, especially her luscious red lips. His heart was beating like crazy. To reciprocate her gesture, he reached out his arms around her waist. Then, he lowered his lips until they met hers. They were both a little awkward at this. Sometime later, they separated. Hua Jieyu bit her lip. Her crystal-clear eyes were enchanting. I'm yours now, so you have to take responsibility for me, Hua Jieyu said to Yi Futian as she gazed into his eyes. Yi Futian blinked. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to refuse? She glared at him. Yi Futian's heart skipped a beat looking at her angry face. He said, since you're mine, then let's have another go at it. After he finished his words, he pulled Hua Jieyu close and they were immersed in each other once again. Hua Jieyu's eyes closed, her face redder than before, but she felt warm in her heart. This time as well, they took a while to separate from each other. Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian with a bit of resentment. Suddenly, she asked, can you not go? Not go? Yi Futian was confused. That girl from yesterday, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian froze for a moment, then chuckled as he looked at his girlfriend. She was jealous. Minister's was orders. I can't reject, he said. Then you have to promise not to fall for her, even if she tries to seduce you, Hua Jieyu told him. Yi Futian was speechless. He never knew women could be so jealous. But it warmed his heart. She looks nowhere as good as my fox. Why would I fall for her? He asked. Hua Jieyu felt proud, but continued to say, even if she did look better than me, you can't fall for her. All right, I only like you, Yi Futian nodded. Only then did Hua Jieyu let out a satisfied smile. Her smile was so bright and beautiful. Yi Futian fell for her all over again. After being seduced today, he has lost all his willpower against her. I know you're always thinking of father, but can't you save revenge for after you become stronger and more powerful? I don't want to see you in danger, she said. I'm fine now, aren't I? Yi Futian knew she was talking about what happened at the Luo Palace. I think they know about our relationship. Hua Jieyu sounded very down. She was worried that they would try to harm Yi Futian. They were going to find out sooner or later, but how dare they create all those false rumors? I just want to tell the whole world that you're mine, said Yi Futian. Gloater. Hua Jieyu stared charmingly at Yi Futian. Will you marry me in the future? Of course. I already said, you belong to me, answered Yi Futian. Then I'll wait for you. Hua Jieyu smiled gently and said, promise that you'll never give up no matter how hard it gets. I promise. He nodded. Why don't we do what master and mistress did? Let's jump the gun and do what can't be undone. Hua Jieyu's face paled then reddened. She stared at Yi Futian timidly and laughed lightly. You wish. With you acting like this, it's hard to resist. Yi Futian sighed. The two of them were still in a tight embrace. Hua Jieyu blinked a couple of times then let go. You got lucky today. Headmaster Yixiang is still waiting for you. Let's go meet the Grandmaster. Okay. Yi Futian looked at the captivating young woman in front of his eyes and thought to himself, There's tons of time in the future. The couple stepped out of the room and were walking shoulder to shoulder when Hua Jieyu warned him again. Don't forget, no flirting with other girls. I got it, replied Yi Futian. How worried was she? And also, be careful for your safety. If something happens to you, I'm marrying someone else. You have to think about this carefully, she said. How can you do this to me? Yi Futian was speechless. He never thought she would threaten him like this. Why can't I? Hua Jiu looked smug. She then said, this way, you'll know to cherish yourself. I got it, I got it. Before we do the deed that can't be undone, I won't let myself die, said Yi Futian. Hua Jiu reached for his waist and pinched down hard. The two of them reached a courtyard. In the courtyard, Yi Xiang was chatting with an elderly man. The elder had a full head of white hair, which made him look very old, but while he chatted with Yi Xiang, one could tell from his smile and his eyes that he was kind. Yi Futian approached the elder and bowed. Greetings, Grandmaster. The elderly man looked up at Yi Futian and said in a friendly tone, Hua Jiu has told me about you. Here, come sit. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and sat down next to the elderly man. Hua Jiu told me that she didn't manage to learn any of her father's Guqin skills because they were all passed down to you. Is that true? The elder asked Yi Futian. Yes. Master has taught me many musical spells, said Yi Futian. Come and play a random song for me, said the elder. Next to him was a Guqin. Yi Futian walked over to sit down behind the Guqin, and the aura around him changed as soon as he laid his fingers on the instrument. The peaceful sounds of the Guqin flooded the courtyard. It was quiet and peaceful, seemingly able to calm one's heart. There were no other sounds in the courtyard aside from the Guqin. The mood that it set up enabled all worries to be tossed to the back of one's mind. Yi Futian finished the piece, and the courtyard remained quiet. The elder gave Yi Futian a smile as he reminisced about the past. The way he looked at Yi Futian was even friendlier than before. Hua Jiu told me that it hasn't even been a full year since you learned to play the Guqin from Hua Fenglu. You are even more gifted than he was. However, Yi Xiang says that your life spirit is a golden rock, but at the Luo Palace you used musical sorcery. Could it be that the spirit element is hidden within this life spirit? Yi Futian looked at Yi Xiang and Hua Jiu. Yi Xiang seemed to understand what Yi Futian's gaze meant and said, Elder Qin sacrificed a lot for your master in the past. He spent all his time exploring the way of the Guqin and is a true master of the Guqin. He gave everything he had to teach your master, but in the end, Yi Xiang did not continue, but Yi Futian understood. Grandmaster is not like the other people in the school of the Emperor Star, said Hua Jiu. Yi Futian nodded lightly. Looking into the elder's kind eyes, a bright light radiated from Yi Futian's body, and a Guqin appeared in the air behind him, then slowly disappeared. Twin spirits, said Yi Xiang. He shuddered. When he heard that Yi Futian had crashed the celebration at the Luo Palace and fought with musical sorcery, he knew immediately that Yi Futian had an extraordinary gift. He seemed to be good at everything, regardless it be spirit elemental or martial arts and sorcery, but seeing the twin spirits, he still could not help but feel shocked. Good, very good. Hua Fenglu picked a good disciple. The elder's voice deepened and he said, I can't believe that at my old age, just before I die, I am able to pass down the torch. Yi Xiang, I would like to keep Yi Futian here with me for a few days. You wouldn't mind, right? Not at all, answered Yi Xiang. He turned to Yi Futian and Hua Jiu. I'm afraid if I leave alone, the people of the school of the Emperor's Star will take notice. They're already suspicious of your relationship. This will only strengthen their suspicions. If you guessed it, then they probably have as well. They're not stupid. They even spread false rumors to test us. They're going to find out anyway, so just let it be. Yi Futian looked to Hua Jiu and told her, one day, I'll make sure all of Donghai Academy knows. If you're willing to take the risk, then I don't have anything to say. Elder Qin, I am just disturbing you guys, said Yi Xiang. Yi Futian watched as he left and said, Headmastery knew that I specialized in musical sorcery and purposely brought me here to you, Grandmaster. Yi Xiang is honest and loyal, unlike the school of the Emperor's Star. They've changed. The elder shook his head and said to Hua Jiu, Child, go bring me all my music score books. Okay. Hua Jieyu nodded and left for a little while. When she returned, she had an armful of score books. Give them all to Yi Futian, so he can familiarize himself with them, said the elder. Hua Jieyu nodded again and handed the books over to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked really serious when he took over the books. He knew what this meant. Hua Fenglio's powers had been rid of. Grandmaster was now handing down everything he was supposed to hand down to Hua Fengliu to him instead. You stay here and learn from Grandmaster. I'm leaving first, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian lightly nodded and began to look through the score books. Hua Jieyu returned to her own dorm, and not long after, the people of the Emperor's Star School came for her. An elder asked her, Headmaster Yi Xiang left alone. Did Yi Futian stay here with you? Grandmaster wanted him to stay and learn to play the guqin. If you guys need anything, go ask Grandmaster, said Hua Jieyu coldly. The people from the school shared a look and headed to Elder Qin's residence. Hua Jieyu watched as they left, her expression peaceful as ever. Now that the secret was out, she felt so calm. It was about time to get this thing straightened out. Walking to the edge of the residence, a gust of wind enveloped her, carrying her down from the Emperor's Star School. At Donghai Academy, there were tons of students walking around the campus. Right at this moment, someone looked up at the sky and shouted, Hua Jieyu. Gradually, more people began to look up. They saw Hua Jieyu being carried through the sky by a force of spiritual qi, like a goddess strolling in the air. So beautiful. Not even the girl with ministers can compare to her. Hua Jieyu really is Donghai Academy's #1 beauty, said one of the students. Many hearts skipped a beat as they looked at the goddess in the sky. They could only watch her from afar because she was already dating someone. Even goddesses have people they like. Mu Yunxian. That name made many people envious and even jealous. Hua Jieyu stopped and descended from the skies. When she saw that she had the attention of a good amount of people, she began to speak. Recently, there have been some rumors about me being spread around Donghai Academy. Everyone looked at her. There seemed to be something different about Hua Jieyu. They are untrue, she said calmly. This stirred up some feelings instantly. For a while now, the rumors about Hua Jieyu dating Mu Yunxian spread to every corner of the academy. Now, Hua Jieyu had actually spoken up. The rumors were false. Hua Jieyu came all the way down from the school of the Emperor's Star just to set things straight. Saying all she had to say, she turned to leave. So, does this mean you don't have anyone you like? Someone gathered the courage to yell out at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu slowed down. In her mind, a certain young man appeared, which brought a smile to her face. I do have someone I like. Hua Jieyu's smile had many people in a daze, but at the same time, their hopes and dreams were destroyed once again. Hua Jieyu already had someone she liked. It's just that it was the rumored Mu Yunxian. Who is he? Is he better than Mu Yunxian? Someone asked. Hua Jieyu thought of the spectacular young man again and smiled even brighter. Mu Yunxian is not worthy to be compared to him. After that, she was up in the skies again, dancing through the clouds like a goddess. Everyone was shocked, frozen in place. Along with hearing Hua Jieyu's words, they were able to hear the sound of their hearts break. Chapter 68. Hua Jieyu's appearance instantly created a gust of wind in Donghai Academy. Rumors about her relationship with Mu Yunxian had abounded recently. They even said that Mu Yunxian had said it himself, and no one from the school of the Emperor's Star refuted it, so everyone thought it was real. But today, this world-class beauty personally walked from the school of the Emperor's Star to announce to everyone in Donghai Academy that this wasn't real. She had someone she liked, but it wasn't Mu Yunxian. Mu Yunxian couldn't be compared to the person she liked. Hua Jieyu's appearance instantly created a gust of wind in Donghai Academy. Rumors about her relationship with Mu Yunxian had abounded recently. They even said that Mu Yunxian had said it himself, and no one from the school of the Emperor's Star refuted it, so everyone thought it was real. But today, this world-class beauty personally walked from the school of the Emperor's Star to announce to everyone in Donghai Academy that this wasn't real. She had someone she liked, but it wasn't Mu Yunxian. Mu Yunxian couldn't be compared to the person she liked. You can imagine the uproar to Hua Jieyu's words, the most beautiful girl of Donghai Academy. It was like a slap to Mu Yunxian, the talent of the school of the Emperor's Star. There was no dignity left for him. Perhaps Hua Jieyu really was mad because these rumors could hurt the person she truly liked. The people of Donghai Academy could imagine Mu Yunxuan's feelings now. But compared to that, they were more curious about the one Hua Jieyu liked. Who was the one that could make Hua Jieyu so beautiful when talking about him? Who was the one that Mu Yunxian wasn't even good enough to be compared to? Did someone like this really exist in Donghai Academy? After all, Mu Yunxian was the genius prodigy of the school of the Emperor's Star. At that moment, the one Hua Jieyu spoke of was practicing his guqin in the school. He was immersed in it from day to night. His grandmaster was definitely a master of the guqin arts. His attainment was at the peak. Even Hua Fenglu couldn't be compared to him. He could use music notes to cast spells from other schools, resonating musical spells with others. It could create even more explosive power and was clearly deeper than what he had taught Hua Fenglu. The man hadn't learned these. The night sky was as dark as ink. Under the bright moon, the school of the Emperor's Star looked even more majestic. Music streamed from a pavilion. The youth sat on a stone bench and played the qin. A beautiful girl sat beside him, listening to the melody. Under the moonlit sky, this scene was so beautiful and peaceful. After a while, the music came to a stop. The youth gazed at the girl and said gently, "Fox, time to rest." "No, I want to stay here with you." Hua Jieyu's eyes were as gentle as water. She smiled and shook her head. "Then I'll go rest with you," Futian said. "No way." Hua Jieyu smiled. What was this bad guy thinking now? "Huh, you're still not my girl," Futian said, hurt. "That trick doesn't work." Hua Jieyu smiled. He always pretended to be pitiful. Despite her words, she leaned against Futian and slowly lied down into his lap. The arrogant and fairy-like girl at the Donghai Academy during the day had now become a girl in love. She was so gentle. It seems to work. Futian looked at the pretty girl in his lap. He caressed her hair and dipped his head. He pecked her forehead. His eyes were filled with softness. Hua Jieyu smiled sweetly. With her head on Futian's thighs, she murmured, "Don't mess around. Keep practicing and I'll rest here." Futian gave Hua Jieyu puppy eyes. "Fox, do you think I can practice with you here? I don't care. Let me sleep for a bit." Hua Jieyu looked smug as she closed her eyes. "Oh, you sly fox." Futian felt tragic, but he started practicing again. If anyone in Donghai Academy knew that Futian felt sad now, they'd probably slap him to death. The music was peaceful and Hua Jieyu actually fell asleep quickly. Futian looked down at the girl. Her eyelashes were long and pretty. A smile still hung on her face as she slept. It was sweet and beautiful. Seeing the sleeping beauty, Futian smiled too. He murmured, "Fox, you suck." Then he raised his head and kept playing. The music continued from night to day. During the night, Futian felt his energy changing. A slight smile appeared on his face. He had been frustrated all these days due to the rumors, but last night, he had felt more peaceful than ever before. With the music notes, he had a mental breakthrough without realizing. This way, he was at the 4-star glory plane for both martial arts and sorcery. A cough broke the early morning peace. Futian saw the old man walk over. He smiled, trembled. Hua Jieyu's eyes opened and she got up, pink tinging her cheeks. "Grandmaster," Hua Jieyu called with her head lowered. There was some embarrassment in her voice. "Must be nice to be young." The old man smiled at the two before him. They were like a perfect pair. He could feel the pure feelings just seeing them. "I hope you will be in love like this forever." He gave his blessing with a smile. Futian and Hua Jieyu exchanged glances. Both of them had smiling eyes. "Grandmaster, we will," Futian said. "You can't slack on your cultivation, though," the elder said. Futian smiled and nodded. He continued practicing. Hua Jieyu stayed there and cultivated too. "Hanemo is here to greet his senior." A voice came from outside. The elder's smile faded. He said indifferently, "Come in." As soon as he finished, a few figures walked in. The first was the Emperor's Star elder Futian had seen before. "How have you been?" Hanemo asked with a smile. "Can I help you?" Elder Qin asked. "There is nothing much, but I heard that Futian was practicing here, so I came to take a look," Hanemo said. His gaze fell on Futian. "I told you last time that you can come to the school of the Emperor's Star. Why didn't you tell me after you came?" I came with Headmaster Yi. I am sorry for not notifying you, Yi Futian said politely. It is all right. Since you are practicing with my senior, why don't you join this school? Han Mo's smile remained. Yi Futian shook his head wryly. You are joking again. I have already joined the school of the Finance Star. If I join the Emperor's Star, I would be betraying the Finance Star. Do you accept disciples like that? That is true. The old man nodded and said, Since you are not joining then, according to the rules, you cannot stay here for long. Hearing his words, something flashed through Yi Futian's eyes. He looked at the man's smile and Mu Yunxian behind him. He obviously knew that Han Mo was planning something. The one who reminded him at the Luo Palace was obviously not Han Mo. You have problems with the fact that I am keeping him here to practice? Elder Qin's muddled eyes grew sharp. His entire aura seemed to change. His robe fluttered, and his white hair flew in the wind. Han Mo bowed. Senior, please do not be angry. I was just saying, but I will leave now. With that, he really turned to leave. At the same time, he said, Yunxian, apologize to Jieyu. Yes. Mu Yunxian walked up and said to Hua Jieyu, the rumors affected you negatively. Please do not mind them. Get out, Hua Jieyu uttered. Staring at Mu Yunxian coldly, Mu Yunxuan's face stiffened. His handsome face became embarrassed. It was one thing for Hua Jieyu to declare the rumors unfounded yesterday at Donghai Academy. It did not affect Mu Yunxian too much, but Hua Jieyu did not spare any dignity for him. She told everyone that he could not even be compared to who she liked. Everyone was discussing him as if he was a clown, and now, Hua Jieyu also told him to get out so mercilessly. Seeing Yi Futian beside her, Mu Yunxian realized that this boy was the one she liked. Yesterday, Jieyu said that I can't be compared to you. I cannot disturb your master today, but in the future, I hope we can have some exchanges, Mu Yunxian said to Yi Futian, still polite. Yi Futian did not know what had happened yesterday, but he could guess from Mu Yunxuan's words. After deciding to stay in this school and Hua Jieyu no longer had to avoid him, she probably personally revealed the truth. Thinking of this, Yi Futian smiled gently at Hua Jieyu. He took her hands and glanced at Mu Yunxian, giving a strong response to what Mu Yunxian had said earlier. Seeing this, Mu Yunxuan's expression grew more uncomfortable. Get out, Yi Futian said the same two words as Hua Jieyu. Even though he was told to do so by the school of the Emperor's Star, Yi Futian could not tolerate Mu Yunxian saying he was dating Hua Jieyu. Sensing Hua Jieyu's reliance on him, Yi Futian knew that this event had hurt her. She had become sensitive and weak. He needed to make Mu Yunxian pay. Sorry for the disturbance. Mu Yunxian bowed toward Elder Qin and glanced at Yi Futian coldly. His fists clenched loosely. He turned and walked out to catch up with Han Mo. Han Mo's face was dark too. He said coldly, Nandu brought her here to cultivate, but it seems like nothing will come out of it. If that's the case, what use does she have regardless of her talents? Professor, that Yi Futian will be troublesome in the future too, Mu Yunxian said. Him? Han Mo sneered. Youths who don't know how to lie low will die easily. The school of the Finance Star can't protect him for long. Hearing those words, a cold, murderous glint flashed past Mu Yunxuan's eyes. Days later, Yi Xiang came to the school of the Emperor's Star to pick him up. Minister Zhua had sent people over and was preparing to travel to Qingzhou City. In the yard, Yi Xiang walked forward. He floated in the air, and his hands were behind his back. Behind him, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu, Qingzhou isn't far from Donghai. With Minister Zhua's demon, it'll only take one day. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Okay, I'll wait for you, Hua Jieyu said gently. She would wait no matter how long it took. Fox, I'm leaving. Yi Futian's eyes were unwilling, but he left with Yi Xiang. Hua Jieyu watched his back. She did not turn to go cultivate until he was completely gone. Chapter 69. When Yi Futian at the entrance of Donghai Academy, Minister Zhua was already waiting for him. When Yi Futian at the entrance of Donghai Academy, Minister Zhua was already waiting for him. When the young woman saw Yi Futian, she said, Let's have another battle. Yi Futian was speechless. He wondered if this girl liked being defeated. No, he answered. Yi Futian glanced at the young woman. What is that look supposed to mean? Seeing the way Yi Futian looked at her made her mad. If we fight again, I'm afraid you might cry, said Futian. He was determined never to battle with a female ever again. You. The young woman pointed at him. All right, Missy. Let's go. Weren't you the one who begged to tag along? Ministers did not know what to do with the little princess. Just you wait, Futian. She then turned to the minister's wa. Master, I want him to be my guard. Futian was dumbfounded. He looked to minister's wa. Senior. She couldn't do this, could she? Stop fooling around. The ministers looked at the young woman once and then gave out his order, let's go. The large group riding on creatures began their journey, heading in the direction of the East Sea. I don't care. Master, didn't you say his innate powers were good and that he was gifted? Then he would be perfect as my guard. He can also battle me time to time to help me gain combat experience. The young woman whined to the minister's wa. Futian stared in shock. What did she take him for? Then you'll have to ask Futian to see if he'll agree, said minister's wa. Futian thanked the ministers silently. The young woman looked towards Futian and said, You're better off by my side than you are at Donghai Academy. No. Futian remembered what Hua Jieyu made him promise and rejected her firmly. I really do have a girlfriend. You. The young woman seemed to be adjusting to Futian's shameless antics because she suddenly smiled. With a beautiful smile, she faced Futian and asked, Is your girlfriend really as pretty as I am? Futian saw her smile and did not know what to say. How could her expression change so abruptly? She was trying to get her way through the means of seduction. However, Futian thought it was wasted effort because he was an honest man. However, he couldn't believe that she remembered what he said yesterday. When it came to appearances, women were indeed. You are very beautiful, but my girlfriend is even more so, Futian said with a serious look on his face. The young woman's smile disappeared in an instant, and she snickered at Futian. Who would believe you? She seemed to know that there was no hope and refused to look at Futian. That self-confidence, Futian thought to himself, if this girl met Hua Jieyu, then she would not be so confident. At the thought of Hua Jieyu, a smile crept on his face. Futian closed his eyes and enjoyed the gentle blowing of the wind in silence. Quickly, the group made it past the city and arrived at the East Sea. In the vast sea, the wind blew and ships sailed. The group did not stall for too long before they were on their way again, this time headed for Qingzhou Academy. Several hours later, from the skies over the East Sea, an island came into view. Futian stood on top of the beast he was previously riding on and looked at the nearing island. He had no idea he would be back so soon. It did not seem like that long ago that he left the island city. So many thoughts floated through his mind. Was Senior Sister Qin Yi doing all right? Was General Qin Shui doing better? Did Feng Qingxue miss him? Probably. He smiled at the thought of being back home. Finally, the beasts were flying right above the island. They did not stop but continued in the direction of Qingzhou Academy. Boom! At this very moment, a loud sound came from the ground. Futian and everyone were concerned as they looked down. They saw the ground shake, as if an earthquake or a tsunami was about to dawn upon the city. What's going on? Minister's eyes flickered, and the beasts continued to advance. A moment later, the loud rumbling resumed and the ground was shaking once again. The citizens of Qingzhou City were in a frenzy. The stronger people ascended into mid-air, while the weaker people were running on the streets. Everyone was in shock. Boom! The ground was still shaking without a pattern. As they got deeper into the city, the shaking got more violent. Even when the monster tide occurred, it did not affect the areas this far away. Right not? It seemed like the entire island was being affected. It was originating from the direction of Qingzhou Academy. What on earth was going on? Futian's heart was pounding. Even though he was not able to become an official disciple of Qingzhou Academy, he still had a sentimental attachment to this place. He did not wish for anything to happen to the academy. The beasts sped up and charged forward. Not long after, they arrived at Qingzhou Academy. Right now, the whole area was shaking non-stop. Some buildings had already fallen. The teachers and students were all looking in the direction of Mount Tianyao, their hearts in a frenzy. There seemed to be an ultimate battle taking place in Mount Tianyao. Mount Tianyao. Its senior snow ape, thought Yi Futian. His expression changed. The shaking was coming from Mount Tianyao. There could only be one thing that would lead to such strong vibrations through the ground, and that was a huge battle between the snow ape and some unknown people. The snow ape's powers were unimaginably strong. He may very well be second in power after Emperor Yi Qing. Yi Futian was unsure of exactly how powerful he was, but to be able to battle with the snow ape, it was most likely a fearsome opponent. It was hard for Yi Futian not to worry. "Seems like someone got here before I could," said Minister Zhua. The group stood between Qingzhou Academy and Mount Tianyao. People who went ahead to test the waters came back to report their findings. They greeted the minister with a bow. "Minister Zhua, things are not good. Do you know who it is?" Minister Zhua asked. "It's not possible for a person so powerful to exist in Nandu Nation." The reporting person shook his head. Minister Zhua contemplated for a while and said, "All of you stay here. I'll go take a look." Obviously, everything they had previously prepared was now useless. The plans had been spoiled. An extremely powerful individual got wind of the news and came to Qingzhou City. "Senior, can you take me with you?" asked Yi Futian. "Your abilities are still too weak." "It will be dangerous," said Minister Zhua. "That's okay. I want to take a look at what's going on." Yi Futian was determined. "I cannot promise your absolute safety," Minister Zhua spoke again. Yi Futian nodded and the two of them made their way into Mount Tianyao. The vibrations of the ground were even stronger now that they were closer to the mountains. Demons and monsters ran frantically in every direction. With Minister Zhua's powers, none of the demons or monsters dared to stand in his way. Finally, they reached the epicenter of the vibrations. One look at the scene ahead and the powerful minister began to shudder, not able to calm down. "Senior." Yi Futian clenched his fist. His body was shaking. His eyes were filled with a wild flame, and all the veins on his arms were visible. Up ahead was an enormous snow ape, taller than the mountains. Compared to when Yi Futian had met him before, the snow ape was much larger now. His head was in the clouds. His enormous body stood in the midst of a storm, but he remained standing steadily like the mountains. A golden chain was locked around the snow ape's body. The light coming from the chain was shining brighter than the sun. The chain seemed to have come from the heavens, creating a link between heaven and earth. The snow ape reached out his hands, filled with immense power. However, the snow ape's snow-white fur was covered in blood. He was bleeding from wounds all over his body. He looked up at the figures in the sky unyieldingly. Yi Futian also looked up at the sky with his bloodshot eyes. Up in the skies stood a group of people. They were spread out in the air. A light shone from each of their bodies. This light enveloped them like a divine armor, and the people looked domineering, like the gods in heaven. Standing above them were two more people. They were quiet. One of the two was dressed in a robe of sorts. She was dazzling, elegant, and holy like a celestial fairy. She did not look too old, maybe about Yi Futian's age. Even though she was young, her aura was outstanding. It was almost as if she was born superior to others. She looked very content. Beside her stood a figure that seemed like a divine general. His force field covered her as if to protect her. Compared with ministers was disciple, the girl won in regards of elegance and looks. Perhaps, even if the goddess-like Hua Jieyu were here, she would not be able to overshadow this girl. The two girls were on a similar level in terms of looks, but when it came to elegance, not even Hua Jieyu could beat her. If Hua Jieyu was compared to a descended goddess, then this girl was a celestial fairy straight from the heavens. It was almost as if the snow ape could sense Yi Futian's arrival. He looked over in Yi Futian's direction and seemed to have mistaken the situation. The snow ape looked at Minister Zhua with blood-red eyes, conveying his intent to kill. A loud growl sounded. The world seemed to have become frozen and covered in snow. Along with the clanging of chains, the snow ape charged at Minister Zhua, lifting his arms, preparing to attack. Minister's was face-paled. He could feel his body slowly being sealed by the ice. "Senior." Yi Futian jumped in front of Minister Zhua. He realized that the snow ape must have mistakenly thought that Minister Zhua was holding him against his will. The snow ape struck the two with his hand, causing Minister Zhua and Yi Futian to land far away with a loud crash. The chain rattled again, but this time, to pull him back, Minister Zhua and Yi Futian picked themselves up off the ground. At this moment, they noticed that the group in the sky were looking down at them. The divine general-like figure spoke to them, "Kneel." His voice was domineering, superior, and arrogant. "Greetings. I am a prime minister of Nandu Nation. May I ask who you guys are?" asked Minister Zhua. He joined his hands together in a salute. The fairy-like female looked down at them and replied, "My family name is Donghuang." Minister's knees hit the ground, and he bowed his head to the floor. This was not only because the opposing side was power, but also because of their identity. Her surname was Donghuang. The prophecy has been fulfilled, Ministers thought to himself. A shiver ran down his back. The reason he was willing to risk coming here was because he told his own fortune. The prophecy said that this journey will not be dangerous. On the contrary, he would meet a person fated to become emperor. Never would Ministers have imagined, by being fated to become emperor, it did not mean the emperor of the Nandu nation. It meant the emperor of the divine prefectures. Yi Futian did not kneel down. In the storm, he looked up to the sky. He stood up straight and, in this moment, he was calmer than ever before. He met eyes with the air and the sky. The look they shared was a look of destiny. Chapter 70. Yi Futian looked at the girl up above. She looked back at him. Yi Futian looked at the girl up above. She looked back at him. "My name is Donghuang." Yi Futian even felt like that sentence was spoken to him instead of Minister Zhua. Boundless icy winds blew through, causing flurries of snow that fell from the sky. An indescribable coldness descended into the world. Everyone looked over at the towering mountain's vastness. They saw the snow ape look up the vault of heaven. It was sealed in ice with him as the center. The entire world was frozen. "Child, look carefully." A voice floated into Yi Futian's ear. Then he saw a shadow appear inside the snow ape's body. It came straight out of the flesh. The endless ice and snow converged into a giant snow staff that the snow ape grasped. 9 heavenly attacks. The snow ape stood up, almost becoming one with the sky and earth. That moment, incredible power converged above the shadow. His body was so stable. Finally, the snow ape's large shadow moved. The first hit gathered the power of the world and slammed against the atrium. The air seemed to be sliced apart, and the frozen world was cut into two. Endless wind and snow blocked everyone's vision except Yi Futian. The snow ape did not hit anyone. He was just teaching Yi Futian. It was the freedom meditation. Even though Yi Futian was sad, he knew that the snow ape was using his life to teach. This staff technique was the evolved by Emperor Yi Qing when he created war techniques. Now, the snow ape was demonstrating it personally. After the first hit, the power intensified rather than weakening. When the snow staff was swung again, the power of the first hit seemed to meld into the second and sweep everything. Then the third hit, the fourth. Every hit's power seemed to be multiplying. By the 8th hit, the world was shaking, the mountains were trembling, and the earth had cracked open. The snow ape's location had turned into the world's most terrifying windstorm. The 9th hit, a voice said in Yi Futian's ear. Then he saw the snow ape go toward the atrium. The snow staff swung and countless shadows of the staff appeared, flattening the sky. After that, Yi Futian could not see clearly anymore. Blinding light shone from above the atrium. It covered everything. The entire Mount Tianyao shook. The demons all knelt on the ground. An invisible power crashed into Minister Zhua and Yi Futian. They flew backward, but something was protecting Yi Futian. He was not fatally hurt, but there was pain everywhere. This windstorm lasted a long time because calming down. It began to snow in Mount Tianyao. White snow continued to float down. Yi Futian stood there, gaping. The snow ape's shadow had disappeared. All that remained was the giant flesh body standing there. It was lifeless, but it still stood up straight and tall. He was standing even in death. In the canyon behind him, Emperor Yi Qing's statue was still undamaged. It was as if the snow ape had defended the statue to his death. Yi Futian reached out. A snowflake landed in his palm. "Child, do not be sad. This was destined. I should have gone with my master long ago, but I had to wait for someone. Thankfully, I met you all. I am just sad I cannot see you rule the world with my own eyes." There seemed to be a shred of consciousness remaining in the air. It transformed into a voice that floated into Yi Futian's ear. At the corner of his eye was a tear. Was this really all fate? The snow ape knew the ending, but he still remained here, guarding it. The divine general went toward Emperor Yi Qing's statue to find something, but they could not find anything. A figure radiated, and the girl in the air said, "Let his last statue remain." The divine general still shone. The terrible light fell upon the statue, flattening it to the ground. The statue that the snow ape had protected with his life had still fallen. "Princess, you should not have sympathy," the general said, retracting his light. The girl looked at him coldly and turned around. The people left with her. When she left, she looked down. Her gaze fell on Yi Futian and then moved away. Her figure disappeared in the horizon. When they left, Yi Futian collapsed too. Something had been supporting him before, but those violent shakes had even hurt Minister Zhua, let alone him. Before, he had forced himself to stand up and witness it all. Minister Zhua coughed out blood. He could not recover quickly. Everything that had happened was indescribable. He did not even see clearly how the snow ape had died. Walking to Yi Futian, he looked at the youth's calm face with a bit of gratitude. If not for Yi Futian, the snow ape would have killed him. He could feel the murderous intent, but Yi Futian was only a boy. How could he be so calm when faced with all this? He did not even kneel down. The girl from the sky had the surname Donghuang. Even the emperor of Nandu would have to kneel. Their statuses were too different. However, the youth had still been standing up straight. It was not because he was dumb from shock, but arrogance from his bones. At that moment, Minister Zhua had the illusion that the boy before him was as high and mighty as the girl from the sky. His eyes flashed. Then he sat down beside Yi Futian. His life spirit appeared. It was a life chart. The minister of Nandu was a rarely seen astrologer. Few people knew this secret. Astrologers usually did not live long because they knew too much. The light of the life chart enveloped Yi Futian. The gears moved without stop and sped up. What's going on? Minister Zhua's expression changed. He stared at the uncontrollable life chart in shock. It spun crazily with noise until it finally slowed down. Minister Zhua stared at the chart. The needle spun until it pointed upward. It seemed to point at the sky. The minister collapsed onto the ground. Looking at the life chart, his heart twitched. This was impossible. How is this possible? Shouldn't it be the girl in the sky? Her surname was Donghuang. Why did Yi Futian have this fate? The fortune showed that he would meet someone. But who was it? In disbelief, Minister Zhua continued to activate the life chart. After several attempts, he was sweating. He sat beside Yi Futian and stared at the sleeping youth. Would Nandu Nation's fate change because of him? When Yi Futian woke up, he saw Minister Zhua beside him. The man smiled. "You're awake?" "Senior," Yi Futian greeted. He sat up. "You saved my life, so you shouldn't call me senior anymore. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Zhua," Minister Zhua said with a smile. He felt guilty inside. As the minister, he had taken advantage of the boy without him realizing. Uncle Zhua. Yi Futian was not very straightforward. Becoming close to the minister of Nandu would be good for him when he returned to Donghai City. "Yes." Minister Zhua nodded. "How are your injuries?" "No big deal." Yi Futian looked back. He was sad when he saw the statue-like body. "Uncle Zhua," he said, "I want to stay here for a while. You can go back first." Minister Zhua shook his head. "The demons have been chased away, but they might come back. It's too dangerous. Why don't I stay here with you?" "But—" Yi Futian wanted to continue, but Minister Zhua interrupted. "You're calling me uncle already? We're not strangers. Go do what you want to do. I'll just cultivate here." "Okay." Yi Futian nodded and stopped talking. He got up and walked toward the snow ape's body. There, he kept standing, but he looked up to the heavens. "Senior, I can't take revenge for you now, so I'll just accompany you for a while." Yi Futian's voice was sad. He sat by the snow ape's body. The Guqin spirit appeared and descended before him. Yi Futian started playing right there. A gloomy melody sounded as if in farewell. After the tune, Yi Futian started cultivating. The snow ape had taught him the 9 heavenly attacks before dying. Cultivating here was like the last comfort to the snow ape's spirit. The days passed. Without realizing, months had passed. 9 heavenly attacks was extremely difficult. When Yi Futian learned the third hit, both his martial arts and sorcery cultivation had reached the 5-star glory plane. That day, Yi Futian knelt before the snow ape's body. He kowtowed 3 times before standing up and turning around. He never looked back. "Uncle Zhua, let's go back," Yi Futian said to Minister Zhua, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. The man opened his eyes and nodded. "Okay." With that, he and Yi Futian flew into the sky. They left Mount Tianyao. Yi Futian's recent actions had been odd, but he did not ask. Once out of Mount Tianyao, they were close to Qingzhou Academy. Ministers' men were waiting there. Seeing ministers were returned, they let out sighs of relief and went to greet him. "Where's the princess?" Ministers were asked. "They were living in Qingzhou Academy while you weren't here," someone said. "That girl has probably caused a ruckus," Ministers was said. He walked forward, and they all went toward Qingzhou Academy. The red-clothed girl was the princess of Nandu. She was now living in the School of Martial Arts. Many people were there right now. When Yi Futian walked in, he saw Qin Yi. Surprised, he called, "Ms. Qin." "Futian." Qin Yi was surprised when she saw Yi Futian. "I wanted to go find you. Why are you here?" Yi Futian asked. Hearing this, Qin Yi lowered her head slightly. "Professor, you're back? The servants here don't know how to take care of people. I can finally go back now." The girl walked by. Many big figures of the School of Martial Arts were present. They all froze when they saw Yi Futian, but Yi Futian's eyes turned cold. "Servant." Chapter 71. The people of the School of Martial Arts walked up and greeted him with bow. "Greetings, Minister Zhuo." The people of the School of Martial Arts walked up and greeted him with bow. "Greetings, Minister Zhuo." Minister Zhuo nodded his head. Lung Qingfeng, the cabinet master of the House of Swordsmen, looked at Yi Futian and asked, "What are you doing here? What is my senior sister doing here?" Yi Futian did not answer his question. Lung Qingfeng took a look around at everyone. This? He did not know how to explain the situation. "She's your senior sister?" The young woman snickered. Then to Yi Futian, she said, "She's been my servant these past couple days, but it's such a pity that she doesn't know how to take care of other people. If you promise to be my underling, I'll let her go. How about it?" "You did this?" Yi Futian glared at her coldly. "Yi Futian, I'm fine," Qin Yi said, pulling at his sleeve. "But I'm not fine, senior sister." Yi Futian looked at Qin Yi. He moved her hands away and walked towards the young woman. His demeanor was cold, but at the same time, he looked furious. Seeing him like this slightly frightened the young woman. She asked, "What do you want?" "Didn't you say that you wanted to battle again?" "I'll fulfill your wish," he said. His pace quickened, racing straight towards the young woman. "You're crazy." She saw Yi Futian charging at her, but because he was going too fast, he reached her before she was able to defend herself. A punch was thrown at her. The young woman gathered energy to defend herself, but his fist broke through her defense and landed on her chest. The young woman flew through the air and was thrown through 2 closed doors. After breaking the doors, she landed on the ground. Everyone watching was dumbfounded at the scene they just witnessed. Qin Yi looked pale because she knew that this young woman was the princess of the Nandu nation. Even Xia Fan, the vice chief of the East Sea Prefecture and the person who destroyed Qin Yi's family, had to kneel down in her presence. Yi Futian actually threw her in the air with a single punch. "Princess," someone shouted. "Yi Futian, that was out of line," said someone from the School of Martial Arts, as a group of them went up to help the princess. The young woman walked out of the room she had just been thrown into, with a hand on her chest. Her eyes were red, as if she was really going to cry. She had never been hit before. What's more, this was already the 2nd time. "Master, he's bullying me. Kill him," the young woman ordered as she looked at Minister Zhua. The powerful cultivators of Nandu Nation surrounded Yi Futian. "Minister Zhua, please have mercy," Lung Qingfeng pleaded. "Yi Futian." Qin Yi's face was pale, and she placed herself in front of him. "Step down," ordered Minister Zhua. The people surrounding Yi Futian retreated. "Master," said the young woman. She was shocked and did not understand what her master was doing. Have you had enough? In a stern tone, Ministers was said to the young woman, apologize to Yi Futian. Me? Apologize to him? The young woman's eyes were about to pop out of her head as she stared at her master. She was a princess, and she was the one who had to apologize after getting hit by Yi Futian. Are you not going to listen to me? Ministers looked at the young woman with a serious look on his face. He could not believe that this child actually ordered to have Yi Futian killed. She would know that this was for her own good sometime in the future. Uncle Zhua, forget about the apology. I can't bear it, said Yi Futian. All I want to know is who made my senior sister a servant? General Qin Shui, the protector of the city of Qingzhou, was disabled by Xia Fan when he offended him for the well-being of the city. Now, his daughter, who was cultivating at Qingzhou Academy, was being treated as a servant? Witnessing this with his own two eyes, it was clear that Yi Futian was beyond furious. If it was the young woman's fault, he would hold this against her, even if she was the princess. Hurry up and tell him. Ministers ordered the young woman. She felt wronged seeing her master side with Yi Futian. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Yi Futian and told him, it was the city lord who sent her to take care of me. Why are you blaming me? Morong Yunshan? Yi Futian's eyes grew cold. He asked the people of the School of Martial Arts, is this how you treat the daughter of General Qin? Everyone lowered their heads in shame. They knew that City Lord Morong Yunshan was purposely picking on Qin Yi, but what could they do? Now, it was Yi Futian who would stand up against the Morong family again. Last time as well, he executed Morong Qiu in front of students of Qingzhou Academy all by himself. It was just as the Thunder Pavilion Lord had said when he left. The prestigious Qingzhou Academy was nothing compared to this one young man. Not even a year had passed, and this young man was back in Qingzhou Academy. He was actually able to defeat a 5-starred Glory Plane Mandate sorcerer with one punch. To add to that, the person he hit was the princess of the Nandu Nation, and afterwards, Ministers even had the princess apologize to Yi Futian. The world had changed so quickly. When the Pavilion Lord of the Thunder Pavilion left, he said that Qingzhou Academy would know what they missed out on when Yi Futian became known to the world. It seemed like what he said was slowly coming true. Yi Futian's growth was truly shocking. General Qin? Ministers looked at Yi Futian and asked, Yi Futian, is there a story behind this? General Qin is the protector of our city, answered Yi Futian. He turned to Minister Zhua and summarized the story of General Qin and Xia Fan, Morong Yunshan, and the others. When he finished retelling the story, Ministers became extra cold. He said, those bastards. Morong Yunshan plunged the people into misery and suffering, but has become the city lord? Uncle Zhua, I want him dead, said Yi Futian. He was out for blood. Go, bring him here, ordered Minister Zhua. Understood. Someone answered his order and flew to find Morong Yunshan. The people of Qingzhou Academy shuddered at this scene. Was the Morong family done for? One word from the Prime Minister of the Nandu Nation was enough to have a whole family killed off, even if it was the city lord. Yi Futian, called out Qin Yi. She looked at the young man standing in front of her. It hadn't even been a year since she last saw him. What on earth had he been through? For her, he attacked the princess. Senior sister, everything is okay now. Yi Futian smiled at Qin Yi. She nodded, eyes red. And this time, she learned the truth about human nature. Many people treated her poorly. Even the people who courted her before changed their attitude towards her. As if it was not enough that Xia Fan and Morong Yunshan caused her father's disability, Morong Shan used the arrival of the princess as an excuse to suppress her growth and cultivation. Don't you still owe me an apology? The young woman asked Yi Futian. She still felt wronged. Senior sister, did she give you a hard time? Yi Futian asked Qin Yi. No, she said as she shook her head. Then I'll forgive you, he said to the young woman. You. The young woman pointed a finger at Yi Futian, not knowing what to say. Then she turned to look at Minister Zhua with puppy dog eyes. That's enough. No matter what, you were in the wrong first. Why do you need a servant when traveling? Treat this as a lesson learned, said Minister Zhua gently. He then turned to Yi Futian. Yi Futian, I watched her grow up. Other than being a little obstinate, she doesn't mean any harm. Please don't take what she does to heart, and take care of her if possible. I need him to take care of me? The young girl felt that Minister Zhua was a little strange since coming down from the mountains. What on earth happened? Uncle Zhua, that's too much. I was a little rash. This situation had nothing to do with the princess, so I am at fault, said Futian. Minister Zhua showed much respect for Futian. Even though he saved Minister Zhua on Mount Tianyao, Futian knew that there was a limit to what he could do. After all, the young woman was the princess and her master was Minister Zhua. Is this the attitude you use in an apology? The young woman chewed on her own lip. Fine, then I'll promise to battle you the next time you ask, he said. Who wants to fight you? The young woman scratched her head. After that one punch, she finally realized she could not defeat him. Minister Zhua saw her expression and could not help but smile. It looked like her temper had dissolved. Futian and the princess should have made up by now, right? After a little while, Morong Yunshan was escorted to them. He still had no idea what was going on. When he saw Futian, Morong Yunshan saw red. His son, Morong Chiu, had died at the hands of Futian. Greetings to Minister Zhua and the princess from Qingzhou City Lord, Morong Yunshan, he bowed. Futian, what do you want to do with him? Asked Minister Zhua. I want him beheaded, Futian answered without hesitation. Morong Yunshan was in complete shock. He lifted his head to look at Futian. What was going on? Off with his head. One word from Minister Zhua, and the people standing behind Morong Yunshan restrained him. In this moment, Morong Yunshan finally realized the predicament he was in. Please spare me, Minister Zhua. What did I do wrong? Morong Yunshan's expression was completely different. However, Minister Zhua did not bother with him. The minister looked at Futian and felt a cold shiver when he saw Futian's cold eyes. It was then that Morong Yunshan understood. The person who wanted to kill him wasn't Minister Zhua, but was the young man in front of him. He was once an outer sect disciple of Qingzhou Academy. Morong Yunshan thought of the fall quarter examinations. That was the first time Futian stood up in the middle of the stage, stubborn and unwavering. Morong Yunshan never expected that the lives of both him and his son would end in the hands of Futian. I cannot accept this. Morong Yunshan screamed furiously. A moment later, Qingzhou City's city lord was dead in Qingzhou Academy. Have the Morong family property confiscated, Minister Zhua ordered. Immediately, his people left to get things taken care of. What do you think of making General Qin the new city lord of Qingzhou City? Minister Zhua asked Futian. Thank you, Uncle Zhua. Naturally, Futian had the same thought, but he did not feel right asking this of Minister Zhua. He was so shocked at this treatment he was receiving from Minister Zhua. Futian was being treated so well, it was getting suspicious. The casual words exchanged in this courtyard flipped the whole city upside down. First, the powerful Morong Chamber of Commerce was destroyed. Originally, the municipal guards tried to resist, but when they found out the Prime Minister of the Nandu nation ordered the destruction, they gave up the thought of defending it. There were also many guards in the municipal guards who actually volunteered to clean out the Morong family house. They did not want to be suspected of siding with the Morong family. Then, out of nowhere, General Qin was invited to fill the spot of city lord. All of this happened in such a short period of time. Very quickly the news spread all through the city of Qingzhou. Qingzhou Academy was the first to get the news. All the students were extremely shocked. They heard that the leader of all these events was actually Futian. Chapter 72. In Qingzhou Academy, two figures strolled through the forested path in the academy like a couple. The girl was 18 years old. It was the prime of one's youth. She was pure yet sexy. The boy was a bit younger but had an outstanding aura and was very handsome. In Qingzhou Academy, two figures strolled through the forested path in the academy like a couple. The girl was 18 years old. It was the prime of one's youth. She was pure yet sexy. The boy was a bit younger but had an outstanding aura and was very handsome. Do you have to leave today? Chini lowered her head. She walked quickly and her voice was sad. Yeah. Futian nodded. You brat. You want to leave as soon as you see your senior? Am I that unappreciated? Chini gave Futian a look. Senior, you know that Donghai City has a lot of things that need someone so successful to do, Futian said jokingly with a smile. I trust you. Chini glared in mocking anger and then smiled. Back then, you said you were a mandate sorcerer and I didn't believe you. Now, I'll believe whatever you say. My charisma is getting stronger, Yi Qingxian said proudly. Are you falling for me? Qini was taken by surprise. She smiled and continued walking forward as she said, Yeah, I am. Well, it doesn't matter. Too many people are pursuing me. Senior, you're too slow. Yi Futian smiled. Go die. Qini raised a slim leg and kicked Yi Futian while rolling her eyes. Qini looked especially attractive now. The students who passed by saw the two play fighting. They were all envious, thinking that Yi Futian was still the same powerful Yi Futian. But now, they were no longer looking at him with jealousy and hatred. Instead, there was some respect. They all knew what had happened in Qingzhou City. The Yi Futian now had become someone they needed to look up to. In the future, he might even become a legend of Qingzhou Academy. There was a pretty girl standing in the near distance. She was beautiful and tall. After half a year, her beauty had increased. Senior, look, I didn't lie, Yi Futian said to Qini after seeing the girl. Look how cocky you are. Qini sighed inwardly, and they walked forward. Why didn't you come see me? Feng Qingxue asked as she forced herself to smile. I'm here now, aren't I? Yi Futian smiled. The little girl from before has become more beautiful. Do you miss me? This brat. Qini looked at him, speechless from his narcissism. Yeah, Feng Qingxue nodded with a smile. Qini was shocked. That sucks. You'll have to keep missing me. Yi Futian shrugged. Feng Qingxue studied him. I want to see the outside world too. It's dangerous out there, and you're so pretty. It'll be more dangerous for you, Yi Futian said. But you're there, right? Feng Qingxue seemed to have gathered all her courage to say that. Don't, Uncle Feng will think I stole you away. Yi Futian reached out and petted Feng Qingxue's head. She froze, allowing Yi Futian to mess up her hair. This felt so familiar. But sadly, everything was different, and they could not go back. How is Yusheng? Feng Qingxue asked. Oh, Yusheng, Yi Futian muttered. He was angry thinking about the guy. He's dating and doesn't want me anymore. Feng Qingxue was shocked. Even Yusheng was dating? Thinking of this, she suddenly felt bitter. It seemed that time had really changed a lot. What about you and Hua Jieyu? Are you dating? Feng Qingxue studied him. She can't escape from me. She didn't want me to come here. Thinking of the fox, Yi Futian's eyes twinkled. He was still smiling casually, but it made Feng Qingxue jealous. They were the perfect pair. I wish you two well. Feng Qingxue smiled gently. We will. Yi Futian smiled as well. I'm leaving. I don't want you two to miss me too much, so I'll hug you too. Okay. Feng Qingxue nodded. She walked forward and hugged Yi Futian. She leaned her head against his chest as if wanting to enjoy that feeling. For a moment, her heart was besieged. Tears rolled down instantly. She pushed Yi Futian away and ran off with a tear-streaked face. So that was how it felt to hug him. Looking at Feng Qingxue's back, Yi Futian sighed inside. Qini rolled her eyes. She walked forward to hug him lightly and then separated. Senior, I'm leaving. Yi Futian smiled and turned confidently. Minister Zhua and the others were waiting in the distance. Seeing Yi Futian come, the girl beside Minister Zhua was unhappy. She said, This is someone with a girlfriend, shameless jerk. Minister Zhua felt awkward. This girl was full of resentment. Uncle Zhua, let's go, Yi Futian said when he got close. Minister Zhua nodded. The people climbed on their demons. Sensing something, Yi Futian glanced at the girl. I'm attractive, but you don't have to keep staring at me, right? Shameless, the girl spat. Then she turned away. Yi Futian was speechless. The demons leaped into the sky. The people of Qingzhou Academy watched them leave. Many of the big figures still had not calmed down. In the sky, Minister Zhua asked Yi Futian from his demon, Futian, what are your plans when you return to Donghai City? Will you keep studying at the academy? Would you like to go to Nandu's royal city? Are there many talented men in the royal city? Yi Futian asked. Of course, Minister Zhua answered. The best of Nandu go to the royal city, including the most talented from Donghai City. Really? Yi Futian chuckled. Of course I will, but not now. Oh, I'm sure you have many things you still need to do in Donghai City. I won't pressure you, but next spring, something big will happen in Nandu Nation. You must come. Ministers was smiled. What big thing? Yi Futian was confused. Do you know about Nandu Nation's history? Ministers was asked. I heard from my professor that Nandu was once ruled by the Nandu family, Yi Futian answered. Then, Emperor Donghuang and Emperor Yi ruled over the divine prefectures of the east. The powers of the world were reordered. Nandu was weak and walked down from the throne, replaced by the current king. Yes, the current royal family is named Luo. In order to remind themselves, they have not changed the name of the country. In addition, they hold a Tingfeng banquet every 10 years. Next year will be the next full decade. At this time, not only will the East Sea Prefecture come, people from all prefectures and cities of Nandu will come. The heroes will aggregate and meet each other. You can't miss it. If all the strong men of Nandu are there, why should I go? Yi Futian asked. The stars of the banquet are your generation. The goal is to see the future of Nandu Nation. The outstanding figures of Donghai Academy would definitely be included, Ministers were answered. Oh, Yi Futian nodded. He first thought of his professor's ailment. Since the Tingfeng banquet was important, if the king noticed and liked him, it would be easier to heal Hua Fenglu, right? Oh, Xia Fan is the young master of the East Sea Prefecture. With his father there, I cannot deal with him directly. After returning, I must take care of some matters. To protect you from danger, I'll keep the decree of the minister with you. People will treat it as if I'm there. Ministers would give Yi Futian his badge and said, you still have to be careful about assassinations. Yi Futian looked at the badge. He needed it, but he did not accept it. Uncle Zhua, he said. He was still suspicious. Was Ministers were treating him so well really because he helped block the blow from the snow ape? He had defeated the princess with one blow because he was brash, but instead of blaming him, the minister had made the princess apologize too. Take it. This is useless for me. Just don't do bad things under my name, Ministers was said jokingly. Okay. Yi Futian nodded and took it. He would remember this gift. The badge was truly useful to him. Professor. The princess of Nandu looked at Yi Futian with jealousy. Who was the minister's true disciple? The group advanced forward and finally reached Donghai City. Ministers will personally saw Yi Futian to the academy. Futian, remember, don't miss out next spring. Your stage shouldn't be in Donghai City, ministers were advised. Okay, Uncle Zhua. I'm going back now, Yi Futian said. Ministers were nodded and watched as Yi Futian entered Donghai Academy. Let's go back too, Ministers was said. But then, a figure walked out. He said before Ministers Zhua, Greetings, Ministers Zhua. I am Nandaku. You are from the Nandu clan? Yes, Minister Zhua. I have waited here for many days. My clan leader wishes for your help. Nandaku bowed. After pondering, Minister Zhua nodded. Since Nandu is inviting me, I will go with you. After you, Minister, Nandaku said politely. The group once again set off and soon arrived at the Nandu clan's home. Hearing that Minister Zhua had arrived, the clan leader personally welcomed him to the courtyard. Other than the two, there was also a beautiful girl. It was Hua Jieyu. Minister Zhua, this is a descendant of the Nandu clan. Could you please tell me her fate and fortune? The clan leader asked. Not many knew that Minister Zhua was an astrologer, but he did. Okay. Minister Zhua nodded. Jieyu, please cooperate, the clan leader said. He had once asked ministers what to calculate his, but was rejected. Some things were better left unknown. However, Ministers Zhua thought that Hua Jieyu was unimportant. Hua Jieyu looked at him. Since Minister Zhua was back safely, that guy should be back too. He had lied saying he would be back in 1 or 2 days. Ministers Zhua walked to Hua Jieyu and cast his life chart. The light enveloped Hua Jieyu. After a count, Ministers Zhua collected his life spirit. He was shocked. Staring at Hua Jieyu, he thought it was unbelievable. What kind of people were they? Why were their fates all so crazy? Chapter 73. When the leader of the Nanda clan saw the serious look on Minister Zhua's face, he could not help but ask, How is it, Minister Zhua? When the leader of the Nanda clan saw the serious look on Minister Zhua's face, he could not help but ask, How is it, Minister Zhua? I have some questions. May I speak with her alone? Ministers were asked. The Nandu clan leader nodded and left them alone. Ministers were looked at Hua Jieyu, a great beauty at the age of about 16, 17. She would not lose by too much in comparison with the goddess-like girl from Mount Tianyao days ago. Are you betrothed to anyone? He asked her. Hua Jieyu froze, then shook her head. Minister Zhuo was silent, seeming to be deep in thought, but then he saw Hua Jieyu looking at him intently. Senior, the person you brought to the city of Qingzhou, is he back? Huh. Minister Zhuo was confused. The person he brought to the city of Qingzhou? From Donghai Academy, she explained. Ministers was stopped to think for a moment, and then his eyes brightened in realization. In his mind, he thought of the words a certain young man said, I already have a girlfriend and she's more beautiful than you. He's already returned to the academy. Ministers was smiled and nodded. She smiled as well, feeling the worry in her heart disappear. Brother Nandu. Ministers were called out. The Nandu clan leader returned upon being summoned and looked at the two people in the room in confusion. Goodbye, Ministers was said to the clan leader. Then, he turned with his hands, joined to salute Hua Jieyu. This was not a gesture to a junior, but a gesture of respect and honor. The Nanda clan leader was shocked and asked, Minister Zhua, what does this mean? Minister Zhua just laughed loudly, and with every step, he ascended in the sky. The head of the clan leader yelled out to him, Minister Zhua, the fate of an empress, the mother of the world. Minister's was stern voice traveled. The family head was frozen in place, and watched Ministers would get further and further away. The fate of an empress. His mind was anything but calm. At that moment, he thought of many things. Hua Jieyu was naturally gifted. That was why he had wanted Ministers what to tell her fortune. The clan leader wanted to know if she was going to be able to restore the Nandu clan's glory. But now, it seemed like she was destined for a different path, the road to become an empress. Hua Jieyu was also shocked. She saw the family head looking at her, so she told him, I don't believe in fate and I also don't want to become empress. I'm going back to the academy. When she finished, she turned and left. When Yi Futian got back to Donghai Academy, he could feel something different in the atmosphere. Everyone was whispering and discussing amongst themselves. And once he stepped onto campus, this atmosphere became more obvious. Yi Futian is back, said the students of the School of the Finance Star. He's finally back, said someone else. Many people seemed to have been anticipating Yi Futian's return. They all looked so happy to see him. This type of treatment was something new to Yi Futian. While he walked to his destination, people were greeting him. Hey! A beautiful girl called out to Yi Futian from the building of the finance school above. Yi Futian turned his attention to the graceful girl. He knew her. She had made a lasting impression on him. After all, she was the first female to tell him that he wasn't a man. It was going to be difficult to forget someone like her. I have a name. Yi Futian smiled. She just stared at him and asked, What level are you now? 5-starred glory plane. You're not trying to fight me again, are you? Yi Futian was feeling uncertain. Were all girls crazy about fighting? One just left. Now there was another. I won't fight you. The ones you have to fight are the people of the Emperor's Star School and the Treasury Star School, the girl said. Yi Futian looked confused. More people came up to them. What happened? Yi Futian asked. He had just returned and the atmosphere at the academy felt strange. Junior brother Yi Futian, the Finance Star School hasn't been doing too hot as of late, said a young man. Why is that? Asked Yi Futian. Recently, the students of those two schools have been very arrogant. From time to time, they'll pick fights with the students of other schools, and our school is the most pitiful because they seem to be picking on us in particular, the young man explained. The students of the School of the Emperor's Star and the School of the Treasury Star are stronger to begin with, so naturally the students of our school can't compete with them, said someone else. Yi Futian had gotten famous around Donghai Academy for fighting, so everyone from the Finance Star School was excited for him to be back. Yi Futian frowned. Both of those schools had previously paid a visit to Yi Xiang to congratulate him on taking on a disciple. Now they were joining hands to torment the School of the Finance Star. There was definitely a secret involved in all of this. What did the two elders of those schools talk about with Yi Xiang that day? Yi Futian remembered that Yi Xiang came to reprimand him that day after their little chat. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Based on how things were going now, something definitely happened that day. Where's Yusheng? Yi Futian knew, with Yusheng's bad temper, he would not have just stood by and watched all of this happen. It gets me angry just talking about what happened, someone spoke. Because of this situation, junior brother Yusheng went to block off the entrance of the School of the Treasury Star. He beat up a ton of people, but those shameless jerks had 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators gang up on him. One of those guys is the second strongest glory plane cultivator in their whole school. As a 5-starred glory plane cultivator, junior brother Yusheng battled to his best ability, but was defeated in the end. Yi Futian had a fairly good understanding of Yusheng's powers. The 3-level difference should not have been a problem, but his opponents were from the Treasury Star School. One of them was even known as the second strongest glory plane cultivator, so they were probably also naturally gifted to begin with. Yusheng was still not able to release his life spirit and show his true potential, so if they ganged up on him, it was understandable that he was defeated. Okay, I got it, said Yi Futian. He then began to walk back to his dorm. In the courtyard, Yi Futian could see Yusheng. He was topless, showing off his copper-toned skin, while Yi Qingxian was applying medication to his wounds. You guys have already progressed to this stage while I was gone? Yi Futian blinked his eyes in disbelief and approached the two. Yi Qingxian blushed and glared at Yi Futian. Stop joking around. Good going, Yusheng. You got the nerve to go pick a fight at the School of the Treasury Star as a 5-starred glory plane cultivator? Why don't you go fight every student? You feel good about yourself? Yi Futian stared at Yusheng. How are your injuries? Nothing too bad. I'll be better in a couple of days. It's Yi Qingxian who insisted on applying medication, said Yusheng, holding back a smile. Doesn't this kind of treatment make you want to go get hurt again? Yi Futian laughed. Yi Qingxian rolled her eyes at his comment. If you want to get hurt, then go alone. You're so protective of him already? Yi Futian was speechless. Then, he asked her, Yi Qingxian, what the hell is going on with the schools of the Emperor's Star and Treasury Star? She turned serious at his question. I heard from father that they're getting greedier for power and want to change the way the 7 schools are run at Donghai Academy. How do they plan on doing that? He squinted his eyes in confusion. They want to be the top powers of Donghai Academy and for the 7 schools to be joined together, said Yi Qingxian. So, that's why they're sending their students out to pick fights? Asked Yi Futian. Yeah, I think it's their way of making their wishes clear to the academy, nodded Yi Qingxian. Their 2 schools have always been the strongest of the 7, and so most of the best students are gathered in those schools. Right now, there aren't many students from the other schools who can defeat them. Yi Futian nodded his head and turned to leave. I'm going out for a while. Where are you going? Asked Yi Qingxian. Yi Futian had just returned. Where could he be off to again? I'm being a third wheel here. Don't want to disturb your time together, said Yi Futian. He waved and continued, I'm going to go see my girlfriend. Yi Qingxian laughed. This guy was always joking around. Yi Futian headed to the School of the Emperor's Star. When he left, he told Hua Jieyu that he would be back soon. But now, it had already been a couple of months. She must be worried sick. He walked up all the stairs to reach the School of the Emperor's Star all the way at the top. The students there began to discuss amongst each other as soon as they saw Yi Futian at their school. What was he doing here now after leaving with ministers months ago? Someone asked. I don't know. His powers are really strong. He was even able to defeat the disciple of Minister Zhua, but he still can't compare to our school's genius, Zhou. I heard Zhou has already gotten to the 6-starred glory plane. If Yi Futian and Zhou met, then Yi Futian would be done for, someone remarked. Yi Futian ignored all these comments. He was going to get revenge on the 2 schools later. Right now, his priority was to go see Hua Jieyu. He continued on his way up, and what was weird was, he actually ran into Zhou. Zhou looked at Yi Futian coldly. Next to him was another young man. Yi Futian, it seems like you've come to a place you have no business being in, said Zhou in a cold demeanor. I'm here to see the Grandmaster. Yi Futian smiled in return. So, what? The School of the Emperor's Star is not a place that you can come and go as you please, Zhou sneered. Yi Futian looked at Zhou. He did not want to waste his breath with him. Yi Futian tried to walk past him, But the young man standing next to Zhou shifted to the side to prevent Yi Futian from moving forward. The young man laughed. I've heard many good things about you, junior brother Yi Futian, but I never imagined you to be so rude. Yi Futian stared at him and was on his way again. His clothes blew in the wind, his aura domineering. The young man smiled weakly, and the look in his eyes made a drastic change. The next moment, Yi Futian felt like he could not control his own spirit and was in pain. He stood in place and lifted his head. He stared at the young man next to Zhou, Emperor's star disciple, Zhuoqing. The young man introduced himself. Although junior brother Yi Futian's natural gifts are impressive, you should know that not everyone in Donghai Academy is like Jingyang. I'm sure you've had a taste of junior brother Zhou's powers at the Luo Palace. There are multiple students like Zhou at the Emperor's Star School, so if you continue to be so arrogant, you'll be the only one at a disadvantage. Zhou spoke with pride, and he had the right to be. As a 9-starred Glory Plane cultivator, he was the most powerful person of the Glory Plane in the whole Emperor's Star School. Some people even call him the #1 sorcerer of Donghai Academy. His natural gifts were unbeatable. You're right, Yi Futian said with a smile. As he turned to leave, he spoke again. I hope the students of the School of the Emperor's Star are truly as powerful as you said. Yi Futian was in such a rush to get to the school because he was afraid Hua Jieyu was worried about him, but since he was stopped on the way, then he could only use a different way to let her know he was back. Chapter 74. When Yi Futian returned to the School of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was still there. When Yi Futian returned to the School of the Finance Star, Yi Qingxian was still there. Didn't you go to see your girlfriend? Why are you back? Yi Qingxian asked with a smile. Yi Futian furrowed his brows. It was too shameful to say. Qingxian, how is Zhuoqing's skill? He asked. You met Zhuoqing? Yi Qingxuan's pretty eyes went blank. Seeing Yi Futian's gloominess, she guessed what happened. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He's personally taught by the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star, Yi Qingxian answered. He's heavily valued and is already at the 9-star Glory Plane. He's known as #1 of Donghai Academy's Dharma. His main abilities? Yi Futian asked. He's a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer with a strange life spirit. He has an eerie ability too. He can use the spirit element to control others. He's also good at the wood element and is extremely dangerous, Yi Qingxian said. A controlling mandate sorcerer. No wonder. Something flickered past Yi Futian's expression. According to Yi Qingxian, the other was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer specializing in attack and control. Wood elemental sorcery was also known for being strong and controlling. With these two together, he could totally take control of someone. There should be some powerful figures in the Glory Plane if the School of the Finance Star specializes in battle, right? Yi Futian asked. Yi Qingxian looked at him and said, there are naturally those with extraordinary talents. There is a 9-star Glory Plane mandate sorcerer specializing in both martial arts and sorcery, but it is still hard to defeat Zhuoqing. There's a reason why he is #1 of the Dharma rank. I understand, Qingxian. Help me spread news that, Yi Futian smiled and said, even if I lost last time at the Luo Palace, I've had a breakthrough in my planes. I will challenge Zhou again tomorrow to continue the battle between my master, the Qin Devil, and the Art Saint. I hope the students of Donghai Academy will come witness it. Hearing this, Yi Qingxian was confused. She asked, didn't you say you didn't lose last time? Since they're saying I lost, then just play along. Yi Futian smiled confidently. Yi Qingxian seemed to understand something. She glanced at the boy. You're so mean. Zhou's reputation would be destroyed if he was defeated yesterday. Yu Shang, Yi Futian called. The other glanced at him. How's your injury? Can you still fight? He asked. Yu Shang grinned. No problem. Yi Qingxian looked at them with sparkling eyes. She wondered what Yi Futian was planning. I'll go now, she said. Soon, the School of the Finance Star released news that Yi Futian would challenge Zhou again tomorrow and invited everyone to watch. This time, Yi Futian said he would continue the past battle between the Qin Devil and Art Saint. It was clear that Yi Futian was extremely confident this time. The location was before the School of the Emperor's Star. Zhou's plane was higher than Yi Futian, and this time was to continue an old battle. The reputations of their masters were involved too. It was impossible for Zhou Mu to turn him down. Donghai Academy was bustling. The news naturally traveled to the school of the Emperor's Star. This time, everyone paid attention to the battle. Even the big figures were paying attention in the background. The next morning, sunlight fell onto Donghai Academy. The buildings were majestic under the glow. The school of the Emperor's Star seemed like the strongest of Donghai Academy and dominated the other 6 schools. With this background, it naturally seemed more imposing. Today, many people gathered before it early in the morning. They were waiting for news and anticipating something. Many years ago, 2 legendary figures appeared from the school of the Emperor's Star. They were the summoning artist, art saint, and Guqin musician, the Qin Devil. The 2 were rare geniuses who fell for the same woman. The Qin Devil won the girl's heart but had his natal spirit destroyed and was forced away from the city. Many years later, their disciples were both cultivating in Donghai Academy. The disciple of the art saint who had won was still studying in the school of the Emperor's Star and was cultivating with the headmaster. On the other hand, the Qin Devil's disciple was cultivating with the headmaster of the school of the Finance Star. As if this was destined, the Qin Devil's disciple challenged the art saint's disciple in his master's name. He seemed to want to reverse the past humiliation. However, Yi Futian had apparently already lost months ago at the Luo Palace. There was word that he had improved now, but Zhou Mu had improved as well. Where did Yi Futian's confidence come from? Finally, someone strolled down from the school of the Finance Star. These days, the Finance Star students had been targeted by the Emperor's Star and Treasury Star but could not fight back. Now, Yi Futian had returned and challenged Zhou Mu. The Finance Star students naturally had to come support him. They began waiting since the morning. When they saw Yi Futian come down, they went to him, creating a powerful group. Yi Futian walked in the front. He wore all white and carried a guqin. He was easy on the eyes. Tang Wan had been keeping an eye on this battle. Seeing Yi Futian come out like this, she was speechless. This guy. Challenges happened occasionally in the academy, but the attention on this duel between 2 Glory Plane disciples was unprecedented. Tang Wan was impressed. But if the Qin Devil knew about this, he would definitely want to come watch. The spectators followed the group and even passers-by joined in. The crowd grew bigger and bigger. The commotion was shocking. People who didn't know about it thought that it was a fight between all 7 schools. Finally, the giant group arrived at the school of the Emperor's Star. There was a similar crowd there waiting. Many of them looked at Yi Futian coldly. Someone said, a few months ago, Zhou Mu defeated him. Today, Zhou Mu can defeat him a second time. Let's see how he'll handle it after making such a commotion. The other students were all discussing this. Did Zhou Mu have the advantage, or did Yi Futian have a better grasp on the battle? Yi Futian sat down before the school and placed his guqin before him. Soon, there was a graceful melody. Yi Futian was playing without regard to anyone else. In the pavilion, many big figures looked down coldly at the giant crowd. Yi Futian was just here to stir trouble. At this time, a group walked down from the school. Zhou Mu was one of them. His eyes were frigid. He approached Yi Futian step by step. The music stopped suddenly. Yi Futian looked up with clear and clean eyes at Zhou Mu. He smiled and said, I am Yi Futian, disciple of the Qin Devil, 5-star Glory Plane. Yi Futian was fighting under the name of the Qin Devil's disciple. He had a guqin before him. The location was where the Qin Devil had once studied at. The significance went without saying. He was fighting for his professor. Zhou Mu, disciple of the art saint, 6-star Glory Plane. Zhou Mu replied coldly. Please, Yi Futian said nonchalantly. Lowering his head, he thrummed the instrument strings. Music notes sounded. The strings and hearts all trembled. Since this was a fight for his professor, he would use musical spells. This piece is the decree of the general. As soon as he finished, notes streamed out of the instrument endlessly. At this moment, a beautiful image appeared in everyone's minds. They seemed to have been transported to a battlefield. The war drums shook the sky as the soldiers went to war. Spiritual qi grouped around Zhou Mu. He used his finger as a brush to paint in the air. An invisible sound wave descended. It hit Zhou Mu in the front and knocked his painting down. At the same time, the sound wave pierced into his brain. His mind shook. Yi Futian's music spells were able to affect him now. Compared to last time, Yi Futian's skills seemed to have increased greatly. Zhoumu's expression grew more serious. The spiritual qi grew more terrifying. He reached out and began multitasking. Both hands painted at the same time. He created a sword with a single stroke. It whistled through the air toward Yi Futian. However, an invisible strength gathered around Yi Futian now. The music notes transformed into a beating war drum. It was powerful like thousands of galloping horses. The sword flew here and shattered. Zhoumu endlessly created swords that flew crazily to where Yi Futian was sitting. However, as soon as they got close, they would turn to dust. The area had turned into a battlefield. Yi Futian was like the general commanding the entire army. As the music intensified, a shocking music note storm gathered around Yi Futian. They did not dissipate and had a terrifying power. Swords whistled and clanged. Endless swords flew toward Yi Futian. However, the people only heard the war drums shaking the earth. The ground quaked and shattered the swords. Such terrifying musical spells. I don't know if Zhoumu's demons will be able to resist it if Yi Futian keeps playing, someone said. The spectators could feel that Yi Futian's music notes were still gathering and strengthening. He seemed to be gathering a military with thousands of soldiers and horses. They would shatter everything with the general's decree. Finally, Zhoumu finished. He had drawn a golden ape made completely out of gold. It ran toward Yi Futian. The earth shook with its steps. What a strong summoned beast. Yi Futian had given Zhoumu time for him to wildly use his spiritual qi to draw. The spectators were nervous. The golden ape stepped into the storm around Yi Futian. There were giant booms. At that moment in the battlefield made of music notes, the war drums shattered everything. Thousands of horses galloped out. Everything in the path of the music storm turned to dust. The golden ape cracked endlessly but, just like last time, it still kept going toward Yi Futian. The ending, though, was different this time. Yi Futian kept playing. The endless power rolled past. With a boom, the golden ape's body was pulverized, turning into spiritual qi. Zhoumu's expression changed drastically. His life spirit appeared behind him as he continued drawing. You really think you won last time? Yi Futian said nonchalantly. His fingers moved gracefully and he stood up. The moment he strummed the strings, the boundless music storm destroyed everything as if following the general's decree. It arrived before Zhoumu, making it impossible for him to keep painting. Chapter 75. The sound of Yi Futian's voice and the sound of Guqin started simultaneously. The hearts of its listeners vibrated along with it. The sound of Yi Futian's voice and the sound of Guqin started simultaneously. The hearts of its listeners vibrated along with it. Zhoumu, who was in the midst of drawing, lifted his head to see the storm created by the music dawning upon him. His life spirit roared and a wave of spiritual energy was released, but it was no use. The storm descended and destroyed everything in its path. His drawing was completely absorbed into the eye of the storm, and the spiritual qi in the atmosphere was flowing wildly. Then, the storm washed over Zhoumu, which caused him extreme pain. It was as if he was a lone soldier, fighting against thousands. He spat fresh blood as his whole being was thrown back and made a harsh landing on the ground. Everything happened extremely quickly. Yi Futian stood up as if he was confident that the battle was already over. Only then did people break free of their dazed state and look at Yi Futian. The handsome young man stood there, his clothes blowing in the wind. The quiet, elegant young man playing the Guqin just a moment ago was now unrestrained and ready to show his true potentials. The battle between the successors of the Guqin Devil and the Art Saint had come to an end. All those years ago, the Art Saint disabled the Guqin Devil's powers. Now, his disciple was crushed by the powers of the Guqin Devil's disciple. This was not a battle between equals, as the people had previously expected. What's more, Yi Futian was at a lower level than Zhoumu. To be able to do so, Yi Futian has surpassed so many limitations placed upon him. And also, what was the meaning behind his previous utterance? Among the rumors spread in Donghai Academy, there was one that claimed after acting extremely arrogant at the Luo Palace, the Guqin Devil's disciple, Yi Futian, was defeated by the Art Saint's disciple, Zhoumu. This rumor was the hottest talk in town at one point. If Yi Futian had come out to try to explain at an earlier time, probably no one would have believed him, but after seeing the results of this battle, it was hard not to question its validity. This was just like the rumors regarding Hua Jiyu months ago. Zhou Mu's face was as pale as a ghost. After getting himself together, he stood up. He looked at Yi Futian with an icy glare before saying, "It's just one loss. This doesn't determine anything. You can't reject the results of the previous battle just because of the results of today's battle." Everyone was looking at Zhou Mu. It was evident that he did not want to admit defeat. "How laughable," Yi Futian mocked him. "After the rumors, you really thought that you were victorious over me at the Luo Palace? Did you know that an elder specializing in spiritual energy attacked me from the shadows just when I was about to finish you off? It was only because of this that you were not humiliated by me right then and there." The crowd became rowdy upon hearing Yi Futian's claim. An elder attacked Yi Futian at the Luo Palace and led to Zhou Mu's victory? That was a low blow. Rumors said that Day the Art Saint, Lord Luo, and the vice-headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star were all present. If what Yi Futian said was true, then wouldn't that make these elders the three main suspects? If it were true, Yi Futian would have had no choice but to forfeit and leave. "You're lying." Zhou Mu did not look too good after hearing what Yi Futian had to say. He refused to believe this. Preposterous. Just then, a voice sounded from behind. It was the very elder from that day at the Luo Palace. He was Vice-Headmaster Hanamo of the Emperor's Star School. "Yi Futian, even though you were victorious today, you have slandered your elders with utter disrespect," said Hanamo. Yi Futian lifted his head toward Hanamo. This old geezer was finally revealing his true colors. "Of course, I knew that it could not possibly have been you who attacked me, but just because you won't doesn't mean others won't. How can this be considered slander?" Yi Futian said, holding back a smile. The bystanders' expressions all changed. There must have been a deeper meaning behind what Yi Futian said. Hanamo shot daggers at Yi Futian with his eyes. Yi Futian returned a calm gaze. Yi Futian was very unhappy with the School of the Emperor's Star right now. He felt that this school was fake, hypocritical, overbearing, and cold. From allowing Mu Yunxian to spread fake rumors regarding Hua Jieyu, to not allowing Yi Futian to enter the Emperor's Star School. From siding with the Art Saint years ago in order to develop a beneficial alliance through marriage, leading to the demise of Hua Fenglu, to wanting to control all of Donghai Academy, which led to Yu Sheng being hurt. Although Yi Futian did not say anything, a burning rage started to grow in his heart. He was going to let it all go today. Now, he stood in front of the School of the Emperor's Star, challenged Zhou Mu, and played the decree of the general. All of this was to express his anger. Lord Luo and the Art Saint are both honorable seniors, and everyone there that day was of high social status. Would it even make sense for them to make a sneak attack on a junior like you? Asked Hanamo mockingly. There were many people present at the time, so I cannot pinpoint the exact identity of the culprit. However, it was possible for 2 8-starred Glory Plane cultivators from the Treasury Star School to gang up on a 5-starred Glory Plane cultivator from the Finance Star School. So a sneak attack from respected elders is definitely possible, isn't it? "This guy," stated a bystander. Everyone was looking at Yi Futian. By dragging the School of the Treasury Star into the conversation, Yi Futian was really trying to pick a fight. "It was a student of your school who came to instigate the fight. Our students were simply giving him a well-deserved lesson." "There's nothing strange about that," said Hanamo. "You, on the other hand, have slandered your elders. If you do not give me a proper explanation, you won't be able to get off the hook that easily." "Since when have my students needed to report anything to you?" A voice came from within the crowd. Pushing through, Yi Xiang looked at Hanamo and said, "Hanamo, you're the vice-headmaster of the Emperor's Star School, and you're here reprimanding a student from the School of the Finance Star? Now, that's impressive." The arrival of Hanamo and Yi Xiang frightened bystanders. It seemed that things had gotten out of hand. "Headmaster Yi Xiang, did you not hear your student slandering his elders?" asked Hanamo. He did not seem to be afraid of Yi Xiang at all. "Is this true?" Yi Xiang asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled and said, "It would be easy to determine whether it is slander or not. During that fight between Zhou Mu and I was defeated by a conjured beast. Even though I was at a bit of a disadvantage, We can try again today. He looked at Zhou. Although I have made quite a bit of improvement over the past couple of months, I'm still going to draw up some conjured beasts. I won't release my life spirit and will use pure martial arts tactics. If I can't defeat you with one stack, then you can consider my words slander. He's so crazy. Everyone was watching Futian. He was going to give Zhou to conjure the strongest beasts, only use martial arts tactics, and try to defeat Zhou with one attack. Futian was beyond crazy. If Zhou lost despite all this, he wouldn't be able to show his face around Donghai Academy, especially since Zhou never denied the rumors of him defeating Futian. People took his silence as agreement. Do you have any opinions about this? Xiang asked Han Mo. Han Mo's expression was dark. Futian has already elevated the situation to this level. He couldn't say much about it. Han Mo looked towards Zhou. Zhou's expression was even darker. Everything Futian had said was an insult to him. Fine. Zhou took a step forward until he was directly facing Futian. He released his life spirit and began to draw. Qing Xian went up to collect Futian's Guqin. Futian silently watched as Zhou drew. Seeing how calm Futian was, it was hard to imagine exactly where he got his confidence from. He was so confident that he was going to fight with just martial arts and was going to let Zhou draw freely. Spiritual qi gathered at the tip of Zhou's pin. Right now, he looked so serious as he focused all his attention on his work. Gradually, it became clear to the people that Zhou was drawing an extremely lifelike golden dragon. It looked like it was about to fly into the skies at any moment. The giant golden dragon contained a frightening amount of spiritual qi. Zhou even drew out the detailed scales of the dragon. It was so lifelike and seemed to be so powerful. Onlookers began to worry for Futian. Was he really going to be able to withstand Zhou's attacks by using only martial arts? Zhou ignored everything around him and focused on his drawing. He perfected every little detail. As the disciple of the art saint, his natural gift was not a question. It was only because his opponent was Futian that he seemed weak. Finally, Zhou added his last stroke. An enormous golden dragon revolved around his body. The light from Zhou's life spirit doubled as a force field around the dragon. This made the dragon look even more menacing. It stared at Futian. So powerful. Everyone was looking at the dragon, and just one look was enough to give them a fright. Futian looked calm as ever and reached out his hand. A golden orb of spiritual qi gathered in the palm of his hand. Slowly, the spiritual qi formed into a large golden rod. This was not considered sorcery. It was forming weapons from spiritual qi and belonged to the martial arts category. As soon as Futian gripped the rod, a force of powerful rushed from his body. His intent of battle was shocking. An invisible force of power gathered in his body, growing stronger and stronger. Everyone could feel that the atmosphere around Futian was now a little different. He was insufferably arrogant like a young war god. Zhou made his move. He took steps forward, and as if a part of his body, the giant golden dragon moved with him. A loud roar from Zhou, and the mystical dragon was sent charging at Futian. Boom! Futian also stepped forward. The ground vibrated under his feet. A frightening force gathered in his body. Die! Yelled Zhou in rage. The dragon was headed toward Futian. Futian waved the golden rod in his hand around. The spiritual energy became one with nature and was aimed for the golden dragon. The first attack of the 9 heavenly attacks, Genesis. The golden rod smashed down on the head of the golden dragon. Functioning like the sharpest weapon on earth, the rod cut the body of the dragon in half. This scene sent a shiver down the spines of the people in the audience. The young war god was powerful as always and was going to destroy everything in his path. Even if it were a real dragon, he was going to split it in half. Boom! The giant dragon exploded, and the golden rod disappeared along with it. However, Futian's hand was now wrapped around Zhou's neck, lifting him off the ground. At this moment, Zhou had a helpless expression on his face. Futian lifted his head slightly and looked Zhou in the eyes. How did you defeat me last time? Zhou did not reply, because he couldn't reply. Futian turned to face Han Mo peacefully. He said, "This is the extent of the Emperor Star School's genius. From this day on, There will be no more battles of the Qin Devil and the Art Saint's successor because he, Zhou, is not worthy. Finishing what he had to say, Yi Futian swung his arms and tossed Zhou in the direction of the School of the Emperor's Star. Chapter 76. Everyone watched as Yi Futian tossed Zhou before the School of the Emperor's Star Pavilion. Seeing such a talent fall to the ground, they felt unsettled. Zhou, disciple of the Art Saint, was currently cultivating with the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star. But today, he was first defeated by Yi Futian's Guqin and then wiped out by a stick. After this, there would no longer be any fights between the successors of the Qin Devil and Art Saint. Zhou no longer qualified. Everyone watched as Yi Futian tossed Zhou before the School of the Emperor's Star Pavilion. Seeing such a talent fall to the ground, they felt unsettled. Zhou, disciple of the Art Saint, was currently cultivating with the headmaster of the School of the Emperor's Star. But today, he was first defeated by Yi Futian's Guqin and then wiped out by a stick. After this, there would no longer be any fights between the successors of the Qin Devil and Art Saint. Zhou no longer qualified. The results could not be described using winner and loser. They were not even at the same level with Zhou at a higher plane. Any battles in the future would be meaningless. Of course, this did not mean that Zhou was not powerful. Yi Futian was just abnormal. At the top of the pavilion, a beautiful figure stood quietly. There was a smile in her eyes and it was breathtaking. If her father saw this, he must be very proud. However, the others' expressions were uncomfortable and even somber. Yi Futian had said that the School of the Emperor's Star's prodigy was nothing much. The prodigy that cultivated with the headmaster of the school had been squashed. Yi Futian looked up to Hanamo and said, "Senior, you witnessed the battle at the Luo Palace. Do you still think Zhou has the ability to defeat me?" Hanamo looked at Yi Futian. There was a cold glint in his sharp eyes. This guy doesn't leave any dignity for others, the spectators thought. He had used his powerful talent to prove that someone had attacked him secretly at the Luo Palace. Hanamo, who had accused Yi Futian of slander, now looked awkward. Some people were even wondering if this event had something to do with Hanamo. "Perhaps you had purposely hidden your true ability that day," someone said in the group of Emperor's Star students. It was Zhuaqing, the one Yi Futian had met yesterday. He had stopped Yi Futian from going to find Hua Jieyu at the school, thus resulting in this battle. "Yes, perhaps I was too lowly and purposely hid my true ability and then spread rumors that I am not as good as Zhou so I could slander him," Yi Futian said with a smile. Everyone became speechless. This guy was good at sarcasm. "Junior Yi, you are acting so arrogantly before the School of the Emperor's Star and even insulted my school. What do you want?" Zhuaqing glared at Yi Futian with burning eyes. Looking at him, Yi Futian smiled brightly. He said, "According to the news, disciples of the Emperor's Star and Treasury Star are constantly challenging the disciples of the School of the Finance Star recently. As a member of Finance Star, I, Yi Futian, wish to see how impressive the talents of the other two schools are." With that, the area fell silent. Yi Futian did not come today only to defeat Zhou. After clearing the Qin Devil's reputation, he declared that he wanted to challenge the two strongest schools of Donghai Academy. He would block the door and challenge them. First, Yu Shang had blocked the gate of the School of the Treasury Star. Now, Yi Futian would make camp outside the Emperor's Star. He was mad. Han Mo's expression darkened, and he sneered. He could not believe someone would do this to the Emperor's Star. He asked coldly, "How would you like to challenge us?" "Yu Shang," Yi Futian called. Yu Shang was prepared. He strode out and was beside Yi Futian quickly. When the two stood side by side, the others of Donghai Academy finally realized just how outstanding these two youths were. They had just entered this year and made a name for themselves through battles. "I heard that a few days ago, 2 8-star glory planes from the School of the Treasury Star had teamed up to defeat my brother. So powerful. Huh? Is there no one good enough to come out from the Treasury Star?" Yi Futian said nonchalantly. He dragged the Treasury Star in. He needed to take revenge for Yu Shang. Since he wanted to challenge us, he should have been prepared. Is he a sore loser? A powerful student from Treasury Star replied coldly after hearing the question. Yi Futian glanced at the other and smirked. If that's the case, I'd like to witness the power of the 8-star glory plane prodigies. We are 5-star glory planes. I'm sure the treasury star won't reject our request, right? Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were both at the 5-star glory plane. Those who had defeated Yu Sheng were at the 8-star glory plane. They had no excuse to reject Yi Futian. Two figures walked out of the treasury star crowd. They had just come to watch and did not expect to be involved by Yu Futian. Since this was the case, they could only humor Yi Futian. Lung Qiufeng from the treasury star. Jiang Kuan from the treasure star. The two stood quietly and calmly. They were both at the 8-star glory plane. Lung Qiufeng was also a mandate sorcery and extremely powerful. Yu Sheng and Yi Futian were powerful, but they were at a much lower plane. The two from the treasury star were confident that if they worked together, they would definitely win. I hope you will be satisfied with the loss this time. Lung Qiufeng smiled as if mocking Yi Futian. As soon as he finished, Lung Qiufeng stood behind Jiang Kuan. A terrible wind appeared on him. Not only did it descend onto his body, it also fell onto Jiang Kuan. Then Lung Qiufeng shot into the sky. Jiang Kuan was still on the ground, shrouded in wind. Seeing this, Yi Futian realized that Yu Sheng's defeat was understandable. Yu Sheng had not entered the Dharma rank yet and could not fly. Yu Sheng, I'll support while you take revenge yourself, Yi Futian said. Okay. Yu Sheng nodded and stood before Yi Futian. Strong wind spirit gathered around Yu Sheng, wrapping around him. A dark gold armor appeared, covering his entire body. This was the strength of his element. The wind element was Yi Futian's. Aggressive power burst from Yu Sheng. He stepped forward to Jiang Kuan over the shaking ground. Yi Futian followed closely. Beautiful golden wings appeared. Wish wish. The scary windstorm transformed into circular blades. They sliced down from Lung Qiufeng, whistling through the air. Boom. Yu Sheng's footsteps thudded on the ground. He was filled with endless power. He punched and a gold fist broke through the air, shattering the flying circular blades. At the same time, a terrifying thunderstorm burst from Jiang Kuan at the front. The shadow of a thunderbolt appeared on his body. It transformed into a humanoid shape. The brewing thunderbolt was full of pressure. Feeling the pressure of the spell, Yi Futian contacted with the metal element spirit, adding another layer of armor on Yu Sheng. The next moment, the thunderbolt's shadow descended. It fell onto Yu Sheng with destructive power. The thunder spell was able to slice someone apart with the thunderbolt's power. When the spell descended, Yu Sheng's armor was torn apart. Then it attacked Yu Sheng's dark gold body. Electricity ran through his body. His powerful muscles trembled, but his steps did not falter. In the air, Lung Qiufeng scoffed. The next moment, Jiang Kuan was wrapped in the wind spell and flew up too. Yu Sheng, Yi Futian called. The two worked together with tacit agreement. Yu Sheng jumped and sprang into the air. The powerful momentum was paired with Yi Futian's wind spell, helping him rush toward Jiang Kuan like the wind. What a joke! Lung Qiufeng looked disdainful. With his supportive control, Yu Sheng would be unable to touch Jiang Kuan. Even if he was extremely strong, he would not be able to use his skills. Yi Futian was spiraling up as his wings flapped. At this moment, the wings began glowing green and flapped crazily in the air. With a sound like a waterfall, Jiang Kuan suddenly stopped in the air. He was stunned. Looking down, he saw vines on his body. Starting at his legs, they wrapped around him. It's the wood element. The spectators below were shaken. Since when was Yi Futian good at this? Lung Qiufeng's expression changed as well. This sudden change had interrupted his rhythm. He wanted to react, but saw that Yu Sheng had already arrived and sent a fist at Jiang Kuan. Jiang Kuan was not a wind elemental sorcerer and was not good at flying. He needed Lung Qiufeng's control. How could he dodge this blow? There was a thud, and one could faintly hear the sound of bones cracking. Yu Sheng was so strong that Jiang Kuan spat out blood. Yi Futian used the vines to drag Jiang Kuan back. He dropped to the ground and flung the vines. Jiang Kuan smashed onto the ground, blood spurting out of his mouth. He shook uncontrollably. The people of Treasury Star looked at this with dark faces. They were so embarrassed. So violent, many people thought. Yi Futian was helping Yu Sheng vent his anger. The two 8-star glory planes had worked together to beat Yu Sheng. Yi Futian was obviously pissed. Lung Qiufeng was stunned by this scene. He glanced at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng on the ground, his eyes turning frigid. He had never expected that Yi Futian would be a wood elemental sorcerer who specialized in control. An 8-star glory plane talent of the school of the Treasury Star? Yi Futian mocked. Then he tossed Jiang Kuan into the direction of his school's crowd without looking. Instead, he looked up into the air and said coldly, "There's another one." Boom. Chaotic power burst from Long Qiufeng's body. A shadow appeared behind him. It was an extremely burly demon lion. It was entirely white and seemed to be made from stone. This was Long Qiufeng's life spirit, the stone lion. It contained Long Qiufeng's strong earth elemental talent. It also provided him with terrible strength. Therefore, he also cultivated with martial arts. Other than that, he also had the wind elemental talent. Thus, Long Qiufeng was a wind and earth bi-elemental mandate sorcerer and martial artist. You will pay for this. Long Qiufeng looked down at the two. The earth element spirit gathered around him, covering his body with stone armor. A stone spear appeared in his hands. He's a lot stronger than Jiang Kuan, Yu Sheng said quietly. The ending will be the same, Yi Futian uttered. The rock life spirit appeared behind him. The golden feathers had become so brilliant. Chapter 77. Even the score. Chapter 77. Even the score. Long Qiufeng glared at the arrogant Yi Futian. Then, wind and earth bi-elemental spiritual qi gathered in front of him. A row of stone-tipped spears appeared, encapsulating the power of the wind. Attack! Long Qiufeng commanded the spears. In a split second, the sorceries of wind and earth joined together within the spears and charged towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng stood in front of Yi Futian, radiating a dim golden light. With a loud roar, Yu Sheng threw out his fists, and in the blink of an eye, the spears were destroyed. "Go," said Yi Futian from behind. The sorcery of wind descended upon Yu Sheng, and he raced forward. With a single step on the solid ground, his body was launched into the air at the speed of light. In the same moment, because of the aid from Yi Futian's wind sorcery, Yu Sheng was able to ascend even higher into the sky and charged at Long Qiufeng with full force. The shadows of 1,000 fists approached Long Qiufeng, ready to destroy everything in its way. This power. Everyone was speechless. A person's gift was truly dependent on fate. If Yi Sheng specialized in wind sorcery, he would never have lost against his two opponents the last time. Yi Xiang was very pleased to see Yu Sheng attack with the battle tactics he had learned. Yu Sheng seemed to be innately suitable for cultivation in all sorts of explosive tactics. Protection of rock, said Long Qiufeng. A large boulder appeared in front of him. This was an extremely powerful defense spell. However, after a loud explosion, the boulder was in pieces and Yu Sheng appeared in the air above him. However, Long Qiufeng did not retreat. Even though Yu Sheng was like a monster, Long Qiufeng was still of a higher level than him. Plus, Long Qiufeng's life spirit was able to give him immense power. The image of a large stone lion overlapped on top of Long Qiufeng's figure. The spear in his hand shot towards Yu Sheng. Around the tip of the spear, collected both wind and earth spiritual qi. The shadows of the 1,000 fists turned into stone and dissipated into ashes upon meeting with the tip of the spear. Yu Sheng descended with the force of a war god. His body emanated a forceful aura. Golden thorns appeared on his arms and his fist was thrown out to meet the spear. However, before the two could even meet, Yu Sheng's arms froze. Then, the stone that had just formed on his arms were absorbed by the golden thorns. His body had turned into a sort of fearsome black hole. Finally, as everyone watched in shock, Yu Sheng's fist finally met with the stone-tipped spear. His fist was seemingly even more powerful and stronger than the weapon. Boom. After the loud commotion, Yu Sheng, who was previously protected by the shadows of 1,000 fists, was now defenseless and bleeding. Though, Long Qiufeng's spear was now destroyed as well. Both of the young men fell back in midair. Yu Sheng's arms shook. Ling Qiufeng was not doing too well either. The force of the 1,000 fists transmitted through the spear onto his arms, which were now numb. Just then, Long Qiufeng felt something amiss. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of gold. The audience on the ground watched, wide-eyed. They saw a figure appear behind Long Qiufeng. Vines appeared, blocking off Long Qiufeng's exit. Then they began to wrap around his body rapidly. With sorcery, the lock of 1,000 vines. How could a 5-starred glory plane cultivator create such a fearsome effect? Onlookers watched as the vines appeared endlessly like frightening tentacles. Long Qiufeng was then swept up in hurricane winds and brought higher into the sky. The powerful wind sorcery cut straight through the vines like a sharp blade. A sharp sound was emitted, and the jade-green vines now shone with a dim golden light. This made the vines stronger than before, but it was still no match for Long Qiufeng's wind sorcery. Many of the vines were cut through with ease. However, the relentless vines were endless and continued to creep up Long Qiufeng's body, wrapping him up tightly. Again, with the aid of Yi Futian's wind sorcery, Yu Shang was carried up to where Long Qiufeng was. Long Qiufeng's expression changed and let out a scream. He struggled to get out of the vines. Yu Shang threw his fist at Long Qiufeng. The sloppy defense Long Qiufeng put up was broken easily, and the punch landed on his chest. The vines disappeared. Yu Shang now had Long Qiufeng in his grasp. The two of them began to descend from the skies. Yu Shang ruthlessly threw Long Qiufeng into the ground. Another loud noise erupted, and the surface of the ground split open. Long Qiufeng laid there, twitching, becoming one with the dirt on the ground. Yi Futian landed on the ground softly and stared at Long Qiufeng coldly. To him, Yi Futian asked, "Does it feel good fighting 2-on-1? Last time at the School of the Treasury Star, Yu Shang was defeated by Long Qiufeng and Jiang Kuan. Just now, Yi Futian and Yu Shang joined hands to hand Long Qiufeng a brutal defeat. Of course, Jiang Kuan had already been defeated prior to this. 2 5-starred glory plane cultivators challenged 2 8-starred glory plane cultivators from the School of the Treasury Star and came out victorious. 2 monsters. The people commented about Yu Shang and Yi Futian. They shook in their shoes. The strength Yu Shang possessed was inhuman. A lot of people had disagreed when others claimed Yu Shang may be the most gifted martial arts student in all of Donghai Academy. But after the previous battle at the Treasury Star School and today's battle, there would not be a single person who could deny this fact any longer. Who else would possess such explosive powers? It was not a question as to why Headmaster Yi Xiang of the School of the Finance Star, who specialized in combat, chose Yu Shang to be his discipline. Yi Futian was equally as monstrous. A bi-elemental mandate sorcerer of metal and wind with a rock spirit. He was also a musical sorcerer. Furthermore, he had just revealed his gifts in the wood element, and also cultivated in martial arts. He was simply good at everything. Some people thought, could it be possible that Yi Futian is hiding his gifts in other elements as well? It was possible that the only person who was able to beat him in terms of elemental gifts was the girl genius from the School of the Emperor's Star, Hua Jieyu. However, she would most likely be unwilling to make a move. Other than the time she was trying to get into the academy, she had not used her powers. Hua Jieyu also rarely stepped out of the Emperor's Star School. The last time she came out onto the main campus was when she personally spoke up regarding the rumors about her and Mu Yunxian. The School of the Treasury Star really lost all faith this time, thought everyone in the crowd. They watched as Yu Shang picked up Long Qiufeng and threw him in the direction of the Treasury Star School. It was a direct, domineering, and slightly insulting action. It was obvious that Yu Shang was unhappy with what had happened during their previous battle. His opponents were able to soar through the skies, while he was stuck on the ground, not even able to make contact with them. He was finally able to get payback today. This is the capability of 8-starred glory plane cultivators in the School of the Treasury Star? Stop making fools of yourselves at Donghai Academy, Yi Futian said calmly. The expressions on the faces of students of the Treasury Star turned more and more sour. Everyone was speechless upon hearing Yi Futian's words. He came today with revenge on his mind and was not going easy on them, whether it be the students of the Treasury Star School or the Emperor's Star School. First, Yi Futian defeated Zhou Mu. Then, he assisted Yu Shang in defeating Long Qiufeng and Jiang Kuan. What was he going to do next? At this moment, everyone saw Yi Futian walk to the side. He looked towards the School of the Emperor's Star and said with a smile, "I came here yesterday seeking my girlfriend, but senior brother Zhuoqing did not allow me to enter. He told me the Emperor's Star School was full of genius cultivators and that I was no match for Zhou Mu. It was because of this that I came today. Sadly, I am disappointed by Zhou Mu abilities. Now that I have proved myself to be more capable than Zhou Mu, I am curious about the abilities of these other geniuses. Both Yusheng and myself are 5-starred Glory Plane students of the Finance Star School. Would any students of the self-proclaimed top school at Donghai Academy, the school of the Emperor's Star, be willing to challenge us? If any students of the same plane are willing, you may choose to challenge either one of us. The students of the Emperor's Star School did not know what to do. Same-level cultivators to fight against these two freaks? It was possible that Hua Jiyu could give it a try, but her schoolmates knew things that everyone else did not. So, they knew that she would never battle Yi Futian. The onlooking crowd was speechless. They all shared a thought about how shameless Yi Futian was. 2 8-starred Glory Plane cultivators had already lost to Yi Futian and Yusheng. Now, he was asking students of the same plane to challenge them. Wouldn't that be digging their own grave? However, there was nothing that the students of the School of the Emperor's Star could complain about. They were the ones who bragged about housing many genius cultivators and claimed to be the top school of Donghai Academy. Asking to challenge students of the same plane should not be considered too out of line. Also, Yi Futian's girlfriend was in the Emperor's Star School? What was going on? If that's not possible, I'll also accept 6-starred Glory Plane cultivators, Yi Futian said with a smile when he noticed that no one was willing to answer him. Han Mo's expression darkened. 6-starred Glory Plane cultivator? Zhou Mu already tried. Defeated with 1 rod. Then what about 7-starred? Yi Futian continued, yesterday, senior brother Zhuoqing said that the Emperor's Star School was packed full with geniuses. What's going on today? Everyone turned their attention towards Zhuoqing, only to see the normally gentlemanly Zhuoqing with a dark face. He forced a smile and said, Junior brother Yi, since you're trying to provoke my fellow schoolmates into a challenge, what's the need to bring up planes? So, what senior brother Zhua is trying to say is that I should ignore planes and fight against students 4-5 planes above me, maybe even those in the Dharma plane? Yi Futian laughed. Is this what the students of your school have been doing to my fellow schoolmates these past days? Why don't you try to challenge Dharma plane students in my school, senior brother? Zhuoqing had nothing to say once again. The students of the Emperor's Star School all stared coldly at Yi Futian. They were getting anxious under his questioning. If nobody has the guts to come out and challenge us, then I hope that the students of the Emperor's Star School will stop being so brazen, coming to pick on the weaker students of my school, warned Yi Futian when he saw that nobody was going to speak up. Only when he said this, onlookers realized his true intentions, to stop the school of the Emperor's Star from attacking the students of the Finance Star School. I know that junior brother Yi possesses extraordinary gifts, and has once said that I would like to see them for myself. So, I am willing to be thick-skinned and step out to challenge you as an 8-starred Glory Plane cultivator. But if you are here simply to give empty threats, then please leave, said a figure as it stepped out. A handsome young man, one of the geniuses in the Emperor's Star School, walked towards Yi Futian and introduced himself, student of the School of the Emperor's Star, Mu Yunxian. 8-starred Glory Plane. As soon as he heard this name, Yusheng took a large step forward. His body radiated a powerful force. Yusheng, called Yi Futian. Yusheng halted. Let me, said Yi Futian. Yusheng nodded and retreated. Yi Futian looked at Mu Yunxian. A sarcastic smile spread across his face, and he continued, You're not just thick-skinned. I feel ashamed simply attending the same academy as you. You. Mu Yunxian broke his facade immediately. His expression darkened. Yi Futian stood quietly, and a powerful aura emanated from him. His clothes moved without wind. Since you have the guts to step up, then I'll also settle the incident of you spreading rumors about my girlfriend. Let's even the score today, said Yi Futian calmly. After he spoke, there was silence. Chapter 78. Face it holding hands. Chapter 78. Face it holding hands. Mu Yunxian had hurt Yi Futian's girlfriend while spreading rumors? Earlier, Yi Futian had also said that his girlfriend was from the School of the Emperor's Star. Thinking of the rumors that had spread around Donghai Academy earlier, everyone stared at Yi Futian. Months ago, that fairy-like figure had walked down from the School of the Emperor's Star and announced to the entire academy that there was nothing between her and Mu Yunxian. She had said that Mu Yunxian could not even be compared to the one she liked. They had thought about whether someone that talented really existed in the academy. Today, Yi Futian had blocked the gate and challenged the school of the Emperor's Star. He was so mad. With what he just said to Mu Yunxian, it was easy to link the two events. Everyone's hearts trembled. They slowly looked over toward the school of the Emperor's Star. Behind all the students, they saw a beautiful figure standing quietly at the high point. She stood alone, and it seemed that wherever she was, everything else would lose color. Now, the beautiful figure moved. She slowly walked down. The other students quickly moved aside and watched her. There was some yearning in their hearts, but they knew it would be an impossible dream. Hua Jieyu walked down the steps and entered the battlefield. She walked past Mu Yunxian. The boy looked to the side at the scene. There was lust deep in his eyes. Every time he saw this beauty, his heart would be shaken, but he did not exist in her eyes. She had even embarrassed him in front of the entire academy. Hua Jieyu stood before Yi Futian. Her eyes gazed at him without blinking. "Jieyu, fight with him," Hanamo said behind them. His expression was so dark and gloomy. However, Hua Jieyu completely ignored him. She kept staring at the youth's figure, thinking how impulsive he was. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Yi Futian stared back at Hua Jieyu and shrugged. "Why do you think?" Hua Jieyu said sharply. She sounded angry but was also whining. Though she was glaring at Yi Futian, there were rich emotions inside her beautiful eyes. Many people felt their hearts breaking. There had been rumors before, but they were only rumors. Now, they personally witnessed the fairy of Donghai Academy talk and look at Yi Futian like a little girl. It was a peculiar feeling. With just one sentence and one glance, they experienced the feeling of dating. Many felt moved, but sadly, the voice and eyes were for Yi Futian, not them. "Didn't I say that I'll announce it to Donghai Academy?" Yi Futian said with a smile. "You're so pretty and everyone keeps thinking about you. It pisses me off. Today's the best chance to tell them that you're mine, and they can just be jealous." Many faces became long at this. Hearing Yi Futian's words, they suddenly wanted to beat him up. This bastard was doing it on purpose. Hua Jieyu was the girl of their dreams. "Idiot," Hua Jieyu reprimanded, still glaring. After that, she continued forward. When she was beside Yi Futian, she reached out gently. Then, under everyone's eyes, she grabbed Yi Futian's hand to announce their relationship publicly. Hua Jieyu turned to the side and tilted her head up to look at Yi Futian. A smile bloomed on her face. It was so intoxicatingly beautiful. "Are you satisfied now?" Hua Jieyu smiled gently. Since Yi Futian chose not to keep it a secret, she was willing to face it with him. No matter what would happen in the future, they would face it together, hand in hand, just like now. Minister Zhua had said that she had the fate of an empress. She did not believe in fate. Even if she had this fate, she would change it, she believed. Seeing the smile on the girl's face and those gentle words, Yi Futian's smile was also warm. The most beautiful promise was no better than that. The most beautiful girl was no better than the fox's smile. So what if he had seen a girl even more beautiful at Mount Tianyao? His godfather had said that his woman would be the empress of the world. If that really happened, his fox's temperament was enough to rule and impress the world. Yes, very satisfied. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. This feeling was amazing. "Hey, are you guys done?" Someone finally called out, feeling tortured by the public display of affection. "I feel like I just got dumped. My heart hurts," someone muttered, a hand to his chest. PSH. In the finance star crowd, Yi Qingxian, who was standing beside Yu Sheng, laughed out loud. Yi Futian was seriously going full out with his affection. However, it was beautiful. Yi Qingxian knew that even though they were smiling and holding hands, there was a heavy burden on this relationship. But despite it, they would face it together. Thinking of this, Yi Qingxian also reached out and touched the arm beside her. Yu Sheng glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Qingxian looked up him with her pretty eyes. Yu Sheng scratched his head. He did not understand the girl, making her so angry she stomped on Yu Sheng's feet. The boy blinked and looked away. Just as Yi Qingxian fumed, a big muscular hand wrapped around her small hand. In an instant, her heart seemed to melt and she smiled like a flower. It seemed that this guy was not so insensitive. He had learned a lot from Futian. In the direction of the school of the Emperor's Star, a beautiful figure was watching the two holding hands with smiling eyes. It was Shu Yuyan. She was the one who understood Hua Jieyu the most in the school. Only she knew how much Hua Jieyu really cared about the boy. Jieyu had overlooked all the talents in the school of the Emperor's Star and become nervous because of the boy's every action. She was practically a fairy, but would become an ignorant little girl once Futian was mentioned. However, the others were not so happy. Futian had become to disgrace them. He had defeated Zhou Mu and humiliated the school. Now, he had snatched away their goddess, the top beauty of Donghai Academy. Their hatred toward Futian was obvious. Bitch! A dissonant voice rang out. Mu Yunxuan's face had darkened to the extreme. He looked menacing. His love for Hua Jieyu was no secret because he had not rejected it when Han Mo wanted to use him for the rumors. The relationships between people were strange. When enough people spread the rumors, the other would take notice. Maybe it would become true. However, he never expected that Hua Jieyu and Futian would have been dating already and be so in love. Hua Jieyu had felt disgusted from the rumors, thus leading to everything else. When the goddess he adored publicly humiliated him, telling him to scram, he had endured it. But now, seeing Hua Jieyu act affectionately to Futian with his own eyes, he finally could not take it anymore. Evil thoughts burst within him, and he uttered a word he should not have. Even if Futian had come to mess with the school of the Emperor's Star, it was a just fight. However, when Mu Yunxian, star of the school, said that word to Hua Jieyu, the starlet, it was grating to the ear. Many cold stares turned toward Mu Yunxian. They were filled with hatred. Though they were envious of Futian, they could feel the true love between the two as they stood together, so the people still felt happy for them deep down. However, Mu Yunxuan's curse had revealed his personality. Just as Futian had said, cultivating with someone like Mu Yunxian was a disgrace. Hua Jieyu's expression changed. No woman could take being insulted with that word, let alone someone like Hua Jieyu. Futian's heart twinged and felt a chill. However, he repressed his anger and said gently, "Leave it to me." "Okay." Hua Jieyu nodded and stepped back. When Futian glanced at Mu Yunxian, his eyes were filled with a terrifying coldness and murderous intent. Futian, disciple of the school of the Finance Star, 5-star Glory Plane, now challenges Mu Yunxian. Life and death, will you accept the challenge? Futian said coldly. Everyone's hearts shuddered. Futian had challenged him to a fight of life and death. Crazy, everyone thought. However, if they had a lover like Hua Jieyu, they would not allow anyone to insult her either. No wonder Futian was furious. Mu Yunxian clenched his fists with a sneer. Futian, a 5-star Glory Plane, dared to start a life and death challenge with him? Earlier, Futian and Yu Shang had worked together to defeat 2 8-star Glory Plane students. In his opinion, Futian was the reinforcement while Yu Shang was the most powerful. If a 5-star was willing to fight, what could an 8-star Glory Plane like Mu Yunxian fear? Prepare to die. Mu Yunxuan's expression was so cold. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of violent wind gathered around him. Then his eyes turned gold. They were extremely sharp. Futian cast his life spirit. The golden rock appeared, and it was beautiful. At the same time, there was a terrifying spiritual chi windstorm. It transformed into a golden cane in his hand. Seeing it, many people shivered with fear. It was the one that had defeated Zhou Mu with a pure martial arts attack. Now, Futian was going to fight for life or death. He would obviously fight at a different level from before. His wings flapped powerfully, and he instantly shot to the sky. The spiritual chi of wind was on him, transforming into a spell. He could fly with the golden rock alone, but now, he added the wind spell to it. His speed was terrifying. Chapter 79. Countless eyes landed on Futian, who was up in the air. At this moment, he looked magnificent. He was a handsome young man to begin with. Now that the golden rock has been released and wings had appeared on his back, Futian seemed to be basking in a divine light. In his hand was a golden rod, and he was bursting with power. Perhaps, if he gave it all he got, Yi Futian would really be capable of fighting against Mu Yunxian, despite the three-plane difference between the two. Everyone around shared this thought as they watched Yi Futian challenge one of the school of Emperor Star's genius cultivators. Countless eyes landed on Yi Futian, who was up in the air. At this moment, he looked magnificent. He was a handsome young man to begin with. Now that the golden rock has been released and wings had appeared on his back, Yi Futian seemed to be basking in a divine light. In his hand was a golden rod, and he was bursting with power. Perhaps, if he gave it all he got, Yi Futian would really be capable of fighting against Mu Yunxian, despite the three-plane difference between the two. Everyone around shared this thought as they watched Yi Futian challenge one of the school of Emperor Star's genius cultivators. Mu Yunxuan's golden pupils narrowed on Yi Futian. Then, his life spirit was released. A golden demon cat appeared. Its eyes were even more demon-like than those of Mu Yunxian. Those eyes had the ability to make people feel uncomfortable when looked at. A golden storm gathered in front of Mu Yunxian and formed sharp golden swords, long and thin. As the swords circled Mu Yunxian, a low whistling of the wind was heard. This was no ordinary metal elemental sorcery, but an extreme control of the metal spiritual qi. Mu Yunxian was mainly a mandate sorcerer of the spirit element. His spiritual energy had a much stronger control over metal spiritual qi than most people. Even a common 9-starred metal sorcerer would not be able to control metal spiritual qi like Mu Yunxian could. With this extraordinary ability, Mu Yunxian did not even need to cultivate in martial arts. His powers in the element of metal were sufficient enough to attack and defend. Mu Yunxian is definitely more powerful than Lung Xiufeng. Will Yi Futian really be able to withstand this battle? Asked someone in the crowd. Witnessing the release of Mu Yunxuan's powers had many people lose the confidence they previously had on Yi Futian. The golden storm surrounding Mu Yunxian was too frightful. The sharp swords revolved around him, controlled as if they were toys. Hanamo stood quietly in the school of the Emperor's Star and observed. Obviously, he could see just how gifted Yi Futian was, but the young man now stood against the school, so they must get rid of him. Since Yi Futian personally proposed a life or death battle, it saved the school a lot of trouble. Since you're asking for it, I'll let you die, Mu Yunxian said with a cold demeanor. Just as he finished his sentence, the swords around him whistled through the wind and shot towards Yi Futian. In perfect unison, these swords were much more powerful than those drawn by Zhou Mu. After all, there was a huge difference in regards to the planes Zhou Mu and Mu Yunxian were in. The golden rod danced in Yi Futian's hand. He tried to take a step forward when a large force erupted, and the wings appeared on his back. Just like a flash of lightning, Yi Futian shot up into the sky. Mu Yunxian himphed and directed his attention up above. The swords immediately altered their route to continue in their attack on Yi Futian. Even though Mu Yunxian did not specialize in the element of wind, he was not afraid to face a sorcerer who could fly. Yi Futian moved at an incredibly fast speed. His every movement was graceful like a real rock. He zipped through the clouds in the sky, but the swords followed relentlessly. At this moment, the force building up in Yi Futian's body was growing stronger. An equally strong force from the golden storm chased after him. The golden rod he held grew thicker. Until when do you plan to keep running away from me? Mu Yunxian asked coldly. Immediately after he spoke, Yi Futian appeared in the air right above him. Yi Futian was no longer dodging the attacks. He held the enormous golden rod and struck downward. Just then, the atmosphere around and even the world seemed to be shaken up. Onlookers almost could not see Yi Futian's figure. To them, there was only the shadow of a rod coming down from the heavens to wipe out everything below. The ferocious swords were no more, turned into ashes by the rod. Mu Yunxian lifted his head and saw Yi Futian coming for him. After this quick glance, the demon cat behind him had a fierce look in its eye. The crazed golden storm recollected into a giant sword, with a scary glint in his eyes. Mu Yunxian screamed, "Kill him!" The giant golden sword shot upward into the sky. Boom! The rod and the sword collided. The golden sword had been destroyed. A powerful force pushed Mu Yunxian back, but he managed to stop Yi Futian's attack. It halted in mid-air. The force was still there. Yi Futian's golden wings flapped and he flew in the skies. Suddenly, the force within began to build up once again, exceeding the prior. Mu Yunxian sensed what was happening, and the look on his face changed. He put out both of his hands. The golden storm started once more and formed a pattern, shielding him. At the same time, strains of golden silk sliced through the air, attacking Yi Futian. This spell was protecting and attacking all at once. Yi Futian remained emotionless. He soared through the air and then formed into lightning, hitting down on Mu Yunxian again. Mu Yunxuan's spell, winding of 1,000 silk strains, advanced towards Yi Futian, but a golden light barricaded him, not leaving space for anything to get past. Finally, Yi Futian descended upon Mu Yunxian. Yi Futian attacked with the second attack of the 9 heavenly, ready to destroy everything in his way. Boom! Mu Yunxuan's golden pattern exploded, and a powerful force forced him to slide backward on his own 2 feet. Right now, the expression on everyone's face has changed. They were utterly shocked. What kind of battle technique was this? It was so domineering, wiping out everything in its way. It was as if one attack could kill any enemy you pleased, not leaving any survivors. Yi Futian was truly a young war god at this moment. Not only did his powers not diminish after 2 attacks from Mu Yunxian, but he got even stronger. Upon sensing the crazed energy gathering within Yi Futian, everyone from the school of the Emperor's Star had a change in expression. Even Vice Headmaster Hanamo did not look too well. Yi Futian's second attack with the rod was obviously stronger than the first. If there was another even stronger attack, there was no way Mu Yunxian would be able to withstand it. A prepared Yi Futian advanced. He unleashed his power, which caused Mu Yunxian to blanch. With a loud scream, Ma Yunxian used metal spiritual qi in a spell which summoned a large ancient bell to encapsulate himself. He had given up on attacking and focused solely on his defense. Yi Futian charged ahead at full speed and delivered his third blow. Without any hesitation, the golden rod struck the ancient bell. The bell rang and then cracked. What followed were the blood-curdling screams of Mu Yunxian. After the rod broke through the bell, it landed on Mu Yunxian, throwing him onto the ground. His body slid across the ground, and blood flowed from his mouth. In an instant, the color in his face was gone. It was obviously Mu Yunxian could no longer battle. The people did not know what to say. Their hearts pounded in their chest. Yi Futian was too violent. Looking at his figure, Yi Futian looked majestic and furious. The aura around him made it clear that anyone who tried to stop would only have one result: death. He's so powerful. Many people were excited by this scene. Yi Futian was a great example of how a true man should act. Just then, many people remembered Hua Jieyu's words. She had said that Mu Yunxian was not worthy of being compared to the person she liked. A lot of people doubted her words. Was there really someone like that at Donghai Academy? Maybe she was simply blinded by love. However, when the person she liked faced Mu Yunxian in battle and destroyed him despite being 3 planes lower, everyone finally understood that Hua Jieyu had not been exaggerating. Whether it be giftedness or actual ability, Mu Yunxian was truly unworthy of being compared to Yi Futian. Perhaps only a person like Yi Futian was suited to stand beside the goddess Hua Jieyu. As Yi Futian approached Mu Yunxian, one step at a time, many from the school of the Emperor's Star had a change in expressions. This battle was a matter of life or death. Mu Yunxian had already agreed to these terms. Mu Yunxian held himself up with his hands on the ground as he looked up at Yi Futian. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. With a crazed look in his eyes, he stared at Yi Futian and said, "This is the school of the Emperor's Star. You dare to commit such a sin here? Get down on your knees and apologize. I will spare your worthless life then," Yi Futian said to Mu Yunxian coldly. Mu Yunxian looked even more crazed now. Yi Futian wanted him to kneel down and apologize? Are you done with this nonsense? Hanamo approached. His aura was forceful as he stared at Yi Futian. This is a battle to the death. Have you been watching, senior? Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Hanamo. You are standing on the Emperor's Star School's territory, said Hanamo suddenly. Yi Futian began to laugh. Mockingly, he said, if it were Mu Yunxian who was victorious today, you probably would not hesitate to kill me. Naturally, Hanamo had nothing to say to that. Seeing the vice headmaster step in, Mu Yunxian let out a laugh. You can't kill me now, Yi Futian. Do you really think that you and that bitch will have a happy ending? Yi Futian looked down at him. Mu Yunxian was laughing like a madman. He had obviously been deeply affected by his defeat today. He deepened his voice and said, with those looks, that bitch will definitely end up as someone else's plaything in the future. You're calling out for death. Yi Futian clenched his fist around the golden rod. Then, he lifted his arm, ready to strike down at any moment. Vice Headmaster Mu Yunxian called to Hanamo as he turned to look at the elder. Hanamo took another step forward. The headmaster spoke, Yi Futian, do you want to die? Yi Futian reached his left hand into his shirt and pulled out a badge. He tossed it to Hanamo. Hanamo scrunched his face as he caught the object. Upon realizing what he had in his hands, his expression fell. He mustered in a low voice, the decree of the minister. Minister Zhua has said, seeing the badge is the same as seeing him. People from the 7 schools of Donghai Academy have witnessed our battle to the death today. So, I will take his life now. The golden rod Yi Futian held and struck down. Mu Yunxian was horror-stricken. As he watched the rod come down, several thoughts crossed his mind. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but never got the chance to. Bang! The golden rod came down directly through Mu Yunxian's head. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.